policies. So coming to, yeah. So how what is
It
the
can lead to blindness.
improvement in distribution of
All
hospitals?
right, that's that part.
What
One other thing I want to mention here,
there is a
let me actually get rid of this part here
vision at the
because I
local
want to mention something else with relation to the eye. I'm going to draw another mini eyeball here real quick. Another mini eyeball because I want to talk about these things called your eyelids, your palpebra.
or the
So let's see here, I draw another mini
donor
eyeball.
is available.
Here's the actual cornea.
Right now it is, as you
Here's
all
the
may be
pupil,
aware,
and then
that
here's
it
your
is being
optic nerve,
done
right?
through
We're not going to draw
laser
everything in there.
and
It's
the
not
light
super
is
important.
received
Frick it, we'll do it real quick.
in the
Do
WhatsApp
this
group
here,
that a donor is available in a particular
and then
hospital.
that there, okay?
Tell, check for a
Now,
specific
coming right around this area, you're going to have
location first
the
at
lower
the
eyelid.
local
So you're going to have a
facility
little
level.
area right here called
As
the
per the
lower eyelid.
policy,
Then
one
coming over here, you'll have another one, which is going to be the upper eyelid. Let's
abdominal
actually make this
organs
one
which
look like
have
that one.
not
Let's actually do it
for
like
which the
this.
hospital is not
Okay, so look, you'd have some
authorized
beautiful
for
eyelashes coming off there and some beautiful
then those organs
eyelashes
will
coming
also
off
be
like that,
shared
right?
by
Why am I
the
mentioning
hospital,
this?
the donor hospital,
Two things.
and they will be
One,
allocated
there's a
for
little layer here. Let's do
using
this
the
one in
allocation
orange.
policies,
Ooh,
and
orange.
though allocation policies
There's a little
can be
layer here
specific
lining
that
right
allow for the
underneath this thing. What do we call
first
this? We
is
call
at
this
the
the
local level.
palpebra.
If
So this is the
not
inferior
utilized,
palpebra,
then
the
can
lower
be at the
eyelid.
state
This is
level.
the superior
If not
palpebra, the upper
utilized,
eyelid. There's a little
then given the organ goes to
tissue
the
here
least
that's lining
which is being allocated so to them. So then various other issues which we are facing, that all the states, they need to adopt this act, and so that the national network is complete and registry is complete. All the hospitals, they have to board their data onto the Noto registry. We require dedicated transplant units, particularly in the related departments of the hospital. There is an issue of uniform declaration of death, that is itself is a very big topic. We also require to augment the staff and various SOPs related to the box transportation of the human organs and tissues, which are being refined by the Noto and the Niti Aayog is also helping us in this, and in developing a organ transport policy. So having the trained transplant coordinators and the grief counselors are also very important for the success of the program. We are also looking at developing all AIMS as center of excellence for organ and tissue transplant, with also having the lab facility for HLA as well as tissue banking facilities. So then we are also working on the IT solutions in coordination with the National Health Authority. Also, we have to take care of the basically the cost of the HLA and other lab tests, which need to be capped, and which are sometimes, many times, mandatory for organ and tissue transplantation. So that also we are working upon. So then. So this I've covered. Just a moment. Yeah, one or two slide more. So various challenges, we are having a demand that stem cell transplantation and bone marrow transplantation should also be included under the scope of TOTA. So that is there. Then we are also thinking of professional transporters for transportation of the organ. There is a talk going on regarding the drone also. Then way forward would be to capacity building needs to be emphasized. This training of retrieval surgeon, which is being done in simulation labs or in retrieval OTs, this is a way forward. One of the important activity for augmenting the skills. Then for immunosuppressants, we are also now asking the states to give medicines directly to the patient instead of the grant, if it is possible. Then infrastructure upgradation and transplant units, dedicated transplant units, particularly in medical colleges, training institutions, so as to improve the availability of skilled staff, that is particularly the surgeons shortage is there everywhere. Then provision of the grants to the transplant recipients in the government hospital on the basis of the BPL cards, that has to be augmented. Then training of transplant coordinators and a live dashboard with dynamic content to be made functional on the Noto web portal, and mechanisms which are required to ensure registration of all needy patients. Because sometimes what we see, that all the patients who require transplants are not getting registered, and we receive last minute requests. So hospitals should not pick and choose patients. If any patient who requires transplant, they should be included in the waiting list. They should be registered with the in the Noto registry, so that they are on the waiting list. Because many times we have received last minute requests that this patient has been receiving treatment for last 4-5 years, but he was not on the waiting list, and they want then organ to be allocated to that patient. So it is just a laxity on the part of the hospital. Hospital should not pick and choose. They should register all their patients who require the organ for transplant. So yeah, just. So I think this was the last slide. Yeah, just a moment. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that very comprehensive cover, and I think that it's a revelation to all of us to see that the extent of the work that is being planned. I'm very sure we'll be able to implement it shortly as well. I think we are doing the last part of what you mentioned, the training, the skills development. We are a little
There are
late,
questions
but
I will take up.
perhaps a couple of questions if somebody has any questions for Dr. Anil.
Stop.
So, I mean, Dr. Anil, do you have any reason why we do not have uptake by states from all the funds that have been released? Because
Actually,
is the
your
process
voice
too
is very
cumbersome, or what is
it's
the
not
main
audible.
reason?
आवाज तेज करना सर.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's very low.
Yeah. No,
Yeah,
I said,
yeah, yeah.
do you have any reason why states have not used all the money that has been allocated to them? Is the process for utilization too cumbersome?
It's not audible. Can we have?
Okay.
Yeah, now a little bit.
Yeah. No, do you have any reason why states have not utilized the money that you set aside for them?
Basically, we insist that they should have dedicated staff, and we have provided budget for that also. But somehow, what we observed that they have not hired the dedicated staff because this is a work. They think that it's not. Matlab, if the existing staff they try to do this work, then they will definitely short of time, and because they have their own engagements. That's why they have neither hired the staff, they have not still then the activities which were expected they have not been done. So that is the main reason. The grants have been given, the guidelines have been given, but that is one concern that they should be as you know, this organ donation and transplantation, it's the people who are passionate about this subject, they basically push the program, and so institution they should identify the passionate people and involve them in pushing this. Some of them are doing good, but some of them are not doing good.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate your presence with us here today, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm
Thank
signing
you.
out now, sir. Yeah. Well, that was Dr. Anil Kumar, perhaps giving you an overview of what the national program is like. But the reality is that we all know that the program runs in states, really. And one of the big differences that the South and the West, which actually had good programs, are now struggling to fit into, sort of a protocol that has been developed currently for states that are, in a different process of their evolution. So certainly this is work in progress. We do need a national policy, and as you've seen, there are obviously a lot of solutions to the many challenges that we have. The next talk today is perhaps a talk that's very, very important for all of us, the Transplantation of Human Organs and Tissues Act. Do you know what is the difference between a retrieval surgeon and a normal surgeon? A retrieval surgeon can go to jail for doing his job, right? Until you actually specified and worked according to the laws of the land, until you're sure that the patient is brain dead, you're retrieving it in a particular process, you risk the full weight of the law coming down on you. So it's important, for us it's a requirement to know about the law in detail. And today to talk about the law is none other than Professor O.V. Nandimath from our own National Law School, who we are blessed to have one of the foremost experts on this law with us here today. He's actually been lecturing on this topic for the last 8 years. We've been working very closely together, and he's very recently written a chapter on a book on the Human Organs Transplantation Act, along with Professor Harsha Johri. Professor Nandimath, thank you so much for joining us. Yeah.
If it can be opened. Okay. So, thank you, Dr. Asthana, and good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. The task that has been assigned to me is pretty straightforward in terms of my job, is to give you a quick overview of the law which regulates organ transplantation and tissues in India. That is number one. But I have also been given a briefing that most of you really understand, because you are soldiers in the field in your own capacity. You really understand the nuances of law. So I am asked to touch upon some of the aspects which would help you in performing little more confidently, or do your job with some amount of, let us say, greater confidence and satisfaction together. Before I actually take you to the brass tacks of my presentation, I just would like to, say one more thing, although it is going to cost me about a minute or two. This is what I keep saying to Dr. Asthana, and now I would like to, communicate it to you. I say your engagement with law, it should be two-way. I'm saving time, because as a lawyer, we are always told about rule of law, and we are said you need to basically comply with law, right? But I would like to say, along with complying with law, you need to also behave like catalyst of legal reform. Then only you would have an ideal circumstances and situations for you to, cater and deliver to the good of the society. But often lawyers tend to press about the first thing. Oh, this is the law, you need to comply. This is the law, you need to comply. Then you cry, it becomes cry in wilderness, and you say, oh, I can't comply with this law and produce the results which is expected of me. That is the clash between your ethical guidance as well as legal compliance. Then we say, I don't know about all that. Better comply with law. If you don't comply with the law, you are in conflict with law, and you would face the music. See, this is going to lead us nowhere. Probably it may help few of the lawyers like me to earn our bread and butter, and I say more butter than the bread. But this is not going to lead us anywhere. That is why I always try to say, try to use law as a tool of decision making rather than a tool of what you call as dispute resolution. So keeping that in mind, I try to spend a couple of minutes trying to give my viewpoints. They may be acceptable, they may not be acceptable, don't worry about that. But then we can probably open up for 10-15 minutes, and if I can able to answer some of your questions, I feel the greater value generation would happen because of our interaction and this opportunity. With that, ladies and gentlemen, let me jump to this. No, it is not operating. Okay. See, when you are talking of law, I use the term health law, right? It's a big canvas. And your law, that is law of organ transplantation, comes in the third segment. Because the first segment of health law is when we talk about constitutional right of an individual to health. That actually tells you the corresponding duty cast upon the state to justify your health. Where state is not doing anything, and unfortunately, like a doctor, state cannot be prosecuted so easily in that fashion. Right? And the second, that according to me is a very big chunk for lawyers to really own and bring that kind of justiciability, accountability to the state agencies. The second one is medical malpractice law, which according to me is probably drawing people to listen to us, where the doctor is made to stand in dock for negligence, and if he is proved to be negligent, then he would face the music. That is one other chunk. The third one is you have special health laws. Some are trying to deal with treatment and procedure. Some are trying to deal with drugs and devices. Some are dealing with private medical establishments, and some are dealing with protecting the doctors. So, when we are talking of Human Organ Transplantation and Tissues Act, it is about treatment and procedure. It tries to really govern that particular scenario. And finally, you have other cross-cutting laws like organizational laws, environmental laws, insurance laws, which according to me, a doctor is supposed to know if he wants to be really leader as far as his segment is concerned. So this kind of legal canvas we generally present and try to contextualize and say, if you wanted to be an effective leader or effective catalyst of change as far as your domain is concerned, then you need to have a little bit of understanding about these laws. Well, be it as it may, now I would try to say the theoretical approaches as far as organ transplantation when it comes. One is commodification of organs. That means you don't try to regulate anything as it was prior to our 1994 law. So it was total, because I own the body and so do I own my organs. So you remember that infamous advertisement in eBay, somebody said, okay, my kidney is for auction. So you put in your value and I would ultimately accept your offer so that I can sell it. Because I own my body, so do I own my organs. This is one way. But somewhere, the whole global approach appears to be against this, because it appears to be totally radical and it actually leads to so much of social evil and things like that. So nowhere it is accepted today. The second one is complete prohibition, because it leads to unethical practices, it leads to exploitation of vulnerable, so on and so forth. You prohibit this. Because, it is a philosophical kind of a justification we provide, sir, saying that man is mortal. With changed organ, without changed organ, etc., one day definitely he is going to perish. So let him die naturally. So there is something called as we resign to the natural design. Okay, your organ is failing and because of that you are dying tomorrow. Let it be, because this is the design of the nature. Who are we to really interfere with this? So you try to say complete prohibition. I will not allow any intervention at all. But that is also a theoretical model, extreme one. You can't, accept that as a human society, is it not? That has also not been accepted today. So you try to marry between these two and create a midway home solution. That is what you see as far as our Human Organ Transplantation and Tissues Act today in India. What are the fundamental principles on which our transplantation law is built? I don't want to get into nuances because you know about that. That is the presumption, right? So what I say is non-commodification of organs. See, this is where I call it as regulating individual autonomy and prohibition of commercialization. So, you own your body, sir, but you don't own your organs so that you can freely sell them or allocate them. So that is where your consent is regulated. As far as living donors are concerned, it is regulated. Cadaver also, it is regulated. That is why I can only pledge my organs. But can I pledge my organ with a priority saying that when my organs are retrieved, if they are retrieved, first let the state assess whether somebody who is my kith and kin are in a need of it. If they are in a need, let it go to them. And if there is no requirement by my kith and kin, then let it be, donated to anybody who is the most needy. You can't prioritize like that. That is the most critical part you need to understand. More than black letter of law, you need to understand and acquaint yourself with that particular principle. That is what the first non-commodification of organs, regulating individual autonomy and prohibition of commercialization is the first principle. The second principle, ladies and gentlemen, is dignity and autonomy in organ harvesting. This is where you debate, opt-in and opt-out kind of a system you talk about. See, this is whole, system. If I have some aversion Whatsoever may be the reason for that aversion, if I have some aversion and I don't want my organs to be retrieved, then you are not going to do that. But if I pledge, or without pledging also I had no aversion, I was quite open, then you can retrieve. I hope you are getting my. This is completely on the basis of dignity and autonomy, the cadaveric sort of a thing. Then, when I am talking of cadaveric retrieval, which is going to be the focus of attention, the following are the critical issues that we have identified. And before I run you through this particular list, ladies and gentlemen, let me just borrow 15 seconds of your time and tell you, it is not that one lawyer, claiming himself to be an expert, right, endorsed by Professor Asthana, been forced upon you to say these are the issues. Let me just tell you, Karnataka, Jivasarthakate, we worked very closely and I could able to contribute. Of course, he was also partner in the, attempt. We could able to put some sense in their head and we could able to turn around things. At that time, our research, gave us the indication that these are some of the, what you call as critical issues, which people like you are facing on almost day to day. Let me try to touch upon that and then I open the floor. And for that, I don't require more than 7 to 8 minutes. The first one is determination of brainstem death. That is one thing. Second one is withdrawal of ventilatory support. Right? The third one is consent of brain dead patient versus resisting family members. There is a person who has already pledged, you have documentation, but his kith and kin are not ready or willing. So at that time, what you are supposed to do, what is a legal sort of a stance in that? Then sharing of the organ, state, region and national. Probably this is where, if you are inquisitive, we can spend couple of minutes and I can tell you. Dr. Asthana was telling me, today all of a sudden Noto is trying to behave as if they are a regulating agency. There I have something to say, at least to the front row, people who are leaders as far as, this initiative is concerned. We need to change our behavior pattern. Otherwise, we are in a great risk of surrendering all our autonomy without really knowing what kind of a legal, what you call as recourse we have, right? And finally, interagency coordination. That is where, I don't have any answer as such, but there is lack of interagency coordination even to this date. And increase of organ supply, education, capacity enhancement are the only, sort of recourses. But still, lot needs to be done because this should be taken as agenda of the society rather than few transplant surgeons and few doctors, etc. So let us quickly take one after another. When you are talking of brainstem death, I have just put skeletal information on my slide, ladies and gentlemen. 1980 onwards, brainstem death has been accepted globally. I am not trying to say something which is not known to you. Although from 50 onwards this discussion started, 1980 globally this has been accepted as a gold standard as far as death is concerned. And immediately after this, in the 81, Uniform Determination of Deaths Act was passed. And please note, ladies and gentlemen, this Uniform Determination of Deaths Act is even prior to National Organ Transplantation Act in 1984. But it is in United States of America. Why that reference, if you ask me? In India, unfortunately, we have three, statutes who talk about death. One is Registration of Births and Deaths Act, 69, Indian Penal Code 1860, the Transplantation of Human Organs and Tissues Act, 1994. And the objective with which they try to define death is also entirely different. It is only for the sake of registration. And this is for the purpose of criminality. And the final is for the purpose of our focus. That is, transplantation, retrieval and things like that. Now, how do you read all these three statutes and try to take home point? Because there are ample number of writings. Even Dr. Johari, when we were authoring, he wanted one paragraph to be written there. He said, unless and until we have equivalent to uniform determination of death in India, we are not going to do justice to organ supply increase. But I said, I can write that because you are a co-author. You have every right to include or exclude anything. But doctor, I don't want to really leave my fate to some legislator till they pass. I can keep quiet. We can't really behave that way, right? So what I say is, I can create a simple tool. That tool is reading all these statutes and the global developments, and I take that as my what you call as yardstick or the gold standard. That's what I am showing it in the next slide. See, when I'm talking, sorry, I think I have not put it here, but I will just tell you. There are only two ways you can determine the death today. One is the traditional way. The traditional way is deciding on a circulatory death. It is declaration on the basis of cessation of circulatory death. That is, heart stops, respiration stops. So that is the traditional way. The second one is either that or brain death. And how brain death is to be determined, that is what is explained under the protocols of FOTA. So if you try to separate it very candidly, because we have that stereotyped learning pattern, no sir? And we are the culprits for that, not doctors. Oh, Human Organ Transplantation Act. So that means only when organs are to be retrieved, I go by brain death pattern. Otherwise, it has to be circulatory death. This confusion lies in our head. Once law authorizes me, right? For retrieval, I use it. You get my point, sir. Very simple, I am telling you. You are retrieving, go by that pattern which law. If you are not retrieving, then don't say circulatory alone. Both are available to me because there is no law which actually puts me under a duty to decide it the way. There is no the way now. Law opens my complete option, right? You use whichever option which is available to you. That kind of take would really free me to either go for certification on circulatory or certification on the basis of brain death. So it's as simple as that. So you need not have to unnecessarily, like US say, until the law comes, I can't tie, my hands are tied. So you liberate yourself. That advocacy we need to really popularize today. Otherwise, your fate would be determined, or your fate is dependent upon somebody else's fate of their working, which we can't afford. The second one is when you are talking of, this is what, following conditions are irreversible cessation of circulatory and respiratory functions is one way you can declare death, and you would be perfectly legal. Irreversible cessation of all functions of entire brain, including brainstem, that is brainstem death, that is also perfectly all right. But the real problem will come, I will talk about that here. Withdrawal of ventilatory support. When I am talking of withdrawal of ventilatory support, can be withdrawn after brain death declaration. Once the brain death is declared, you can, without waiting for circulatory cessation, you can withdraw the patient from the ventilator. And the second one is, or can be done as per the Supreme Court ruling where brain death is not ascertained. But the real problem doctors ask me or ask us is, sir, brain death is declared, but somehow patient's attendants are forcing, keep him till the circulatory cessation takes place. Whether we should do it, I am of the opinion it should not be done, because it is indignity to that particular person who is already dead and gone. And from a public health point of view also, those services, he is blocking a ventilator which can be made available to another person who can probably have a better chance of survival and things like that. So the very professional duty, Dr. Asthana, when individual interest and social interest conflict or public interest conflict, you have to uphold sacrificing the individual interest, the public interest, is it not? So you are not doing that job. But people say, sir, we are helpless. Why you are helpless? Because it is emotionally charged situation. You don't want to put your neck on the chopping board. What needs to be done? So we wrote to Jiva Sarthakate. We met some of the people in the government and they have come out with we drafted the notification. And we very categorically said, more than anything else, it is indignity meted out to the deceased. Keeping him just surviving like that. It is continuing the agony of the survivors also. This should not be done. So this is going to hold the hand of many doctors so that they can confidently, duck under that notification. That notification, I don't know whether it has come or not. I have actually drafted.
Has come, but it's not being practiced.
So
in our hospital, it's been circulated that brain death declaration has to be done for every patient who's unconscious. But the physicians are not aligned.
Okay. So if it is, because I was told, Jiva Sarthakate, I was told, there is some amount of resistance and divergence of opinion within the government before it is notified. Because I did not follow up after that. But what I'm trying to say is, this is the actual, kind of a thing. So I don't want to spend a lot of time on here. And second one is resisting family. See, there are 2 points I'm making. One is, there is no clear enforcement machinery, but left to the skill and management. Because there is a person who has pledged. Right? Perfect documentation. Don't try to be skeptical about that. You are very clear. Okay, the person's organs can be good to retrieve. But the attendants don't allow you. At that time, what do? See, the law's presumption is last wish of the deceased is generally fulfilled in Indian, tradition. So, if I wanted my organs to be retrieved, my son, my daughter, my wife, my kith and kin will never resist that. So, when law was drafted, it is drafted on that basis. But today, what you are seeing is, there is some kind of resistance. At that time, what you do? Of course, unfortunately, we do not have any enforcement mechanism. I can only stop by saying, somehow if you manage to retrieve, you will not be legally held, responsible or liable is what I can say. That means I am trying to tell you, rather than asking the law, you take a call because, in a military jargon we say, everything, plan A, plan B, plan C, everything as a commander-in-chief I have drafted and I have said, Sonalji, you are going to lead the team as far as ground is concerned. So they are under my supervision. But once he hits the land, once he is, once he para-jumps, it is going to be his call, which can even override my call. That is the military approach. So the same military approach we would try to advocate to the doctors and say, you take a call. But somehow you manage to retrieve the organ, you will not be held legally liable because he has already paid, that I can say. But whether you risk your own life for it, you become a martyr, I don't want you to die so that your organs can be retrieved. No. I want you to survive so that you can help many, sort of things. I don't want you to be martyr. I want you to be a patriot who would survive and deliver. That is what I would try to say, right? Then, organ sharing allocation. When you are talking of organ sharing allocation, the allocation must be decided by the state in consultation with networking organization if exists. And the state is under the obligation to allocate the organs reasonably, and this is a priority list. But I wanted to spend 2 minutes and give you 2 very important inputs. Number 1, once the organ is retrieved, you can't really give it to the nearest person, first come, first basis. Because when I don't own the organ, who owns that organ? See, because there has to be ownership at the end of the day. Legally speaking, and otherwise also there has to be ownership established. One part is very clear, you are not the owner, so you can't really, dole it out to anybody you want. Fine. But who owns it? The only alternate when individual doesn't own it, the only alternate is state owns it. It becomes a state property. And once it becomes a state property, state can't simply do it like, its will and wish. It is not a pleasure theory which applies. Oh, I wanted to give it to him, I wanted to give it to X or Y. So that is why there has to be what is called as a reasonable allocation scheme, which satisfies both equity and equality or constitutional, what you call as requirement of state doling out what you call as benefits. So otherwise it is hit by largesse. We use the term largesse. Means, you are unreasonably allocating some resources of the state, then you would be held responsible. That is why they have created this allocation criteria. That is number one. And number two, state, they say prioritization is according to state list, regional list, national list, persons with Indian origin and foreigner. Health is a state subject. Although, because of certain historical reasons, it's a central statute passed, right? It's a state subject. State is 100% autonomous. In the law itself, it is written. State is under obligation to allocate the organs reasonably. That's all. So your noto cannot really say how you need to allocate. Soto cannot say anything. Their job is only a coordinating agency. If there is a surplus unutilized or unutilizable organs, then let it be used by the neighboring state or somebody else. So not even a single organ must go waste when there is such a scarcity. That's all is their job. They cannot administratively control you. They cannot dictate your allocation criteria. Every state government has got its own autonomous right to develop their criteria according to their wish. The only requirement is it has got to be reasonable. It can't be unreasonable. That's all. I hope you are getting my point. This behavior, I said, because in Karnataka, there was a big debate whether we should declare, Jiva Sarthakate as Soto. I said yes. Then are you not contradicting, doctor? On one side you are saying we need to be autonomous, and once we are declared as a Soto, we will become subservient. See, that is a mindset I am trying to fight. Just because you become Soto doesn't mean administratively you come under their control. It's almost like, in today's, legal language, we say the Chief Justice of India or Chief Justice of the High Court is first among the equals. I'm not administratively controllable to him. I will also tell you one more, 30 seconds if you allow me. Justice Sarkaria was there. What happened during those days, Supreme Court actually, appeal against his judgment went to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court full bench, constitutional bench wrote back saying that we are remanding because we feel this is wrongly decided. So we are remanding back the case to High Court of Calcutta, Justice Sarkaria. And we direct the judge on day-to-day basis he should hear, and within 45 days he should complete the process. And he took the file, and he said, appeal is a constitutional process. I decided, they say, I have decided wrongly, they have remanded back the matter to me. Fine, I agree to that. But they can't really dictate, every day today I should hear this. I'm not going to hear, because I am also constitutional functionary like that. That would be an administrative interference. I may take 45 days, or I may take even 6 months. Unless I am satisfied, I am not going to deliver the judgment he wrote. And nobody can change that verdict of Justice Sarkaria even to this date. See, that sort of a behavior is what needs to be demonstrated today at the state level. Otherwise, Noto will slowly, that is why they are today trying to dole out lot of money and things like that, so that administratively they can, because legally they cannot control you. But if they give you money, yes, they can control. But I would say, take money. But at the same time, you say, you can't, just because you have given money doesn't mean I needed to change the protocols and things like that. I have to have. So that sort of a clear distinction you should have. Otherwise, you would probably surrender your autonomy. Like I see, doctors have surrendered their autonomy on platter on many counts. Maybe some other occasion we will talk about that. Right now, I don't want to make this very controversial. Other issues, I said interagency cooperation still needs harmonization. Police department, retrieval centers. So there is a lot of harmonization that is required to be done. I can only say there is no legal hassle as such. It is only people should be able to, shirk out from their lethargic outfit and try to do it. And second one is increase of organ supply should be taken up by the entire society. There are a lot that has been discussed, lot that has been said. I don't want to, lose focus by touching upon that, because it is not just legal. According to me, it is mixed legal. Legal plus societal response. With this, I actually stop, and I think I have taken 5 minutes more time than what was allocated to me. I leave it to Dr. Asthana whether he would allocate a little more time to answer a few of the questions.
Thank you so much, sir. I think obviously questions will be welcome. I'll add a couple of things to what he has said. Firstly, there's a dead donor rule that we all need to follow. That's sort of the basis of all the drain declaration. The donor has to be dead before you can take the organs. Death can be either cardiac or it can be brain death. So that's sort of the basis of our rule. Secondly, for doing brain death testing, the process is very, very well laid out. It is a purely clinical process. Okay. So there are two sets of tests that have to be done by 4 experts independent of the transplant team. These tests have to be administered 6 hours apart. If these tests cannot be administered for some reason, then ancillary tests are prescribed, which can then be used to determine death. Ancillary tests are only relevant when the primary tests that are laid out in the law, cannot be prescribed. Once death is declared, a death certificate is issued, a panchnama is issued. If there's an MLC, at that point, between sort of the police inspection and between the final autopsy is the time we can schedule a retrieval. Now, as Professor Nandimath has very eloquently put it, now there's a challenge. For example, you declare brain death, and suppose the patient's family doesn't want to donate. Now, what do? Can you withdraw the treatment or not? Now, Professor Nandimath's opinion is, of course, that you can, because once you are dead, no? Death is a binary thing. Either you are dead or you're not dead. You cannot be dead for organ donation and not be dead for declaration. But this has not been laid out in law. So for all of us, I'll just put this. The only place where it's actually in law right now is in Kerala, because KNOS has passed a government order which has actually laid out a process by which once brain death declaration is done, suppose even after the family chooses to not donate, you can withdraw care. So in Kerala is the only state in which this statute is actually part of a government order. As Professor Nandimath said, we were part of an effort to try to do this in Karnataka. Hopefully we'll be able to do that soon as well. So currently, if you want to retrieve, because there are people from all over, if you want to refer to this thing, we will share this on the WhatsApp group, the Kerala government order, which allows you to withdraw care after brain death declaration should donation not be possible. There are, of course, other issues. This is a state subject, center doing, so there's always overreach. There's always going to be a little bit of dynamism in this sort of debate. This is always very healthy, but as you said, a walkover is never very healthy, So because states have certain rules, states have certain, evolutionary processes. Jivan Sarthakata existed before NATO, so I think that we have to understand that there's been a history here and it will work in a particular way. Sorry, lots of questions. Yeah.
Sir, one thing you mentioned was that your organs are not yours. It is it belongs to state. So now, where does if it belongs to state, then why the consent of family members if you are pledged? And I would like to know in countries like Spain, what are the laws which has helped them to kind of do these kind of things so easily? And why not those kind of laws can be implemented in India, where as you said, the organs belongs to state, and then the authorities can take decision.
Sir, I answer your question in 2 points. The first one is, when organs do not belong to me, I meant to say the ownership of the organ doesn't lie with me. Once I have decided to donate it. But it cannot be taken as a sweeping kind of a thing, because like, they say organ, certain other, tomorrow the science may develop, like grafting of skin. Even for that matter, whether I require to have a law, etc. Don't try to stretch it logically, but only for, retrieval purposes. Once it is retrieved, I cannot really say whom it can be grafted into. That is what I meant. But you rightly pointed out why, the attendant's consent, etc. is required. It is more of a managerial kind of a thing. Because will you be able to successfully retrieve when they are resisting? That's the question. That is where I said, like, the captain on the ground, it is your call. I might have given you plan A, plan B, plan C, etc. But once you para jump, take your parachute, jump out of the plane, you are on your own. Because it's a covert operation. So you can't expect law and lawyers to come and help you at that precarious. So I say, you take a call. Whether it is okay, not okay. But if it is in between, you play your role. It is not, I won't say you lure them, but you tell them, look here, if I were to be in your position, I would have carried out the last wish of that particular deceased. If there is a, kind of. But if there is no clear pledging documents, then you won't be able to really venture out to that at all. Because it is one who is in charge of the body who is going to allow. This is how permutations and combinations should run in your mind, so that you effectively and efficiently take decisions. So do not you land up, in a conflicting situation, not only with regard to law, but otherwise also. Right, sir? What happened in Spain? My take, purely my take. This confusion in India was created by some early writers on this particular topic. I would not take anybody's name, with due respect to them. They said, opt-in and opt-out kind of a very simple formula, they said. Oh, in India, it is opt-in. So that is why, if they have not opted in, you cannot retrieve. But actually, I'll tell you, you read the law once, twice, 100 times I have read. It only talks of two things. Where I have pledged my organs, you can retrieve. Where I have not pledged, you need to only see whether this person during his lifetime had any aversion to pledging. If it is not there, you can retrieve. So that means, where is this opt-in process comes in? This is a confusion some people created, and we are suffering because of that. Spain did not have that kind of a prejudice, that's all. See, this is where I say your confidence, I would be guided by your confidence, not by your meekness to comply with the law blindly. See, I want you to be the, that is where I said, comply with the law and even contribute to the legal reforms. That is where we needed to shake hands, we needed to develop that kind of a confidence, so that government says, when doctor is so confident, why the hell I should bother? I will support him. I hope I have answered your question, sir. Sir, you wanted to say.
May I think it's the first time I've seen a legal expert speak to doctors about being catalyst for legal reform. It's really wonderful to hear. But while we can comply with law and be the catalyst, we're not in the army. And we need a third component, which is protection, which is not there. So there is a bit of double speak. So I don't know how we get around that issue. The issue that you've raised just now, which is crucial, because even in the UK that used to be an opt-in, for the sake of a 9-year-old boy has changed the nation's standing on this and reversed Parliament to have now UK as an opt-out based on a 9-year-old's campaign. In India, where we are having loss of so many donated organs, even though they are meager in number, there is no reason, I don't think, why you cannot go, without having to opt out, go from a soft to a hard opt-in. I see 80-year-olds in India managing OTPs on their phone very well. So I don't see why, if I wish to donate my organs, I register online, I get you as my brother and as my best friends to be my advocates. You will get a notice saying, so-and-so is wishing this. Are you confirming? You put your OTPs, it becomes a completely hard opt-in that no family, if you've had that discussion, can opt you out of. And that will then save so many more organs. The final thing I wanted to touch on, is the withdrawal of life support, which is very difficult in India as it stands, because while some units have, for example, in Gujarat, managed to do this for kidney transplants, it is not really practiced because there's a lack of transparency in law as far as we medics and our institutions see it. Because there is no prescription in terms of, if you withdraw, how long are you going to wait for the no-touch time, which varies from 2 minutes to half an hour in Russia, 20 minutes in Italy. When I do DCD practicing abroad for hearts and lungs, and I give this talk in Italy, the professor of ethics and the lawyers will say, I'm practicing euthanasia. So we need much more legal protection to be able to enact something that would provide so many more organs, because every lama, or 90% of the lamas leaving the hospital, are donors under the withdrawal of life support in a controlled fashion.
Sir, I have no answer as such to what you said, because I agree. But I will actually add to what gentleman has just now said. He started by complimenting me. I take it as a compliment. He said, for the first time I'm seeing a lawyer. Look here, that is what I try to say. I look at law from a two aspects. I try to look at law as not tool of a dispute resolution like traditional lawyers look, because I'm an academic lawyer, sir. With my 20 years of hobnobbing with health law, with my everyday specialization in this subject, I try to look at law as a tool of effective decision making and strategic decision making. And I try to really say how law can be read to facilitate best practices, hold the hands of those who wants to save lives, rather than starting with the doubt, oh, if these people are given little liberty, they will create mischief. How we start looking at law as a strategic enabling tool. Even if you really look at HOTA, although we talk it as act, it's a law, it is basically to facilitate transplantation activity in a regulated fashion. That is why I 100% agree with you. Look, the change needs to be constantly attempted to bring in. And who tries to bring in? As you said, sir, 9-year-old can put some kind of sense into the head of the parliament, as it happened in UK. It can happen by me, it can happen by you, it can happen by every. So it should become everybody's business to think. And last and the least, whatever you said, okay, why can't we really create some kind of automated opt-in kind of a thing? Don't expect law to bring that kind of a change and give it in platter. That is not going to happen in India because of its magnitude, size, and politics and things like that. What happens in Italy can't happen here. Or probably what doesn't happen in entire Europe can happen in one night. If it is something like building or demolishing of a shrine, kind of a thing, it can happen. Nowhere happens in the world, but it can happen overnight. But when it comes to certain other things, it may not happen at all. But can I wait eternally so that the change happens? Can I be so naive? I would rather say, don't even from today itself. You read my text, I don't use the word opt in and opt out. We shut it out. Because my law is sufficient to give me the opportunity to retrieve wherever I have the opportunity. See, that is where we need to be little more, sort of proactive ourselves. Otherwise, sir, I'm hopeful that, lawyers and lawmakers are quite positive to bring you the change. But the pace probably would not happen in India.
I've got a question. Now, once a brain death declaration is done and they win consent for donation, the family very often says, but we have no money to pay the bill. So the donor needs maintenance. So the way we help out is that donor's bill, the hospital takes care of, because they're going to get a donation and is passed on to the recipient. Is that legal or not?
Sir, this is probably the first question, luckily for me, I have got, where I can be very, very categorical and say, this is not legal in India, because it can be defined, or it comes under the ambit of commercialization. So if you ask that question again in a different way to me, so how law can help? I would say until we change the law, until we tinker the law to that effect, it is the government which owns, because ultimately who is going to own the organs? Organ is going to be owned by the state. That's what I said. So the state should foot that particular expenditure. Because they have decided there is absolutely no commercialization which we are going to. So once the person is brain dead, the attendants say, our lookout is over, we can't really foot any bill. So who is going to maintain? If you maintain, you are actually doing it as a pro bono, which you can't support, you cannot do, then the state has to step in and do it.
So 2 points here. Once brain death is declared, then you are within your rights to maintain an organ. Because the patient has died, you cannot bill for a dead patient in a hospital. And the patient's vitals are only being kept, going for the purposes of organ donation for helping other people. So at that point, after the second declaration is done, I think there's no controversy. The challenge is in what happens before that. Now, I'll just finish that, the second point. The second point is that there is money actually put aside through the National Organ Transplant Program, what Dr. Anil told you, 1 lakh for donor maintenance. In 7 years, it has not been paid out even for a single donor. Okay. The question that I was asking him was that, is the process flawed? The challenge is that so far we have, although there are a lot of good intentions, we have not managed to make the rubber hit the road there, because there is money for this. Unfortunately, we have not been able to, get it delivered to where it's needed.
I've understood that. There's another catch here. Now, they have agreed for donation. There's some cost of maintenance, which is okay, not much. But there's a pending bill. There's a pending bill, say, of neurosurgery, 1 lakh. And the family very category says, we'll donate, but we're not paying that bill. Now what?
See, that any which ways, I'll tell you. Sir, of course, you may hate me now, all of a sudden. I'll tell you. See, forget about, you separate two things. That will help you. One is organ transplantation, retrieval, etc. you separate. You have some bill of the patient who is already dead, which is outstanding. How you can recover it? The legal answer, if you ask, pure legal answer is, you have to only recover it by maintaining a suit. That's all. Civil suit, which you will fight for 8 years, 10 years, something like that, and recover. There is no way you can keep the dead body, etc. You cannot really take anything, because it has nothing to do with the retrieval. I hope.
No, it has everything to do with retrieval, because if that bill is not sorted out, they will say we are not doing it.
No, that's fine, sir. What I would say is it's a slippery slope, don't go there. Okay, don't go there. It's a slippery slope, don't go there. It may be 1 lakh, it may be 5 lakh, it may be 10 lakh, just don't go there. Yeah. So this booklet that you've all got actually has the prescribed things for the HOTA, what needs to be done for organ retrieval. It has a copy of all the geos we've talked about. I've shared the latest Kerala geo on the WhatsApp group as well, which hopefully helps you in direction as a nodal officer in your SOTO as well. So thank you so much, sir. Thank you very much. So Professor Nandimat is always very exciting because he raises more questions than answers, and that's the sign of a very, very good talk. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Have a great day.
So the next talk, as we all know by now, this is a controversial topic. Hopefully everyone's woken up. You know that there's a lot to talk about in the legal parts as well. So we have Lejamal Joseph, who is the Chief Transplant Coordinator for JSK in Karnataka, and we know that Karnataka actually has been a bit of a rock star this year when it comes to organ donation. We actually are leading the country in organ donation this year, and a big hand to ourselves from Karnataka, right? So Lija is going to talk about the process of flow of organ donation in Karnataka, what's actually worked here. And more importantly, one of her briefs is also to talk to surgeons, to tell them what a coordinator expects from them. Because you'll be getting calls in the middle of the night, you'll get angry at coordinators, you'll shout at them. Please don't do that. And also, she'll explain to you what exactly is the information that you should be asking for the coordinators, what information should you be communicating to the coordinators, so that we can streamline this process of organ allocation.
Thank you, sir. First of all, thank you so much for the opportunity for me to come here and then talk about the process flow of organ donation in Karnataka. So just to come to the point that, what we expect from the retrieval team, that I'll quickly go through the, what all the steps which is involved, because these are the tremendous work that we do back and forth. And identification is the first step, where in which it is the start of identification of a potential donor, is the start of everything. But the rest of the work is like, it is a back and forth. You can't never expect that, which comes first. So first is donor identification. Second is the empaneled doctors should perform the first set of brain death certification and declare that the patient is brain dead. Then comes the break the news to the family. And once we have that, just inform Jeeva Sarthakade in this number, 9548006768. That time, when whoever is the coordinator who is informing the Jeeva Sarthakade, they should provide us with the name of the potential donor, age, sex, blood group, inform that whether it is an MLC or a non-MLC, and reason for the brain death. And just in case, if you have done the grief counseling and the family needed the body back at a particular timing, just inform us. This is very, very important, the cremation timing, because we plan everything according to the wish and will of the family members, the donor family members. We actually work backward. If they say that we need to give the body back at 10 a.m. tomorrow, so our target is like 9 a.m. When we inform the retrieval team, we tell that it is 9 a.m. that we have to give the body back to the family members. So we have 1 hour in our hand, just to make sure that there is no hiccups happening. Because in transplant, we can't predict what unexpected things that we are going to see at any point of time. So then OT timing schedule based on the family member's concern. Declaration of brain death happens. And Dr. Sonal Asthana has already told us who all have to be doing the brain death certification. And this is just to make sure that familiarize all of you with the forms that which we are using for brain death certification. It is form number 10. It looks like this, and these are the these two RMP nominated form of this one and this one. These are the two empaneled doctors. This you will be getting it when you are applying for the license. So these are the hospital, the other two are this portion, the hospital in charge, and this is the treating doctor. These are the two administrative signatures, and these two are the two empaneled signatures which is necessary in the form number 10. And then comes the grief counseling and written consent. We have to take it in Karnataka. Jeeva Sarthakade coordinators are going to the donor hospital, and they are the one who are supposed to take the written consent. And this is the form which we are using in, to get the written consent from the family members. And we need to specify that what all organs they are, the family members are agreeing for organ donation. As a retrieval surgeon, what you have to check is you have to check for this form number 10, form number 8, and if it is a MLC case, check for the police intimation. Police intimation, that template that I will show you next. So this is the police intimation template that we use. This is nothing which actually says that we have done the declaration, first declaration, second declaration, and the family has come forward for organ donation. And these are the specific organs they have consented for organ donation. So check before you get into the OT and before you touch the donor. Please see that whether the family has agreed for the particular organ that you are going to retrieve. So it should be specifically written here. See, here you can't see actually, heart or heart walls, lungs, kidneys, pancreas, liver, eyes and corneas. So specify that which all organs are consented. You need to check that. That is one of the mandatory thing we have to check. The procedure after brain death declaration, JSK coordinators, what all the things we are doing, written consent from the family, intimation to the police station, and contact the organ advisory committee for the viability of the organs. So this is very, very important because the people who are working in Jeevasataka, they are not doctors. We are all social workers. So we take the basic information from the donor hospital and we discuss with the organ advisors. And then we see that whether these organs are viable. When the organ advisors say that it is a viable organ, then we start allocating, at least the temporary allocation of organs will happen. Then according to the advisories advice that we start activating recipients for various organs. Then we will confirm the OT timing for organ retrieval. And remember this here, this organ retrieval, it's not only one team. See, if it is every organ belongs to the donor hospital, not a problem. But what if you are sharing the organ with other people, especially with other state, then there is controversies, because controversies of interest is also there. Because the domestic person wanted at a particular time, they wanted to cross clamp and other things, but we need to think about optimal utilization of organs, and that is where then we have to work it out. So depending on everybody's, whoever is the retrieval team which is coming for that particular organ donation, we have to confirm an OT timing after discussing with all of them. That part the JSK coordinators will do, but every surgeons have to stick to the OT timing. Then we will be informing the retrieval teams about the OT timing. Then we'll see that the package of organs and everything is done very correctly. And if there is any a lack of sterile eyes or the HTK solution or whatever the solution that you are going to use it for that particular retrieval, if it is not there, adequate amount or quantity is not available, you have to inform the coordinators well in advance so that they can help you out in getting all those facilities. Then allocation of organs according to the priority we'll be allocating, and lastly that we'll be doing the PM in case of a medical legal case. And in Karnataka, we are blessed that we can do the PM inside the donor hospital. So when we are intimating the police, we will be saying that the retrieval time is that at this particular timing, and that is the timing that we are expecting the accident site police people to come for the PM. So just for understanding that one thing, any hospital licensed for a transplant of any single organs can retrieve all organs, but transplant to be done only at those particular licensed centers. If you have one license, you can retrieve everything, but you can't transplant, okay? But wherever that particular organ license is there, you can transplant it. This also you need to understand as a retrieval surgeon. And the next thing is we have to think about what is the logistics that you are going to use. It is a challenge, and cross-clamping time is a challenge. If there is flight or domestic flight or chartered flight schedule is there. So retrieval surgeons have to say that this is your flight timing and everything to the JSK coordinators well in advance so that they can help you out with the green corridor. And if there is airport authorities are involved, we have to inform well in advance so that they make the green channel inside the airport also. Then the last thing is the postmortem, and we have to give the body back to the family members. This is just a flowchart information of the donation process. So what all things that have covered. Information to the first thing that we will be informing to the organ advisors. There is availability of the potential donor and the clinical details. And what we do, the next thing is alert to the groups via email or SMS to the different groups. We have a heart, lungs, kidney, liver, sender group and transplant coordinators group. So we will be sending all this information to the group. Then information to the TTK blood bank for sample collection, circulation of donor data form with clinical details. Then we will be doing the offers, organ offer, the tentative organ offer, offer to the in-house donor, and just in case, if a donor is from a NTORC center, first organ offer is always to the emergency listed patient. If the emergency listed patient is not there, the next chance is for the multi-organ. Multi-organ is not there means next is single rota. Single rota is, we in Karnataka, what we follow is alphabetical order of the hospital. And this is what we do it in Karnataka. And this is what I wanted to focus more, what the coordinators are expecting from the retrieval surgeon. One thing is like meet the time expectation of the donor family in handing over the body. I told you in the beginning itself that we work in a reverse order, wherein which we put target of when we want the body to be given back to the family members. So meet the time expectation of the donor family in handing over of the body. Next one is retrieval team should maintain a healthy conversation with the donor management team. Why I put this point over here is I have seen that when some retrieval team wanted to adjust any kind of the fluid or any kind of ventilator settings or anything, so you need to check with the intensivist team over there. You can't just like that, because here in Karnataka what we do is we permit that retrieval team to come and assess the donor. One team can assess the donor. And when you assess it, if you want to change any ventilator setting or something, don't touch without informing the donor hospital intensivist team. It is not going to be healthy, because we have seen that it disputes. So that is one thing that I wanted to tell, that retrieval team should maintain a healthy conversation with the donor management team. Organ screening by other hospital is permitted one time, and the reports to be shared in general. Why? Because every time we can't permit every potential retrieval sender to come and do the assessment again and again. Always aim at the optimal usage of organs. And why I'm saying this one is like, when a sender is having a heart, lung and kidney license, and they don't have a liver, okay, and the liver sender have to come from a very long distance, and you have some sort of difficulty in managing the donor family and stuff like that. The donor hospital, anyway, they are getting their own licensed organ, so they rush. So, but try and see, when you are counseling the donor family, try and see for the optimal usage of organs. So, and always it is the retrieval surgeons have to pay attention for the optimal usage of organs. And another thing is that every state has a different organ allocation policy. So I have seen that people who has practiced in some other state is coming to our state, and then they force us to say that this is not the practice that we have done in our state. You have to do it in this way. No, it is like organ allocation policy is different in different state. Another thing is that organ acceptance or declining status have to confirm within 45 minutes. Because every time that when we are offering this organ to somebody, what happens is like every hospital is taking 1 hour, 2 hour, 3 hour, means we can't give the body back to the family members in the promised time. So always say that whether you are going to take it or you are not going to take it in 45 minutes time. Next thing is cross-clamping time to be tentatively worked up before the retrieval. In case of organ sharing, out of station to match with the flight charter and in-house patient arrival. Another thing is always have your backup patient ready, because you never know. You never know whether your recipient is going to, develop a fever or high BP or something like that in the last minute. So always you have to have your backup patient ready. And any concerns during the retrieval transplant has to be addressed to the specific organ advisory committee through JSK team. This is what the healthy things that we do it in here. So is this retrieval going to be very smooth? No. We are going to face challenges. Challenges means so many challenges. But how we can overcome all these things? It is a team effort of all this, family ICU, transplant team, police, media, religious leaders, social workers, and government. Ultimately, this is a teamwork. So we are all instrument in gifting the life to somebody and then make somebody's life shine. Thank you. Any question?
Okay. Little bit about your organization, Jeevan Sadhika. We are not aware of that because we are.
Sorry.
Jeevan Sadhika, the background to Jeevan Sadhika.
So Jiva Sarthakade is the nodal agency here in Karnataka. We are, now that it is registered as a society. And we are the one who is maintaining all that pledges. We have two kind of waiting lists wherein which donor pledges are there. Another one is the waiting list of the recipient who is waiting for different organs. So, and whenever there is a donation happens, this potential donor is identified, that time we will be the one who is going to the donor hospital and getting the written consent, and the allocation of the organs also we are taking care of it. So maintaining the registry, allocation of the organs, and those are the main things.
No, I just wanted to congratulate JSK again. Not only is it the rock group and huge donations, and clearly, Lija, you're the Lady Gaga driving this thing, and it's phenomenal to see. I just had a couple of questions. One thing I'd like to dispel is the myth that retrieval teams need to go to the donor to then decide on a match. Absolutely wrong. They should never go. If the matching is already done by virtue of the basic metrics provided by Lija's outfit. So it should never happen that you go there and say, oh, it doesn't match anymore. The function may not be viable. The functional, you may turn it down or pass it on. But you cannot say that it doesn't match my recipient. You've wasted the opportunity for another unit to come and transplant. Now, you mentioned that the different agencies have different policies and so on. Is there no way we can try to get to some sort of standardized policies and protocols, given it's not rocket science, it's all written? And finally, one comment, please, on the ability of people to manage these patients in different hospitals varies enormously. To one or two places which are fantastic, they stick to the books. For us in heart and lung, it is desperately important because fluid kills the lungs, inert vasopressors kills the heart, and yet many patients have got central lines that are not transduced. So why isn't it being transduced? And why can't we get central lines in to manage these patients properly?
So I really can't answer that question, but honestly, that all the retrieval centers, if you have any requirement, please place that requirement with the donor hospital intensivist team. When you are coming to the hospital, please don't. I have seen that. I have seen in my career that there are a lot of dispute wherein which we have literally, have to say that, sir, if this is the case, that we will not be able to allocate the organs to you. That much rudely that we have to, tell them. So please place your request with the intensivist team and intensivist, and then we do have a, donor management team also. By order, government order, that we have a brain dead certification team, wherein which we have 3 people identified and who can actually manage the donor. They don't have to come to the donor hospital, but over the phone call, that they will help the intensivist of that particular hospital to manage and maintain the donor. So that way.
Yeah, I mean, just to follow up on that, your second point first, because as you correctly say, donations are happening in smaller cities, smaller hospitals, and it may be the only donation that year in that particular hospital. So the intensivists may not know how to manage that. In Karnataka, we have solved that problem by having a management committee, a donor management sort of advisory board, which has got intensivists who are trained in this. As you correctly said, there are SOPs. There are SOPs that are then shared with the government hospital. They're available on the web, but we have them in the state as well. They can run based on which organs are being utilized. So a couple of things here. Communication, that's the biggest thing that we've heard today. Communicate, coordinators communicate to you about a patient. We have a standardized form of communication about donor forms, what donor details are required. So based on that, most of us should be able to make an educated decision on whether we are using the organ or not. Okay. So communicate that to the coordinators in an appropriate time. Communicate with the treating hospital or the doctors, and in a civil way, because that's sort of the part that usually is lacking, because ultimately you have to talk to people, talk to colleagues who may not be doing this every day, So this is something that we have to do well. And more importantly, teams have to communicate with each other, because that is something that's happening more and more. You have heart teams, lung teams, pancreas teams coming together, and each one is obviously, focused and driven. And so basically what I tell everybody is keep your elbows in, right? Just talk to each other, work with each other, because we are all responsible for making sure that as many organs can be used as possible. This may mean delaying a start time because a team is getting in late. This may mean whatever is based on the wishes of the family. But we have to work with each other. So that, because it's not just I'm responsible for the liver and the liver's used and the rest of it is not my problem. It's not that way. We are all responsible to making sure that as many organs can be used as possible. Okay? So a big round of applause for Tejajit for making all this work.
In our center, we are licensed for the kidney transplant, and we have started recently doing that. Now we are planning for deceased donor also. We don't have infrastructure right now for retrieval of heart, lung, and the liver. So if we go in for a retrieval, can we just take the kidneys and leave the other organs, and would we face any questions from?
No, I mean, you don't need a lot of infrastructure for retrieving organs. Most organ retrievals are done in relatively small hospitals. So basically what happens, the way it's supposed to work is that once you say you have a donor in Jammu, right? You say that the donor has agreed to donate liver, kidney, pancreas, heart and lung. So it goes to your SOTO. SOTO says, okay, fine, we accept the kidneys, but don't accept the other organs. Then it goes to your ROTO. ROTO says we accept liver, but we don't accept heart and lungs. Then it goes to NOTO, and it is nationally allocated. Now the team it may be picked up by a team in Chennai, for example, or in Hyderabad, right? Or in Bangalore. So now the team in Bangalore says, well, we accept this. Now it is their responsibility to get there and retrieve the organs. Okay? So that's how the system is designed. Yes. And I mean, the point that she was making was very, very well made. Yes. No, you can retrieve any organ. Yeah. Yeah, but you can do. You have to share it, but the important thing is to communicate these to the coordinators in time so that they can escalate it to the ROTO, SOTO, NOTO fast. Otherwise, we don't lose time.
So what I want to know was that if somebody does not circulate, are you liable for any prosecution? Like, if I just go and take kidneys, I want my kidneys to. So somebody has to come from Chennai. Maybe by the time the donor might not agree.
So that is the reason that we start working from what is the time that we need to give the body back to the family members. From there, we are working backward.
Is there a legal implication
No.
if he doesn't take other organs?
But
So there's only one hard line here. What time does the patient's family want the body back? Okay, that's the only hard line that we have, because if the patient family, you can negotiate with them. They might say that we can request them, and whatever is in our sort of means to do so. But if the patient's family wants the body back by 1, then it's 1 o'clock. So that's that is the basic thing that we followed in Karnataka. And if we are able to retrieve organs within that time, then we do that. Unfortunately, if the patient's family doesn't agree, they say that we have a long way to travel, then there isn't much you can do about that. You want to say?
Just one thing on that very issue, because that's first on your list, is to keep time with the family's wishes.
Yeah.
And yet, elsewhere, that is not at the top of the list, because the point is in counseling to leverage their altruistic wish to donate and therefore convert as many organs as possible to transplantation. And in the context here of an offer occurring immediately after brainstem death testing, you are still in this brainstem death phase where some of the organs are not going to be at their best. So is there mileage, Lydia, in the counseling to buy more time to say, listen, you're not having to worry about money, this is all being taken care of, but your wish to try and give as many organs as possible might take an extra day or two because we want to place all the organs for transplantation. So do you think there is somehow we can get to making this family directive a little bit more flexible, which I find out from, I realize from the Spanish model that the counseling is very much at the core of gaining that flexibility?
Sir, it's very easy to ask this question because I have done counseling with the donor family. I know that what they are undergoing. And we are approaching the family members when at their most difficult time. It is good that they are even considering organ donation as an option. They are considering, and plus or minus 1 or 2 hours that we might get it from the family members, but not more than that. We can't ask for a day or 2 or something like that. Maximum is like what, plus or minus 2 hours. That's it. From my experience that I'm telling.
Hello. Quick question. So in the forms, consent forms, you mentioned the various organs that were going to be retrieved and consented by the family. So the liver and the kidney and the pancreas teams always retrieve the blood vessels along with the organs concerned because they are required for reconstruction. Do you mention blood vessels in the form?
No, we don't.
Is it essential, sir?
Ideally you should, but actually technically it gets covered under tissue and it's used for, the purported use is to actually facilitate the transplant of the organs.
Yeah.
So that's how we get around that. But in the sort of normal scheme of things, you should mention that really. So.
Because most of the time when we go, they say that the form has already been uploaded onto the government website. So now we can't add it. So, but we say the same thing because it is part of the same organ retrieval, so we retrieve the blood vessels.
So it's important to facilitate that organs implant, no? So for that purpose, I think it shouldn't be a big problem. Yashwant.
Hi, sir. So one more just point to be added in consenting process. Back in UK when we wanted to retrieve, for every additional incision made on the donor, we need to take consent, like putting a cruciate incision or putting a midline incision. So is there anything like that in our Indian this thing that we can extend our incision or we can modify our approach?
No. Usually
going into the groin or clamping for that.
There's no such thing. There have been certain specific requests we've had in Canada, for example, in a burial, somebody wanted them to be buried in a dress that sort of revealed the neck. So they had requested us not to make a thoracic incision. And we respected that. But those are usually individual family decisions. We do not ask for a specific consent in India.
It should be in your protocol steps.
Yes.
Just a quick question. So you keep mentioning that the primary factor which decides retrieval is the time at which we need to give the body back to the patient. So is there a provision wherein you go ahead and retrieve the organs anyway, even though your allotment is still pending? Is that an option or is there a precedent for that which has happened before? In the sense that you retrieve it and then you worry about allocation. Is that something that is possible?
No. From the time that we have the first alert comes, we have 6 hours. So all the temporary allocation that we have been done already. Just that since transplant is a activity wherein which small activities are involved, and then we can't predict what is going to happen the next time. Suppose the day before yesterday we had a donor. Everything was fine, and then liver was in the last minute the recipient developed a fever, and then we couldn't take it for that particular one. So then that actually cost us another 1 hour or 2 hours more. So this happens. That is the reason that we always said. But the transplant coordinator never say the correct timing to the retrieval surgeon. When we say that 10 o'clock, remember that
That's smart.
we have 2 hours in our hand, so that we actually match up.
So that's smart. That's smart.
Hey, forget it here only. When you leave this room, you should forget this. Because that is what where we start from, where the donor family, when the donor family wants the body back, we should work backward, and at the same time, we should aim at the optimal usage of organs too.
Dr. Suhas, you are very futuristic. I appreciate. Tomorrow we are going to get a stage where, going by the trend, we may have to retrieve the organ and wait for them to tell, okay, where it is to be given. That stage is going to come.
It will not.
Your futuristic point.
It's a very good point, actually, and I'll tell you why. Because if we go to a point where there are retrieval teams for organs, and in fact, there are many surgeons in the US, for example, that do nothing but just retrieve organs, specifically for units or an OPO. We're getting to the point where soon, within the next 5 years, just about every single donated organ is going to be put into a machine. So we are going to get to a point where 1 or 2 centers, because of the costs and the expertise required, will become the regional retrieval center that banks, stores organs on machines, and then with the time in hand, allocates them appropriately to anywhere in the country. So I see that actually happening.
See, the futuristic step government has already taken, where they have given the non-transplant retrieval license to 17 centers in the state, which itself says that tomorrow a stage may come, there can be 17 donations in one day itself. All centers can have one organ. So you have a point, sir, that yes, a stage would come. So as Dr. Suhas, you are very futuristic. We will have to think beyond this what we are doing. Thank you.
I think part of the mandate of why this program also started was to develop a retrieval cadre, of surgeons who can retrieve. If, for example, we are stuck and, we need to retrieve, if we're not able to travel to Belgaum or Hubli in a timely fashion, if there are surgeons available who have the skills and expertise to retrieve, an organ is not wasted. And that is certainly part of why we've been doing this for the last 6-7 years, and hopefully we move towards that as well.
So another point for Lijamol, what she says, the relatives regarding the time. Now there is some talk about conducting 2 apnea tests. Like, why do you do the second one? There is some controversy regarding that.
Now there is no controversy. There's no controversy.
Whether we should do the second one?
No, this is the law. This is laid down in our constitution.
No, it is a law. But now people are telling whether really it is required, the second one. If the first one is showing hardly anybody, you will see that second one, anybody has become, certainly not brain dead.
So that's right. I mean,
there has not been even one incidence proved like that. So this is an arbitrary kind of time which has been given. And there are questions. I attended a conference in PGI recently. They were just thinking about kind of getting around or, making changes in the law, that the second one, is it mandatory or not?
No, I think that that is a separate discussion actually about, this is, but for the purpose of this workshop, we need to know what is the law right now so that we don't go to jail, right? So that's like the two sets of brainstem deaths, 6 hours apart by people who are not involved with transplantation. There have to be 4 doctors. One is intensive treating the son, and one is the head of the hospital that's actually, science document. So those are the critical parts. You're right, and there are certain special circumstances, pediatrics and so on and so forth. We'll not get into that right now. Regarding allocation, very quickly, we actually have Dr. Mettu Srinivas Reddy with us here, who's the head of liver transplantation at Global. He's actually designed the national liver allocation policy, and we are moving towards more standardized allocation across the country. Hopefully that will be taken by professional bodies rather than by national and state level bodies. hopefully we can talk about that a little later. We are, in true form, we are running really late. So I'd like to invite Shri Randeep ji, who's the Commissioner Health and Family Welfare right now. As we've mentioned, Karnataka has done exceptionally well this year. It would not be possible without the unstinted support of the administration. So I think that he deserves a big round of applause. He's very kindly consented to come and start this program.
Thank you, one and all. It's a great occasion to be part of. In fact, I was telling Dr. Sonal that I may not be an appropriate person to address all of you because I'm neither a doctor nor have much experience in organ transplantation. But whatever I've seen of my team, which they have been tirelessly working over the last year, one has to give due credit in terms of the odd work hours, the odd kind of times. Probably it's one of the toughest proposition to deal with a family when they're grieving the loss of a loved one, and to ask at that point of a time whether they would be willing to donate the organs. I think that's the toughest job on earth, and due credit for the team, for my team, for doing that. And due credit to the team of doctors who are involved in this entire process. Karnataka, of course, as it was mentioned, Jivasarthakate predates even the NOTO. We, of course, have asked formal recognition from NOTO, from the Government of India, for Soto Karnataka, and we have been assured that it's on the way. That would kind of formalize the whole setup, and we would largely fit in the overall hierarchy. Apart from this, we have zones they called, right? 4 zones presently in Karnataka. Mysore also has been added as the 5th zone. We probably will have representatives from Government of India coming as and when we announce that. We're planning a series of training programs. As it was mentioned, all our district hospitals are now non-transplant organ retrieval centers. Probably for the first time we can proudly say that, and a bit more of media hype is required to make people aware of this. Recently we celebrated the International Organ Transplant Day in a grand manner. In fact, for the first time we had the Honorable CM and the Honorable Health Minister at the grand steps of Vidhan Saudha. We had a program highlighting the importance of organ donation. We had none less than the Honorable Chief Minister, the Health Minister, Honorable Chief Secretary of Government of Karnataka, all pledging their organs on that stage. And that kind of sent a very strong message to everybody that this is not something that is taboo. This is something that in the normal course each one of us should do. I mean, I was hearing the technical debate on opt-in and opt-out. I mean, I personally would say that unless one explicitly, it should be the other way around. Unless one explicitly say that I have an aversion, I don't want to, I need to register and say I don't want to pledge my organs. It needs to be the other way around, and as a matter of fact, we need to accept that this is the way of life, and giving life to somebody beyond one's life is I think one of the noblest acts, and it should become a way of life in the coming days. We have certain issues to be addressed in the state, some coordination issues. We are working on that in terms of funding, how to create a larger IEC platform to create larger awareness and bring in better coordination for the whole process. So that is something that we have been doing. Of course, Lijamol has explained the entire process of our team and what coordination we require from the hospitals. It's great to have such session. I'm told this is the 9th such event, seventh such event that you've been having. Always great to exchange ideas. All of you are the brightest minds that we have, and in whatever way Karnataka can benefit from this in the coming days, and hope we get some formal recognition from NOTO and Government of India also in the coming days that will inspire us to work better and deliver whatever we are aiming. So thank you again for having me at this event. I need to rush to attend to my office duties, but very happy that this 2-day session is happening right here in Bangalore, and my team members would be around, and hopefully there are learnings for us to adopt in the coming days. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We are aware that we've taken a lot of your time. We'd just request you to light the lamp as is customary. The course directors, please join us, sir. Just inviting some of our external faculty. They're all dear friends who take time out to come for this course. Really appreciate it. Thank you again. Yes. Thank you. You can continue. Thank you so much, Andeep for sharing those words with us. We'll move on with the program as we are running a little late. The next talk is by Dr. Srinivas Reddy. He's going to talk to us about principles of organ preservation. He is the chief of liver transplantation at Clinicals Global Hospital in Chennai. Like I said, he's also a tireless advocate for organ donation. He's done much to promote organ donation in the country.
Thank you, Sana. I'd like to thank Dr. Sonal Asthana for inviting me for this course. I was just thinking, I mean, if we knew that there was so much of PSM involved in transplant surgery, I don't know how many of us would have gone into this field. Yeah. So probably the first sciencey talk of the day, I think. No, I'll take them. So I'm going to talk about organ preservation. Primarily, some of the basics, the science behind it, and where we are right now. Organ preservation is now a big deal in transplantation research and the business of transplantation. Now that the new machines have come, and it's big business actually for a lot of companies, and there's a lot of work going on, sponsored by these companies. So what is organ preservation and why? Organ preservation simply is putting the organ in a state where it can remain viable until it is transplanted into the patient. And it also allows time for the preparation of the recipient, organizing the logistics of retrieval and transportation and laboratory testing. And it's been considered as the supply line for organ transplantation. Now, when we look at the history of organ preservation, even though there's been a lot of work on in the lab, particularly by Alexis Carrel, preserving organs, small organs, outside the body for days together. The first transplant, the first successful clinical transplant, which was a homo transplantation between identical twins, they did not use any organ preservation. The kidney was taken out from the donor. 3 minutes later, the implantation was started in the recipient. The total time of ischemia was 1 hour 22 minutes. And actually, this was how most of the early transplants were done. Nothing actually was done to preserve these organs because theater was the next door, and they were all living donor kidneys. Now, as transplantation became more and more successful, started having problems because the kidneys would not work. And especially once started having cadaveric transplants, a lot of these organs would not work or will take a long time to work. And the reason is what is called the ischemia reperfusion injury, where you take the kidney out take an organ out from the body, there's loss of blood supply, and then it starts a chain of events within the organ, within the cells of the organ, which make the cells non-viable. So these include, the first thing obviously is the blood supply is cut off, there's no more oxygen, there's no more nutrients, the normal aerobic respiration stops, and anaerobic metabolism sets in, so that's just glycolysis. There is increasing acidosis in the cell because of accumulation of acid byproducts. There is loss of ATP production. So the main thing that keeps the cell in its shape is we know that the sodium potassium ATPase pump, and that keeps pumping sodium out of the cells so that the cell remains in the size it needs to be. Once the pump fails, sodium starts leaking in, along with the water gets in, the cells get swollen up, and then the injury starts. Along with this, there is increased accumulation of reactive oxygen species because of the metabolites which are accumulating in the cells. The problem actually gets worsened when the organ gets reperfused. When the organ gets reperfused, there is a sudden inflow of oxygen into the organ, and that actually accentuates the production of free radicals, causing a lot of injury. There's also what is called a no reflow phenomenon. So once the organ is out of the body, the microvasculature shuts down. So when you reperfuse the organ, a lot of the blood vessels don't actually open up to get the blood in. So the organ gets warmed, but a lot of the tissues don't get the oxygen. So because of which there's continuing ongoing warm ischemia. So this combination of ischemia reperfusion injury leads to a lot of organ injuries and can cause a lot of graft failures. Now, so how do we counter this ischemic reperfusion injury? We need to reduce the metabolic activity of the cell, so the production of these metabolites is decreased. We need to reduce cellular swelling. We need to minimize mitochondrial injury, and we need to again reduce the reactive oxygen species. And at the same time, we need to try and maintain at least a little bit of aerobic respiration, so that at least the pumps work. The cells don't need to repair, don't need to regenerate, but at least if the pumps work, the morphology of the cells is maintained. And then we need to maintain the integrated microcirculation, so your reflow phenomenon doesn't happen. So the vascular network is open when the reperfusion starts. Now, so this was a report by Thomas Tarsal. Now this was almost 8 years after the first kidney transplantation with the identical twins was done. But actually this report is interesting not because it was another report of identical twin transplantation, but because of the issues that Tarsal discusses in the discussion part. So, he says that most of these transplants, the success is related to the ischemia time. And then he also mentions what all steps they took to try and minimize the risk of injury. So maximum speed of reconstitution, so a fast reconstruction. They actually subject the donor patient to moderate hypothermia so that the organ remains cool to decrease injury. And most importantly, the donor was actually given a dose of heparin just before the organ was clamped and taken out to prevent clotting in the blood. So these are all very important principles. For us, it's very logical now. We think, okay, what's the big deal in this? But at that point, probably he was the first person who actually looked at all the previous literature of all the case reports of homotransplant and then picked out things which worked in each case and then combined all of them together to come up with a logical way of preserving these organs for a significant amount of time. And when you look at the first liver transplantation series by Tarsal, again, he talks about how these organs were preserved. Now, these were all cadaveric organs, and at that time it was only DCD, so that's patient's heart stops, they do a fast retrieval, take the liver out, and the organs are preserved with a variety of things. So they had hypothermia, they used hyperbaric oxygenation of the chamber in which the organ was preserved. They actually had low flow perfusion of both the portal vein and the arterial system with diluted blood. So all the things that we are now talking about and doing trials in the last 5 to 10 years, that was done in 1967 when initial liver transplantation started. Now, the reason why organ preservation and organ perfusion for transplantation actually stopped was partly because of this gentleman, Dr. Belzer. He was a surgeon. He started working on kidney preservation and he wanted to improve it. So he developed what is called a machine cold perfusion pump, and he used cryopreserved plasma as a pumping solution. And this was the initial machine. And you can see how big they used to load it in a truck and take it to the donor hospital, take the kidneys out, put it on the pump, and then bring it back to the hospital. Obviously, over time, the thing was modified, and in fact, it became quite small. And in fact, in his story, he talks about how he took one kidney, which could not be matched in the US, took it to the Netherlands on this machine, on a jet, and then transplanted it to one of his friend's patients. And obviously, the patient did well. So, but this was the future of organ transplantation in 1965. Small machines for pumping organs. Then Jeffrey Collins, a surgeon, he came up with a much more simpler radical idea of just flushing the kidney with some solution, just crystalloid solution, with a composition which was actually very similar to intracellular fluid. He said, if you flush these kidneys and just put them in the kidneys and put it in ice, the kidney can last for 12 hours. And that immediately shut shop for all these machines. And now it's this. You just put the kidney, you flush it, put it in an ice box, and then carry it around, whether it's the kidney or the liver. So that's how organ preservation is now for us. Obviously, Dr. Belzer didn't want to be left behind. So he said, fine, if he's developed a Collins solution, I want to do something better. So he got together with Dr. Southard at University of Wisconsin and developed the UW solution, which is now the standard of care for static cold storage for almost all organs, kidney, pancreas, livers, and small bowel. And the way they went about preparing the solution was basically look at various ways in which cells are getting injured. So they had something to prevent intracellular edema. They had something to maintain the pH, a buffer to prevent acidosis. They had something to reduce oxidative damage. So all of these things together completely change the way organs get preserved. In fact, he talks about a presentation that he did, and the one slide that caught the attention was a photograph of Starzl sitting in a Learjet after doing a retrieval and trying to get some sleep before he goes and transplant. And Belzer sleeping at his home in his own bed because he can do the transplant next day because it's an UW solution. So, that completely changed transplantation from an emergency procedure where you run around getting organs and transplant in the middle of the night to doing it in the morning, the next day. And that was followed by a lot of new solutions. I mean, there was a period of time when there was a new solution coming up every 2-3 years. And each of them would be compared against UW and say it is as good as UW or maybe slightly better than UW. But UW still remains the standard of preservation right now. The problem is that transplantation became such a straightforward operation that it became very successful. And as it became successful, it had its own problems. So if you look at this graph, this is the waiting list, which has been increasing since transplantation became a regular aspect. And this is the number of transplants. There's hardly any increase as compared to the waiting list. The second thing is a lot of these organs are never get used because there's some problem. The surgeons are not happy with the perfusion. The surgeons are not happy with the quality of the liver or the kidney. And also we're seeing that the population is aging. The donor population is aging. So the donors who are all 20, 25-year-olds who used to die in road traffic accidents, now they're all 50, 60-year-old patients who have a CVA. So the quality of organs hence is going to come down. There have been various ways to try and improve static cold storage. This is a two-layer method. This is what, for some time, it was the standard of care in pancreas preservation, where to get some extra oxygen to the pancreas, you have the UW below, you have oxygenated perfluorocarbons as a layer on top, and pancreas is floating at the interface, and it gets oxygen through the UW. through the PFC. Another development is an oxygen carrier. This has been trialed in a kidney study a few years ago. So where it's a form of a slug found in France, which has a oxygen carrier which can hold 150 molecules of oxygen as compared to 4 of hemoglobin. And this has been shown to improve function. But again, none of these things have actually come into routine practice. Now, how can we improve organ preservation? I mean, obviously, to improve post-transplant graft function, we need to reduce the ischemia reperfusion-related injury. We need to reduce the discard rate of organs. If you can use many more organs that we are able to transplant, then obviously the number of transplants can increase. And also you have to expand the donor pool. So you can't say 60-year-old donors, we cannot use their livers. That's the only way we can increase the number of transplants that we can do. The problem with all this is it all has to be research-based. So you need evidence-based for this. And endpoints are very difficult to find in transplantation these days. If you take liver transplantation as an example, on an average, the perioperative survival is about 90 to 95%. So what are you going to do to improve preservation in such a way that you can actually show a statistical difference to say that this method is better than the other methods? Right now, UW gives you a success of 90 to 95%. You need to have something which gives 98%. You need large numbers to show that actually there's a difference in the quality of preservation. And that's where actually this came in useful. So this is, again, going back to where they were before the brainstem death testing was done. Using non-heart beating or DCD donors, means donors for whom the brain stem test can't be done because they are not fully satisfied, but there's no chance of their surviving. In those patients, you withdraw support, you wait for the heart to stop, and then you take these organs, which by definition means they all have a period of warm ischemia between the time the heart stops and ischemia starts and the time the liver or the kidney is taken out and perfused and cooled. So if you look at the categories, so this is what is most interesting. Unsuccessful resuscitation. These are the patients who have had an arrest, the heart stops, you then take them to the theater, you open them up, cool them up. You're having a warm ischemic times of nearly 30 minutes in these patients. And these are the organs which 50% of the times they will not work. And these are the organs in whom you can show a better preservation if you use newer techniques. So my work in the UK, I worked with Professor David Talbot in Newcastle University. He was a big fan of organ preservation, machine perfusion, DC donation, and because it's in the UK, research fund goes to Oxford, Cambridge, and London. Nothing ever comes to Newcastle. So he actually took this old dialysis machine, which was lying around in the lab, and then used that as a perfusion pump to do work on kidney preservation in pigs. And I think over the next 3 or 4 years, 2 of his fellows pumped about 300 to 400 kidneys and got a lot of publications actually looking at how to improve category 2 donations. And we used to have actually one of the 3 centers in Europe who had a category 2 donation program. So you get a call from the casualty saying there's a cardiac arrest. The person on call goes in, he puts cannulas into the femoral artery and femoral vein, starts cold perfusion in the emergency room itself, shifts them to theater, takes the kidneys out, puts them on the machine, and then perfuses them, see if they're viable, and then transplant them. And based on that work that we did, we came up with criteria to say when you can transplant a kidney, when a single kidney won't be enough. So you need to put both the kidneys from a donor into one patient to have adequate kidney function. And the discard rate of these kidneys actually halved from 50% to just under 20%. Obviously, then the companies came in and very quickly actually kidney machine perfusion became the norm in the UK. By the time I left the UK in 2010, 2011, more than 50% of kidneys were being perfused on machines in the UK, and almost all of non-heart beating kidneys were being perfused in the UK on cold perfusion. And how does cold perfusion work? Possible mechanisms are obviously, we talked about the microcirculation. The shutdown of the microcirculation is prevented because the fluid is continuously being perfused through the organ, so they all remain open. The metabolites, the toxic metabolites, some of them get cleared. The ambient oxygen that gets mixed up in the solution that provides some amount of oxygen which can maintain basal metabolism at least to prevent the pump failure, and it also helps in quality assessment. So based on the resistance to the flow of the on the machine, you know how good the vascular system is, and if the resistance is very low, then the kidney will work. If the resistance is very high, then the kidney is likely to fail. So that was actually used as a viability testing to decide whether to use these kidneys or not. We looked at using machine for other organs. The pancreas, it didn't work. It used to cause a lot of edema. It was even now pancreas, you get the occasional reports of pancreas preservation using machine perfusion, but there's no clinical role for it right now. Livers were actually perfused. There was a surgeon in the US, Dr. Gurara, who was a big fan of liver machine perfusion. But it was all without oxygen, and actually the results were never up to mark. The results were not as good as in kidneys, because liver needs a bit more than just pumping. The other way of looking at it is giving oxygen directly to the organs. So this is a technique called oxygen persiflation. This was actually what my research was in the UK, where we used bubble oxygen, gaseous oxygen into the organ through the venous system. The oxygen goes into the tissues and then comes out through small openings in the surface of the organ. And we showed that actually this oxygenates the liver, the pancreas much better, the tissue ATP levels are better, the islet yields of those pancreas that are preserved with oxygen persiflation are actually much better than cold storage or machine perfusion. Professor Minor in Germany, he worked on the same technique in pigs, and he showed that liver transplantation of DCD livers preserved with oxygen persiflation actually gives much better results than without oxygen persiflation. But all that changed when the two things were combined. So your oxygenation and machine perfusion were combined to get what is called as HOPE. HOPE is hypothermic oxygen machine perfusion, where you actually pump the organ, but you keep oxygenating the perfusion fluid. So you're delivering the oxygen at the same time, you are keeping the vascular system open at the same time, you are flushing out the metabolites at the same time. And the initial studies done by Pierre Clavian, it showed that livers preserved with oxygen machine perfusion do much better than livers preserved. This is in the pig study. Then there's been increasing research in clinical studies. So now there's been a randomized trial using HOPE in liver transplantation, and it shows that in the DCD patients, the chance of biliary strictures is much lower in patients who have oxygenated machine perfusion. This is a study from using standard brain dead donors, again showing that the survival of grafts is better in patients who have their livers perfused, preserved by oxygenated perfusion rather than just static cold storage. The next level is normothermic preservation. So this is again, now this is going back to much earlier, what the early, very early things, techniques. So here you are preserving the organ at normal temperature, at 37 degrees, using blood or diluted blood with nutrients and oxygen added to it. And what you're hoping is that actually there is no shutdown of metabolism. Normal metabolism continues to go on. The organ is getting oxygenated, the organ is getting nutrients, it's continuing to repair and regenerate itself. And you can actually do viability testing in a much better fashion here than in hypothermic injury. So if you look at the liver, you can actually look at the bile production. How many ml of bile is the liver producing? And if you decide whether is this good enough to be transplanted. So normothermic machine perfusion, which is in the form of organox. Again, this was, the initial studies were done in Oxford by one of our, I think Dr. Sonal will know, Dr. Srikanth Reddy. He was a research fellow in Oxford with Peter Friend. He was working on pig livers, putting them on this normothermic perfusion and seeing how they work. And now that's become a big company now called Organox. So these are the various benefits of normothermic perfusion. So it supplies oxygen, nutrients, allows regeneration, removes the waste, and it also can be used for assessment of viability. So this was the first randomized trial of normothermic preservation liver transplantation. This was published in Nature. And it showed that the amount of tissue injury in these livers was lesser as compared to standard preservation, and the discard rates of these livers were lesser as compared to standard preservation. Again, this was not, there were a lot of critiques for this study because the endpoint of measuring AST and ALT to say liver success is actually not a good thing, because that really doesn't affect graft outcomes unless they are in the thousands. So here the difference was only 488 and 964. So it was actually not showing the kind of benefit that they hope that they will show. But there have been further studies after this. This is a study from Birmingham looking at livers that have been discarded. So which means in the UK, the livers offered to multiple centers. If all the 7 centers turn it down because of quality issues, and there is a reason for it to be of poor quality, then these livers were taken by the Birmingham unit. They were put on organox. They were pumped. Viability was assessed, and then they were transplanted. And these patients then were compared to the standard liver transplant patients who received organs which were accepted on the first round, and they showed that the outcome is similar. So these organs would never have been transplanted in the normal system; they would have been just chucked in the bin. But they actually transplanted 22 of the 30 or so organs that they received using viability testing, and they had an excellent success. And that again shows that, when in a very good organ, all these preservation techniques might not make any difference compared to UW. But if it's a marginal organ, if an organ is of suspect quality, then these preservation techniques can help you improve the quality of the organ. It will also help you decide whether is this organ going to work in my patient or not, instead of finding it out after you transplant in the patient. So normothermic preservation also has opened up a lot of research avenues for organ modification and modulation, graft modulation in the preservation period. So until now, it was just a matter of keeping it cold until it gets transplanted. Now it's not like that anymore. So because the organ is warm, you can actually do a lot of things to it. You can use defatting agents to actually reduce the fat in these livers. So if you have a steatotic liver, the liver is fatty, it doesn't work as well. But if you defatten the liver, then the liver would work better. You can actually use gene silencing techniques to actually block ischemic hyperfusion injury. So you block the genes which actually lead to the progression of ischemic hyperfusion injury. You block them, and your outcomes can be better. So there's a lot of work right now on how you can actually modify the graft so that it functions better in the post-operative period. This is the latest thing. This is normothermic regional perfusion. So it's basically using oxygenated bypass, an ECMO in these donors. So these are the donors. So again, these are the DCD donors who had a cardiac arrest. You wait for 5 or 10 minutes, whatever your country's law says. You then put them on an ECMO machine and restart the circulation, start pumping the organs again. So now it is like a standard DBD donor where your heart is beating. So you can just do your warm phase dissection, then you cross clamp, you do your cold dissection. And they've shown that in DCD donors, using NRP actually significantly improves your graft survival. So if you look at the situation right now in India, we're still using only cold storage. There was a period of time when organox machine was brought in, but there's too much of issue in terms of cost and access. It's not financially viable in our country to use these machines on a routine basis. But if you look at the UK, more than 50% of all DCD organs are being pumped now, and more than 20% of all DBD organs. So that is, even though it's a donation out of brain death, because the liver is fatty or because they got 2 transplants to do, so the cold dissection time is going to be longer, they're going to putting them on a machine. And they are seeing very good results. In fact, they say that if you transplant a DCD liver pumped, it's almost like you're doing a living donor transplantation, because there's no ischemic hyperfusion injury at all. So that's the problem for us. In India, it's a question of cost, it's a question of access. So organox came, it was there for almost 1.5 years, but never picked up. Now we have hope here in India. So they're also trying to build a market. But again, the cost has to come down significantly before it can be accessible for our population. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Srinivas. I mean, that was pretty comprehensive and very exciting for the future, isn't it? Because now we're preserving organs for longer, and as Dr. Kumud just said, you may reach a situation where you'll end up with sort of a central organ bank and allocation happening, from sort of a centralized facility. But for now, of course, we are static cold storage, cooling the organ down rapidly, flushing the blood out, using standard solutions is the way we do it. And the solutions vary a little bit, but they are not largely different between different organs.
So right now we have UW solution. We have what is called HTK. I don't know if you have Marshall still available because they stopped available. Okay. IGL is available as well. IGL is there, and I think that's it. IGL, UW, and HTK. So again, that last slide I took out. It's a recent publication by Pierre Clavian. They stored livers for 5 days. Kidneys would be much longer. Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah.
So there's a group in the US for kidneys that are being rejected, and if they go on warm perfusion for 90 minutes, majority of them give you turnaround with very good outcomes. So there is a merit of warm perfusion, certainly for marginal excellent criteria organs. For the liver and kidney, and particularly for the liver in the DCD context because of their high risk of biliary problems if the ischemic time is too high. But for livers and kidneys, certainly for other organs, standard organs, then the oxygenated cold perfusion seems to buy them sufficient time. And what was said was absolutely right, because to try and gain even 5% improvement, given the success, you'd need to do thousands and thousands of transplants to get that. So that's going to be a long way off. And it's better to go for the top of the iceberg, which is to look at the really, really crazy DCD, really extended criteria ones, find benefit there, and progress it down to the base of the pyramid.
One point here is that our indications differ a little bit from what's been reported in the West. Our commonest reasons for marginal organs are poor donor preservation and bad logistics. Okay, so this is something that we face on a regular basis, and in fact, the organs that we put on the machines predominantly come from donors that have had hypotension or have generally not been well managed for a while. So we have to obviously look at things in context. The other place where it's marginal, or the machines can actually be used to modify organ characteristics as well. Like for example, now there's a lot of work in defattening livers. If you put it and you put in certain medication to sort of maybe reduce the amount of fat. We've used a liver from a septic donor where we actually circulated antibiotics for a little while. I don't know how helpful it was, but the recipient did okay. So, and in the lung situation, you had a situation where you can dry lungs out, with that.
So it's beyond resuscitating poorly managed donor lungs or organs in general. So what Lydia was saying earlier, we get very little time because of the time span dictated by the family. So even more reason to try and bring in the machines to resuscitate poorly managed organs, and then you can repair. So for hearts and lungs, but certainly for hearts, you could do bypass, you repair a valve, and I'm sure you guys could do the same thing. But most excitingly is what you can now start doing for the future survivorship of the recipient and the organ, because several things are happening. One is you can do genetic manipulation. So with CRISPR-Cas-based technology now, if you can perfuse for a sufficient time, we might be able to get immunological tolerance, or at least the ability to give far less immunosuppression. And then you've got organ regeneration, either de novo from stem cells, or we heard earlier, decellularization organs to be reseeded. And so the two different constructs, which are going to need in that fragile early stage, some time in a machine supported until it grows strong enough to be then implanted. So it's a very exciting field, and clearly you've got to be in it. And I can't see why, with all the technology and you guys putting a space probe to Mars, why these things can't be done cheaply in India.
They will be. Okay. Any questions about this at all? Because this is actually a very important part. So we've talked about, we've kind of had a fairly sort of passive group so far. We kind of do need a little bit of action here. So please ask some questions, because, we talked about how you identify patients. You talked about how patients are referred to you, what kind of consent process, the papers that you need to see. When you retrieve an organ, how the organs are to be stored and how they're supposed to be transported. This is also there in the handout right now. But so far, are we clear or do we have any questions? Okay, great. So we'll move to the next part, which is coffee, which is, and after that we actually have the webcast of all the organ retrievals. And this is done in a slightly different way. We have, eminent leaders who will be demonstrating the process of organ retrieval, heart, lung, liver, and kidney. They'll talk us through the operation. And here, Dr. Anand and myself will be asking some questions. This is traditionally sort of the most popular part of this workshop because this is webcast live, and we do get a lot of interaction from colleagues across the world. So please use this opportunity to, to ask questions as well. Johnny outside. Yes, everybody's here. So we'll start, and the heart and lung will go first, and then we do the liver and kidney. So that's just in the interest of,
There are a lot of questions.
It might open up in small. Therefore, people ask specific. Maybe we can go down it.
So he'll be coming here. He's going to change. There's no cadaver? There is cadaver. We open pericardium now.
So whatever I can. So the best way to do it.
Is it going to be a block?
No, we shouldn't do a block.
We do it like it is.
Yes, so the heart comes out first. So the heart comes out, leaving the back wall of the atrium, the pulmonary covers. Just
leave as much left atrium as possible.
Then what we do is, so don't dissect out the pericardium. On our side, we will take it to the atrial cuffs on the guards, correct? So that what's left there is back on the aorta and the cuff on either side. So that you can plug the heart in with the lungs. There is no issues.
So you want me to cut the pulmonary artery?
You can cut the pulmonary artery wherever you want to sew it, because you'll be left with the pulmonary artery bifurcation.
Yeah, so I'll cut it above the valve.
Cut it where?
Yeah, the usual.
You're only going to take some branch. See, on the hilum, we'll still have a pulmonary artery.
Yeah, you'll have.
With stay living in there.
So you just need a cup near the
Take it
hilum.
all the way to the carina.
Yeah.
Whatever it helps you make it.
Yeah, and you need a cup for the LA.
You
On
only
both
have to worry
sides.
about the
On
inlet.
both sides.
You only have to worry about the inlet.
Okay, so I just want to know, because you had mentioned that you need a cup dissection.
No, so, but we can't because we're going to do transplant as well. Yeah.
Are you going to do the transplant?
Whatever you want.
Better to finish the lab work today.
So maybe, so probably both of you can watch.
Yes. Prakash is here.
Yeah, it's better if he's there also.
And well, you can do the retrieval and plug it in. Yeah. Sounds good.
So you could be there and probably talk them through it.
தேவையில்ல நினைக்கிறேன். இங்கே தேவையில்ல கேமரா.
அப்படியா?
ஆமாம், ரெண்டு சோர்ஸ் அங்கேருந்து கொடுக்குறோம் இல்லையா?
ஆமாம்.
அது கொடுத்தா போதும், நீங்கள் ஸ்டாப் பண்ணிட்டா போதும். நீங்கள்
கொஸ்டின்ஸ் கேட்பாங்களே, நீங்களே தான் சொல்லுங்கள்.
ஆடியோ மைக் இருக்குல்ல, மைக் கொடுக்குறேன் உங்களுக்கு.
வீடியோ வேணா ரெடி பண்ணி தரேன் உங்களுக்கு. அதுக்கு மாதிரி பிளான் பண்ணுறேன்.
இல்லை,
நீங்கள் கொஸ்டின்ஸ் கேட்பது வேணும்னா அதுக்கு எதுவும் பிளான் பண்ணி கொடுப்போம் உங்களுக்கு.
என்னை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் கொஸ்டின் ஜஸ்ட் ஆடியோ கேட்டால் போதும்.
ஆடியோ கேட்டால் போதுங்களா?
அவ்வளோதான்.
சரி, ஓகே.
ஜஸ்ட் மெயின் அந்த டெமான்ஸ்ட்ரேஷன் தான் மெயின்.
ஓகே,
அந்த கொஸ்டின் கேட்குறவங்களும் யாரும் பார்க்க போகிறது.
ஓகே, அப்புறம் இது கேமரா ஆஃப் பண்ணி சொல்லுங்கள். ஓகே.
Win at work by communicating effectively. With Grammarly, meet Ty. He is emailing.
ಲ್ಯಾಪ್ಟಾಪ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟರೆ ನಡೆಯುತ್ತೆ, ಇಲ್ಲ ಪೆನ್ ಡ್ರೈವ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟರೆ ನಡೆಯುತ್ತೆ.
check. Prasanna, audio check. Audio check. Testing 1, 2, 3. Prasanna. Hello. Check. Audio
Hello.
check.
Hello.
Sir. Prasanna.
ಸರ್ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಿದೆ.
ವಾಲ್ಯೂಮ್ ಹೆಂಗಿದೆ?
ಹಲೋ.
ವಾಲ್ಯೂಮ್.
ಹಲೋ.
ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತದೆ. ಹಲೋ.
ಓಕೆ.
ನಂದು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇದೆ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಇದೆ ನಂದು?
ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ.
ಓಕೆ. ಯಾವಾಗ ಹಾಕಿದೆ?
ಅದೇ ನೀವು ಮೊನ್ನೆ ನಿನ್ನೆ
Hello, check, audio check.
Yeah, 1 minute, I'll get over to you.
Yeah.
Let I'll talk loudly, so this one. No, he is very loud. Clear and loud, so you may move to very. I'm okay.
I'll give you another mic.
ಎರಡು ಕೊಡ್ಸ್ಬಿಡಿ.
Yes, sir.
ಎರಡು ಕೊಡ್ಸ್ಬಿಡಿ. You can wear one. Okay, sorry.
Check. Audio check. Testing 1, 2, 3. Check. Sorry, you can use this my hand phone.
No, I'll be scrubbed.
Okay. Check.
ಟೇಪ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಲ್ಲ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಟೇಪ್ ವೈಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿದೆ
ಬೇಡವಂತ ಯಾರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು? ಅಂಬಿಲಿಕಲ್ ಟೇಬಲ್ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ಓಪನ್ ಇರೋದು ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡಲ್ಲಿ.
So, welcome back. I hope you're fresh now after a morning of intense brainstorming. Yeah. So now we sort of go to the practical part of this. This is the webcast. This is again being transmitted live, as has the whole morning actually has been transmitted live, where we will demonstrate organ retrieval from a deceased donor. As you can see, these are cadavers that have been freshly frozen and thawed. This is a very, very lifelike simulation. We have some excellent and very senior faculty demonstrating organ retrieval. So downstairs we actually have Professor Richard Saldana, who has done the maximum number of hearts recently in Karnataka. They've got a very up-and-coming program in Belgaum, talking about heart retrieval. Dr. Prakash Ludani from Professor Kumar Deethal's team, who will do lung retrieval. Dr. Mettu Srinivas Reddy, who you just heard, who will do a liver and kidney, assisted by Dr. Karthik Raichurkar. So they will talk about the abdominal organs. The process that we will follow is as follows. The surgeons there will be talking through the different steps.
You got a stool.
Professor Deethal will and Dr. Anand will be talking a little bit about
Too
heart
low.
retrievals, certain steps.
Too low.
I'll be doing the same
Too
about
low.
abdominal
Very
retrieval.
low.
If you have any questions at any time for ourselves or
What's
for
it?
the surgeons,
Little
please ask immediately.
Yeah, it's really important because we want to keep this interactive as possible. And the questions will be pertinent to the stage what they're at. So if we leave it later, you know, you haven't got the visual cues and so on, it makes it very difficult.
First,
So
they have
just
to
open up,
the
please.
abdomen.
There's no bad question. There's no silly question at all. Before they start, I think one of the first things to remember is that
to open the abdomen.
if you're the retrieval surgeon, you are in charge of your team.
Who's
So
opening
you are
the
solely
abdomen?
responsible
Who's
for
opening
your
the abdomen?
your team.
Start.
You are the leader and you have to behave as such in
You
your
can start.
then introduction to the coordinator, to the donor hospital teams, and anybody. You are the face and the ambassador for your recipient hospital. You have a very important role. So you need to be able to have your hospital ID around you if you have it. So it's all very, very professional because sometimes there'll be other relatives watching you coming in with the hospital designated boxes, so they know something is going on, right? So throughout all this process, you are really just the ambassador for somewhere else. Everything you say, everything you do has a reflection on your team and back for your institution. The other thing is that teams should not be sending out their most junior surgeon to do retrievals. This is one of the biggest mistakes, thinking that's the least important part of this transplant operation. It isn't. It's a really crucial part. And in fact, when I look back in my days, when you did, you know, you saw one, you were taught on one, you were, you know, did one, and then you were independent. I look back and I think, did I reject some organs that I shouldn't have done? And I can tell you hand on heart that I probably did. Because the decision isn't Sonal's back there, or isn't mine about whether you take that organ or not. Because I'm going to say, well, what do you think? Right? I can't judge the viability of the organ from where I sit, miles away. So I'll say, well, what do you think? And I'll have to trust the surgeon I send. And therefore that surgeon must have seen enough hearts, enough transplants, enough cardiothoracic surgery to know whether a heart is good or not. And if we turn it down, we turn it down. Just like I think this morning what was really important, the lawyer said, is that when you send your general out on the ground, it's exactly the same thing. What happens out there, I can't judge from the comfort of my armchair while I'm waiting for the donor information. If you've got to turn it down, you've got to turn it down and you have to live with that decision. And therefore, the more you know and the more you understand, the more you've seen, the less likely you are to reject organs and much more tolerant of certain pathologies or certain, for example, the lung. If you and I lie in an ICU for a few days, we will have atelectasis at the back, right, in the paravertebral gutters. That lung will be boggy. That doesn't mean it can't be used. In fact, the best ICU is to put it in a recipient and it'll all get with, the edema will go away. It's just knowing. It's like cooking a steak. Somebody says, oh, if you feel there, that's a raw steak. If over here, it's a medium steak, you know? You've got to know these things about your own specific organ as to whether it is good or bad.
Plain needles.
And so you become much more tolerant. You will then say, you know, this is, you know, little atelectatic, but I can take this.
But
This
we
will
can
work.
use this also.
Only experience will teach you that.
No,
or nowadays
that's
it's
okay.
easier. You can take videos.
Yeah,
Of course,
yeah, still.
we couldn't do it in those days. Now you can take videos, and so we do get these videos. So use every clue that you can. A lot of the abdominal surgeons, I would ask you to, when you can, is to respect the lung and the heart, only because a well-managed donor with appropriate hemodynamics will be good for your organs. But for you guys, as I've often sometimes encountered, say, just give me, I don't care, just give me any blood pressure. I need blood pressure. Or give me some fluid. Will kill either the lungs or the heart. So as long as the hemodynamics are fine, and leave that to our teams,
It's chronic.
the hemodynamics are fine, your organs will be absolutely fine.
chronic.
You do not need to worry.
It's not been made just now.
I think I'll stop there and then get your questions.
Just as starters, we do it the way that you would harvest when you go out to the donor hospital to retrieve organs. Like we said, there are going to be thoracic surgeons, there are going to be abdominal surgeons, and various people in the team. So this will also encourage us to work as a team with people you've never seen before. And so the first step would be to harvest the heart and lung. and then we'll go to the abdominal organs because we can't display both at the same time. And this might be boring for the abdominal
Needle holder.
surgeons, but I suggest
Needle.
you sit through this and pay attention because you need to know what's going on in the thoracic cage, as well as surgeons from the chest
Don't
need
make
to
a
know
knot.
what's going on in the abdomen.
Don't make a knot. Don't make a knot.
I think it's that's a very, very good point that Anand has made, and Kumar's also made that. I mean, we are working together, okay? So the goal is to maximize organ retrieval. We have to take care of each other's interests as much as possible. You know, wherever we are, wherever it's possible. It's usually possible. That is usually done by communication because you may be in a situation where you're operating with people you've never seen before. Okay, you don't know
just
their
do the
operating style, you don't know
laparotomy,
how
then
they
I'll
work.
do the heart.
So it's important that you talk through steps, tell them this is what I'm going to do, this is the order, and so that there's complete clarity in that communication.
Yeah.
Okay?
So on that, I should add, please introduce yourself. So not always is there a mandated recipient, a donor hospital protocol for you to sit in a room, get briefed about everything and so on. DCD, it always happens. But please introduce yourselves if they're new. For the heart and lungs, sometimes you're far more junior than some of the senior surgeons going out for abdominals elsewhere anyway. So you'll get some snooty old consultant who'll look at you and think you're just dirt. But just, bear with it, just make friends. And I think the phrase this morning, elbows in. Elbows in is very, very relevant when you're at one side of the diaphragm and the other. But it can all be done simultaneously and you can be helping each other. So important to determine before, a priori.
A little higher they can put
where.
it? Little higher?
Some abdominal surgeons will say, please clamp the descending aorta.
No, for him.
So
Just
use
a
their
little.
instrument. Otherwise, yours is going to be there. You'll be delayed leaving. Huh? So, and then some are happy to
They'll get you a stool.
inside the diaphragm. Others will
Get
say,
a stool.
we want to flush it into the pericardium. So please don't put a clamp on the IVC. Now that's becoming a more recent thing because I've always clamped the IVC and the guys have been able to
He'll give you a stool.
have all their flush in the abdomen. So you have to come to these compromises before, not during the event. Yeah. And sometimes they get a little worried below the diaphragm
Belgaum,
when you've
clearly.
already cut the IVC for the heart to empty out for a few beats before you put the clamp on. They'll say, oh, my pressure. It's okay. It's only going to last 5 heartbeats. It's not a big deal. But do that, please. A lot of this cardiothoracic surgeons forget. They put the clamp on and then cut. You've got a really full tense left ventricle, which is not a good idea. And then you make sure you're cut when you're not retrieving a block for heart-lung block. Then you're going to cut the left atrial appendage as well. Make sure that's wide enough to really for the blood to come out
Lower
and not
one
just
they don't
trickling
have?
out alone. And keep checking the left ventricle that it's not
No,
being
the
full.
table will come up.
Yeah, we'll stop there.
Just give it a try.
I
Bring
think
the
we talk-
lower one.
We talk about specifics as we go on, but yeah, be nice
Lower,
to all,
big.
no, nice to all,
You are-
all people, old
No,
people, and
table
young
will come
people.
up, no?
Old people can be nice too. Yeah. So just so,
Don't worry, I'm older than you.
so, okay, are we good to start? Dr. Richard, can you hear us?
Yes.
I think we're good to go when you are. I think we start with perhaps a laparotomy from our abdominal colleagues, after which they'll just step back and let you get on with your heart retrieval.
Yeah.
And,
So the liver surgeons are ready. They're going to start the laparotomy. Please.
So, Dr. Srinivas, am I audible? I can hear you, yeah. Yeah, we can't hear you very well. Could you tell us, before you approach this donor, approach any donor, what kind of paperwork will you look at? What are the things that you're looking at, really?
I mean, the first thing obviously is to check the consent forms, cross-check it with the identity of the donor, make sure that it's the right person, and then look at all the organs that they have consented for, the family is consented for donation, so that we're not taking anything extra. And also look at maybe briefly the medical history to see if, and surgical history, if he had any previous surgeries or stuff like that, so that we know what to expect and we don't have anything unexpected when we open up. I think
the
that's it.
height's
And,
crucial for hearts and lungs. So make sure that the height you previously had was actually a measured height, not an estimated height, because you'll soon find that you've gone there and you cannot use these organs, or you'll have to chop the lungs or they're going to rattle in the recipient. So if you're in any doubt, repeat and measure it yourselves. Sometimes the patients aren't flat, and so you've got to do all these things.
So I'd like to make a comment here. We also need to check the ABO blood group, also the declaration of brain death, and I think the most important thing, when the procurement team comes to the site, they should ask again if there have been any events from the time of acceptance to arrival at the scene, both hemodynamic or any change in the investigations that have been sent, for especially the blood investigations, and then to proceed with the procurement.
Just one more point on that. In addition to the declaration forms, the consent forms, we generally make it a point to go through both the apnea test, ABGs. A lot of times the standard, although the apnea description, what is positive, negative is clearly defined, people will assume that, oh, the CO2 has gone up, so it must be positive, and it's so and so. But there are instances where we have to repeat the apnea test. So make sure all the checks and balances are in place so that there are no surprises later on. And like Dr. Sonal pointed out in the morning, the difference between a retrieval surgeon and any surgeon is that you can go to jail for what you have done. So all those things should be checked. And of course, the blood group, as Dr. Richard said, and the viral marker should always be checked so that nothing is missed.
From the lungs point of view, I would like to add that before you accept the donor or anything, first see the series of ABG, what has been the last PO2 on the gas, and what was the ventilator setting when this ABG was done, what was the FiO2, what was the tidal volume, and what was the PEEP setting when this ABG was done. One thing I like always to see that. Second thing, I constantly go on the monitor and see what is the CVP of this patient. So that means gives me the idea whether the patient is overfilled or what. So, and even I want to see the hemodynamics, whether the vasopressors are there or any inotropes are there, so that I have that margin of giving. If I want to give a furosemide Lasix, if he's too much positive, I usually go and see the chart in ICU whether how much positive the patient is and what has been his urine output. This is the first thing. Second thing, I just go and see the chest X-ray, because I have my recipient's dimensions in my mind, that what is his, the diameters, which I check. So I go to the console, the X-ray console, and see the chest X-ray and measure the diameter on both the chest, on the chest X-ray. That is what I mean to say is the, from on the right side, I take the measurement from the apex to the mid-dome of the diaphragm on the right side. Similarly on the left side, and compare it with my recipient, that whether the lungs are going to be too oversized or they're going to be undersized. There is one more measurement which we do now, is from the apex to the costophrenic angle on both the sides we do, so that we have that gives also the rough idea. One is this way, and second thing is always, if the facility, if the CT scan has been done for the chest, just go through the CT scan and have an idea if there is a road traffic accident, whether there has been multiple rib fractures, what do you expect, whether there's any contusion or any sort of blood is there in the pleura. So that also gives you a fair bit of idea what you are going to expect, that whether the lung is going to be there will be some sort of an injury to the lungs. So these are all very important points which I see when I go for my lung patients.
Thanks, Prakash. I raised the issue that was raised earlier about height. So, see, kidneys and livers are slightly different in that it doesn't matter really about how tall difference the patient is going to be between donor and recipient. For heart and lung, it is absolutely crucial. I can't put the engine of a little Maruti into a Fortuner. It's not possible, right? Or the other way around, sometimes in a restrictive disease, there's no space in the pericardium. Similarly, I can't put a 6-foot-tall lungs into a 5'1" lady from a male. It's just not possible. Well, it is. You could do a lot of chopping, but then in the Indian context, you're going to be doing potentially lobectomies, extensive resection with air leaks, and delayed time in ICU, which can mean fungal infection and pyemas. So you don't want to have to resect lung if you can help it, and certainly not to have to do lobectomies because you failed to match it on the first thing. So those are really important things about size. Those measurements there allow us to calculate predicted TLC. And the predicted TLC is important because you know what the actual and predicted, you should know the actual. Often in India it's impossible because they're referred too late in the lungs that they can't even do a lung function test. So you have to go on the predicted TLCs and then the chest radiograph, because the lungs is more complicated now because it's not just the height. it's also pathology. So you can afford to go a little bit bigger for a COPD patient, but you may have to downsize considerably for an ILD if you're doing bilateral lungs. If you're doing single for an ILD, you can give the normal size one side. The mediastinum will shift, it will take it, and it'll be fine. But if you give a standard for a shrunken, non-compliant chest, a predicted lungs, you will have a cardiac tamponade. Now, in the COPD patient, you have to be careful because COPD patients at the top of their breath. So take a deep breath in, now breathe. And don't, now see, now that's how they're breathing. They're breathing like this all the time. It's very, very difficult. Now, so you don't want to give them lungs that continue to keep them at this level of expansion. So you can downsize the COPD lungs more towards what they're predicted should be. And we'll go through some of this thing tomorrow.
I would just like to add that we always even try to do the bronchoscopy for our patients, for all the donors. I would say that if you have a series of gases, and if gases, all the PF ratio is more than 300, and if you feel that the donor has been only on 2 days of ventilation and his total counts has been within normal, there is no history of any fever, then you can take since you have been on retrieval for so many times you've gone, you can make a judgment call and say that I think there is no need to do bronchoscopy, everything should be fine. But if there is anything, you have anything doubt in your mind when patient donor has been on ventilation for longer period of time, if there is any sort of question in your mind, that try always, the ABGs are subadequate, the PF ratio is not good, please do the bronchoscopy and see what does the mucosa look like. Is there any pleural secretion or any clots or any, if the patient has aspirated something, and give a lavage. So that might, and after that, you try to recruit the lungs and then repeat the ABG after some time and see what's your PF ratio. That will actually give you the more correct idea. So that's what I just wanted to add.
So a really crucial point there. So normally, if the patient's a decent patient, good donor, good X-ray, good PF ratio, nice PO2 over 300, I don't bronch, I don't do a CT unless there's trauma. Because the chances are you'll see a CT with some paravertebral atelectasis collapse, you'll say, oh, the CT is bad, I won't take it. So it's a greater chance of turning it down. The second one is if you don't know your bronchopulmonary segments, you should not be going out to retrieve lungs. So you need to know your bronchopulmonary segments. You need to be comfortable doing fiber optic bronchoscopy into all segments without injuring the mucosa. And in fact, I've seen more disasters with people doing BALs and turning a perfectly functioning lung into a disaster by contamination, by not then sucking it out properly, and so on. So don't do these things unless you have to. So if it's a clean bronch, don't start doing BALs. Why do you want to do that? Because we're going to take the sample out later anyway. So there are a lot of unnecessary things that people do routinely that they shouldn't be doing because the chances of you rejecting the organ is much higher.
Yeah, if I can add, I think the assessment of the liver is much more straightforward. We just look at the LFTs. Obviously, we don't want anybody with high enzymes, especially when they are on a rising trend. You don't want somebody who's got jaundice, bilirubin elevated, INR is elevated, or the lactates are persistently high, then there's something we need to be concerned about. And I think we can use preoperative imaging, even if it's a trauma CT, where it's a plain CT of the abdomen, you can look at the liver itself to see if it's fatty. If the patient has an ultrasound before he was declared, then that can give us a guide as to the liver is fatty, is it usable or not. But most of the times for liver, we make the decision after having a look at the liver on table, and maybe doing a biopsy on table.
Just one more point for the heart. Before we start the procurement, we always take an echocardiographer with us, or we have a senior anesthetist who's very good at TOE. So we'll either do a transthoracic echocardiogram or a TOE if it's in place, and make sure that the heart that they had mentioned about in the earlier echoes is functioning as well. So with that, once we know that the heart's okay, I'll discuss the criteria later, we go ahead with the procurement.
Just the last point I want to add is that about the ventilatory settings are very important when you, for the lung retrieval. So you would, most of the time, you should keep in your mind that you should come, whenever you reach the donor hospital, the first thing you go to you see the monitor, the second thing you go and see the ventilator setting, what is the tidal volume, how much tidal volume is delivering to the patient, what is his FiO2, what is his PEEP. There is something which we have a protective lung ventilation protocols. That is what we strictly follow when we are retrieving the lungs. So if the last gas is good and everything is good, then you come down on FiO2 to 50%, keep the tidal volume to 6 to 8 ml per kg of the desired donor's weight, and come down the PEEP ratio to 5 centimeter of water. That is, and never exceed your PEEP airway pressure more than 25 to 30. That's what I always do that.
For the abdominal team, if you could just tell us how recent do the blood tests need to be for you to take a call? Dr. Reddy mentioned that you would look at the LFTs and the rest. So how recent do they need to be?
Definitely, it need to be within the last 12 hours. I think it depends on the trend, like I said. So suppose the patient has come in 2 days ago and the LFTs are normal, you would still need one within the last 12 hours to go ahead. But if the enzymes have been going up, then you want to have a much closer timeline to see that they are trending down. So if your enzymes are 300, 200, 100, you're happy. But if they are 200, 300, 400, you're not happy. So I think so it all depends on the clinical situation, how stable the patient is, and what is the trend of the LFTs. So yeah, as close to the retrieval as possible. Sometimes we actually take a sample as the donor is being shifted into the theater and run it quickly to see what's the latest LFTs is. So, and LFTs are much more straightforward to be done. It's not a big deal actually.
Another thing, Srinivas sir, from the donor, if the donor is in any other hospital, do you get any samples back to your center for any testing to be done on them?
Yeah, I think it depends on where the retrieval is. So if it's in small peripheral hospitals, or especially in government hospitals, it's difficult to get. The turnaround time is quite long for liver function tests, especially in the middle of the night. So what we usually do is we take blood samples at the time of retrieval, at the start of retrieval, and then we send it off to our own hospital or maybe to some other hospital locally which is ready to do the test at that time, so that we have the test as close to the retrieval as possible.
So it all depends on whether you need to do prospective cross-match or not. This is important. Yeah. And so often one team typically will have come back with, everybody goes back with the blood, but at least one team normally should go back with some lymph node, a bit of piece of spleen and the blood, because something that's forgotten very much so that I've noticed in India is that once a patient's been discharged, it seems that people think that's a success. It's not a success of transplantation until the patient lives longer than they would have done before you put hands on them. So discharge is not success. So you have to think about survivorship, and the way to get survivorship is to keep surveilling these patients, not just for rejection infection, but the rejection not just because of what we think about acute rejection, because the tacrolimus levels or immunocyte might be too low, but because of donor-specific antigens that can really rear their ugly heads as the time goes on. And so you need these samples to continue to monitor.
Yeah, just to add to Dr. Kumud, for the heart, we always collect donor sample, at least 3 test tubes. One is sent the next day for cross-match, and the others are kept in the fridge at regular temperature, and they're used at 40 days for cell-free DNA and cell-free RNA. So donor blood from the site of procurement is very important. Start.
Yes, so serology is done for all donors? Yes, yep.
We don't wait for the results though, because obviously it takes time for the results to come back. That helps us guide post-transplant medication, that's all.
That's normally there. It's rare that those aren't there. The cell-free DNA, RNA are very experimental protocols. They're not part of routine testing. But that is becoming, soon, I think within the next 2 to 4 years, we'll be doing liquid biopsies much more than, and only reserving actual biopsies where we really think that they need to, either equivocal or because a liquid biopsy you want confirmation.
Is the COVID testing mandatory now at this moment?
I think Srinivas, you can probably make a start now. Yes, I think, but COVID testing is mandatory. But now there is a protocol from NATO which allows us to harvest organs from COVID positive donors who've been incidentally found to be COVID positive, who've not died because of consequences of COVID infection. So if you have someone who's incidentally COVID positive, you can still go ahead and utilize their organs. Yes, except lungs for now. I think that has also changed recently. But according to the NOTO protocol, lungs were the only organs that were actually excluded.
Yeah, the other thing is be careful because you need to be, therefore the echo for us becomes really important because of microvascular, even cardiac microvascular problems and regional wall motion abnormalities. There are quite a few patients who've had post-COVID myocarditis and myocardial infarction, subclinical infarcts. So be careful, but that also goes into other organs. So microcirculation is really crucial. So the visible, the viable thing that I'm sure they'll mention about, it's not just the LFTs, it's also what the liver looks like. And now somebody's just mentioning here fatty liver. We've got this huge, real pandemic of fatty livers now. And some of it's so obvious when you look at it that often I've seen, surgeons reject the liver because it's so palpably, and otherwise they'll do a little biopsy and wait for the result to come back before they decide to use it. Some do it as a frozen section. Otherwise, they'll take it back and then still do it. Sometimes they won't. Yeah. So you could explain about the
so basically, if we think this is particularly for liver and sometimes kidney, where you actually do a biopsy, because say you have a case of an RTA where you've had a renal failure, this would be ATN, and these kidneys would most likely recover. So you could actually still go ahead and transplant them and wait for the ATN to improve inside the recipient. But of course, you want to make sure that there isn't any CKD at that time, so you would want to biopsy the kidney. Equally, in the liver, if you have say a fatty liver or a marginal liver, where maybe an ultrasound shows a bright liver, the enzymes are probably 100 or 200, you might want to biopsy them. Now, the time to biopsy is actually after the second brainstem declaration is done. All your interventions, invasive interventions, are only possible after your second declaration, because then the patient is formally dead. Okay? Then you can actually go ahead and do these interventions without impacting anything about the patient's life. Now, sometimes logistically, as it's not possible, as Dr. Nazar just said, what we do is actually plan for a frozen section. In a liver case, we can actually get a lot of information on a frozen section. We can get information about fat and fibrosis. The kidney guys, not so much. They can only actually tell whether there is fibrosis or not.
We'll proceed now.
So if you're planning a kidney biopsy, probably better to do it before a retrieval. Liver biopsy, you can do it intraoperative.
So certain circumstances, you might find a nodule somewhere. Either it could be liver, kidney, or in the lung. And then that affects everybody. Because then you would need a frozen section to know whether that's some sort of a malignant issue or not, or benign. So again, the importance of working as a team to highlight this to your
that's an excellent point, because I think we've been doing this for about 20 years now, and there have been 3 occasions where we've had to reject because we found a tumor in the pancreas, colon, which was not previously identified. So this is something that is very real, and certainly something that Srinivas will talk about as well, doing a laparotomy and inspection.
So we've done a midline incision, a midline vertical incision from the
Okay, Srinivas, we were just talking about the importance of a laparotomy. Could you just comment a little bit?
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Not very well.
Yeah.
I think, so like I said, we use a midline incision. That should be sufficient for most abdominal retrievals. So that will be from the xiphisternum to the symphysis pubis. And once we do the laparotomy, the first thing is to obviously to look to make sure that there's nothing that will preclude a transplant. So that would be any tumors, especially with an increasing donor age. We might find, I remember we found a tumor in the sigmoid colon, and the whole thing had to get cancelled. So to have a proper laparotomy, look at the lungs, look at the stomach, the liver, look for any nodules, run through the entire small bowel, feel the colon through and through down to the rectum, and just to make sure that there's no masses that you can easily see. If anything is there that's suspicious, we'll have to do a biopsy to send it off for biopsy, and we'll probably have to wait for transplant until the reports are available. So that's important. You do that as early as possible, so enough time for the turnaround time for the biopsy. Now I'll hand over to the cardiac and lung team to go ahead with this. Thank you.
So we've seen the echo. We've decided we are going to take the heart, and the sternotomy has been done. The next step is to dissect the thymus and clear it off completely, right up to the innominate vein. So you can see that the thymus is not coming the way. So we'll open the pericardium now. So we'll open the pericardium wide. And now we take some pericardial stay sutures. That's yours. Some more. That artery. Some more. Needle stay sutures. No need of the knot. No. One more. So once the pericardial stay sutures are taken, you go, yeah. We'll have a better exposure of the heart. Artery first. Okay, so after that, we need to take a look at the heart and make sure that there's nothing gross. So the first thing is to feel the LAD and make sure that there's no calcification. Then you can look at the obtuse marginal, run a finger down, and the right coronary artery. So grossly, just look for some calcification. You can also feel for thrills against the LA over the pulmonary artery and make sure that there are no gross abnormalities.
Check.
It's not a bad idea to look for a left SVC. So once you've done a general examination of the heart and decided that it's looking good, there are no contusions and there's no gross ventricular hypertrophy, there's no regional wall motion abnormality, you need to inform the implant team that you're going to go ahead and harvest the heart and bring it back. So they'll start getting activated at the other side. Okay? So now we'll dissect the SVC and the IVC and tape them. Yeah. So you can first loop the aorta.
Hello.
With that information Richard
Hello.
just mentioned, you also need to be able to, through the coordinator or yourself,
Yeah.
have an estimate of cross-clamp time.
Yes.
And
Hello.
therefore your expected arrival time back at base.
Yes.
Because that
Am I
will
on now?
allow the logistics
Can you
to
off
be
it?
planned for the recipient
Right angle.
surgery.
And tape.
Dr. Richard, would you want the lung team to assess the lung now, or would you want to wait?
Yeah, we'll ask them to assess it now. I'm just taping the SVC, the aorta, and the IVC. Then we'll open the pleura and he'll assess the lung. So then we can draw these structures a little to either side. One there. So that's the aorta taped. We do the SVC now. Yeah, that should be enough. Okay, you got a right angle? And a tape? Yeah, I'll just tape the SVC first and then tape. So we just tape the the SVC right now. All right. We'll do the IEC in a minute. Dr. What's your name? Prakash is going to open the pleura and assess the lungs.
Richard, do you normally tape the SVC or do you put a tie around it?
We tape the SVC first so that we can dissect the RPA completely off it. And later on I can put a tie and just tie it off. After pulling out the central line just before the harvest.
So once the heart team is happy with their inspection and everything, what we do is we open both the sides pleura. And at the same time, I'll say my anesthetist to...
We can't hear you very well.
Very audible, Dr. Prakash.
I'll open both the pleuras, the right first, as I stand on the left side, and at the same time I'll ask my anesthetist in the theatre to follow my instructions as soon as I open both the sides pleura.
You're not audible, so could you get the mic closer to you in a fixed way? So
No. This.
Now I'm audible?
Yes.
Better.
Yeah. So once the heart team is happy with their inspection and everything, the next thing is that we open both the sides of pleura, and at the same time I ask the anesthetist to wait for my instruction to listen to me what I'm going to say to tell them once I open the pleura. So after opening the right side of pleura, I'll ask them that I'm going to handle the lungs. They have to watch the monitor, the hemodynamics of the patient, and at the same time I'll ask them to keep the bag ready, the handbag ready. First, I'll open both the pleuras. You want to do it on the...
Now this is important because you do need to see the back of the lungs. You've got to lift it out, but it's also risky because you can flip this heart into atrial fibrillation if you're not careful.
Yeah. So we're opening the left pleura now.
Once both the pleuras are open, I'll ask the anesthetist to disconnect from the ventilation and see the compliance of the lung, that whether once they disconnect both the lungs immediately go down, and they immediately go down. If there is any sort of, if the lower lobe or the lower lobe on both the sides, they are having any boginess or they are having any atelectasis or we are suspecting any pneumonia, if once they disconnect the ventilation, you'll see that the lungs on which side there is the boginess or anything, that side of lung will slowly go down. It will not completely go down immediately. So that's very important for the compliance for me. Once I'm satisfied, both the lungs, they collapse very nicely, and ask them immediately to hand ventilate to see that both the lungs are coming up. That's my first thing to see. Then I'll ask them that I'm going to put my hand inside the right pleura and assess the right lung. So they should watch the hemodynamics, and I'll tell them that as soon as I try to take the lung out, there will be some sort of hypotension. So to watch for it and tell me. At the same time, once you open the pleura, you see that there is no adhesion, the lung is not adhere. There is no sort of any blood accumulation. If there is anything, if the patient has any road traffic accident or anything, there will be some sort of blood. So you expect that there may be some sort of contusion to any of the segment. Keep that in mind, or there may be some sort of air leak. So these are the things which I see as soon as I open the right pleura.
The other thing, Prakasha, when the lungs don't deflate very rapidly on disconnection from the ventilator, the other thing that might be happening is that the lungs are emphysematous and it's got a big smoking history. So smoking per se is not an exclusion, but if it goes with a chest radiograph, a CT scan, and a slowly, not very readily collapsing lung on that test, then it may not be an appropriate lung to take because it could be significantly emphysematous.
There is some sort of adhesions on the right side here, so I might have to...
When you open the pleura, careful of the mammary vein, because that can bleed like stink in this context. You want to limit your blood loss. Also, for the anesthetist not to start jacking up the pressors just because you're handling the organs for temporary hypotension. Inform the abdominal colleagues also what you're going to do. And they too must also be careful. So elbows small, because what happens if you, the abdominal guys, start first, often what you see is huge abdo packs on the base of the heart, and this thing, the lungs being squashed out, the heart, base of the heart being squashed out. I've seen lung atelectasis and all sorts. So just be respectful of that bloody diaphragm and the organs on either side.
So here the lungs are badly stuck on the right side.
I think you had some very traumatic experiences, Dr. Kumud. You should retrieve with us sometime.
Not able to.
Dr. Kumud, I have a question for you. If the lung is very badly stuck on one side, would you still retrieve it?
So I think somebody, even Lydia earlier on, mentioned the importance of having backups. So if it's very adherent, and you think that's a problem, and including for the expansion of the lung, there might be some pathology, there could be some mesothelioma, you don't know. So in the absence of anything that you think could be malignant or neoplastic, then I would take the opposite lung as long as I've got a single lung recipient. If it's completely plastered, so it can be, for example, in a patient who's had previous bypass surgery, and so we've been on these retrievals, and because of the mammary takedown and perhaps pleural opening and maybe a bit of bleeding postoperatively, the lungs can be completely stuck. So sometimes it's possible to take them out, and others you just have to abandon that and stick to the right lung, and do a right single on an appropriate patient.
Plastered to the.
So the right lung is completely plastered according to Dr. Prakash.
So when you take down the sedations, you have to be very careful that you don't do any sort of injury to these lungs, because they are liable, and any sort of holding them with the forceps or anything, you can make a hole. So you try to just stick to the chest wall and try to take down the adhesions.
So I also follow a no jeopardy rule, which is always useful to have, is that if you think you can, but it's going to take you too long and too extensive where there might be risk to other organs, then it's better for you to abandon yours for the sake of others, because now you've got a chance of ruining far many more organs than just that one. So don't persevere. I know it's a bad thing that you can't take the lungs back, but it's better to do that than compromise the liver, the kidney, the heart, and so on. So that's a no jeopardy. So you're not jeopardizing anybody else. And that's what, again, comes back to just having a collegiate environment, and you're conscious of the fact that it's not just your recipient, but there are a whole lot of other lives at stake that you're also partly responsible to, because you're part of this team.
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
Fully plastered. There are some ways.
Yeah, if it's benign, you go ahead and retrieve.
Sorry?
Not unless it's large enough for you to want to do that. Yeah.
Can you just hold this up?
Yeah.
Because this is the pulmonary ligament, inferior pulmonary ligament.
Another forceps? Yeah.
That's okay.
So he's getting it freed.
Now you should be constantly checking also the monitors. It's easy to lose. And finding out from the anesthesiologist that they haven't inadvertently started jacking up the vasopressor. So you want this heart to be as free from vasopressors. So at least the noradrenaline should hopefully by now be off. And maybe a tiny bit of vasopressin on the background. And fluid has been optimized because now they've got CVP. You can look at the heart, you can see the right atrium filling up. Yes. So the other thing to do is if you're worried, if there's hemodynamic compromise, you stop with the lungs now. Having just established whether, except for the adhesions, they're usable, then you please get the heart out, and while the abdominal guys are doing the rest of their retrieval, you can go back and start working on your lungs.
Okay. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, you want to do it?
That's exactly the question that was here now. So as long as there are minimal adhesions that you need to adhesiolize for the sake of assessing the lungs properly. You can't take the lung out if there are all these adhesions, no? So if there's too much there, then just do everything else you can, let the heart come out. No, that's why you need to be mindful of everybody else. It's not just you. And then you stop. You stop and you go back later on, and you may then have to ask the anesthetist to inflate, deflate, and so on, so that you can still do the checks.
Still, yeah.
Often when you come across additions, when you come across a certain anatomy, you might just decide that you're going to do this en bloc in the cold phase. Because you want to limit the time for various reasons. For making sure in the interest of other organs in good life. Clamping is made based on these.
Getting?
I think the abdominal surgeons, as far as my experience, have always been better at delegating tasks to the more junior surgeons. I've seen much more prolonged relationship between a senior surgeon and a trainee, as opposed to heart and lungs, where often one's gone out once and then they're on their own, which is not good. So I used to then make sure that they went on so many, saw so many, did so many under supervision, and then where you have the luxury, 2 independent consultant surgeons to go on a run to see, assess, and tick them off as being okay for independence. Just like the 2 apnea tests, you get 2 separate retrieval assessments. There have been court cases in the US, for example. In Chicago, one patient was transplanted with a heart that didn't work. The family tried to find out what was going on, discovered that the trainee, the registrar, the fellow, had gone out to retrieve the heart. And when questioned later on in court, it turns out he said, well, actually, I've never been trained by a consultant. I've only been trained by another fellow. And that was it. Then they became a consultant-only retrieval practice for that particular area.
Okay. Top part? Yeah, just shave it down. Yeah, shave it down. There are adhesions, so we're just trying to get them off so that we can use the lung in this particular case. Yeah, just little more.
Retrieving this, but now, since for the demonstration I've just released all the additions, I know that I've made a little bit of holes in the lung. So once you free the lungs, then you ask the anesthetist to watch for the hemodynamics, take the apex out and see whether there's any scarring or anything, and feel for the surface, there is any nodule, or you can feel any sort of tumor or anything, and try to get the lung out of the pleura and see that at the bases there is no any atelectasis. Feel for the boginess. If you feel that both the bases are still on the right, it is more heavier as compared to the left, then you can ask your anesthetist, if the hemodynamics permit, to give another dose of furosemide 20 milligram, and then in similar way, and then you put the lung back, and the same thing you do it on the left side.
You want me to do that on the left?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the left side, there are no adhesions. The lung feels good. There are no nodules in the lung, and it's entirely free, and obviously can be harvested. If you can see, there's a small bleb over here, but maybe another bleb there, but otherwise looking good. So I think this left lung can be used. The right lung was a bit doubtful because of the intensity of the adhesions. So anyway, for demonstration sakes, we remove both. Do you need anything else to show them? Okay. So now we'll proceed with the heart. So we've got the aorta taped, we've got the SVC taped, we'll tape the IVC now. Where's the datum? Datum.
Typically, this wouldn't be the sequence. The sequence would be that the abdominal guys are also doing their dissection and getting everything taped up and ready to fuse.
Right angle.
So which one of you is going to clamp where?
First of all, we'll just tape the IVC and we'll clamp it as low as possible in the pericardial cavity.
What about the aortic clamp?
Aortic clamp will be as distal as possible so that we get the maximum length of aorta. The SVC will be tied at the SVC innominate junction over there, right high up. So the principle is that when you're excising the heart, you take off as much as possible except when the lung is being used. And when you're preparing a recipient, to leave back as much as possible. So now I'm just going to tie the azygos, find the azygos and tie it.
Just one point there, like sir was mentioning, a clear discussion should be made with the cardiac heart team, where exactly the IVC is going to be divided. That is generally a point of discussion. The heart one team would want a bit more IVC, the liver team would want a bit more IVC. But as far as we are concerned, as long as it's divided in the pericardium, it should not be a problem. And also, it also depends what kind of implantation are you going to do back in your center for the liver. That would also take a decision. But a clear discussion, ki this much IVC you get, this much we get, helps maintain some clarity there.
I actually think that's a controversy just made to make sure we don't work as a team. I think it's completely irrelevant. If I've got even 5 millimeters of IVC is more than enough, because you're not going to make an IVC junction. You're going to do an atrial anastomosis, right? Even if you do a bicaval, the caval part inferiorly is actually the atrial edge, right?
Yes.
So I didn't say that, by the way, but everybody thinks that extra 1 centimeter is B, and you know everything's that crucial about that. It isn't. You get half a centimeter is perfectly fine. But just be mindful.
So I've
don't be greedy either. Don't be greedy beyond what you need.
Yeah. So I've dissected the IVC and taped it.
Really. Just to clear it for your benefit, so you can slide it out.
The SVC, and that's been taped.
So Dr. Richard, there's a discussion going on the division of the IVC. So just sort of you're in there and.
Yeah. So I'll just tell you what I fully agree with Dr. Kumud, that you don't have to fight over the IVC. You need to place the clamp here at the diaphragm level. If the liver guys want a little more, you can dissect a little like I'm going to do now, and, give them some leeway because they need a little bit of that. And the anastomosis is going to be over here to the right atrium on the recipient. So the IVC length is not a problem. So Dr. Kumud said it all, that it's not a big worry.
And I mean, it can adversely impact a liver implant, but not a cardiac implant.
Not the cardiac implant. You're absolutely right. Yeah.
Just last session I attended in Chandigarh.
Yeah, give the right angle.
They told
I've
that
got the aesophagus.
the cardiac surgeon, when they clamped the aorta, they did not communicate with the abdominal surgeon, and so they were not perfusing with cold solution. So I think the communication should be there. As soon as it is clamped, we should start the perfusion.
So I hope you can see this. There's the aesophagus here, so I'm just going to go around it.
Head's in the way.
And tie it. That's the aesophagus vein.
The reason for doing that is that when the liver starts perfusing, you can get all your custodial, whatever you're using, Wisconsin, coming up there into the right atrium, and you don't want that to happen. So you can tie this off now.
Yeah. You have to put 2 ties on the SVC side and 1 on the IV on the other side. On the other side, yeah, that side. Hold it.
You just tie it, yeah. So he's being extra careful. I just put a tie on, and later on when because nothing's going to flow now, you just cut it later when you're dissecting. Yeah. So the issue about the clamp that you just raised is just pure lack of communication. And that can't happen. That just really can't, should not happen.
Okay. So now we just free the pulmonary artery a bit. Hold on.
So Richard, we were just talking about you doing a double tie on that azygos.
Yeah.
I think the more junior surgeons should realize that trying to do that when the heart's beating, the lungs are inflating, and so on, is actually not that simple.
Yes.
So if you have to just put a single tie on,
is okay,
and is fine, and cut it later. So don't persevere with these nice things that Richard, who's more experienced, can do easily. So for the sake of cosmetics, don't start doing things that might jeopardize your organ.
Especially the hemodynamics. Okay. Yeah, little over here.
So they're at the pleural reflection at the PA, left PA, which you don't have to dissect too much because he's going to be trimming the pulmonary artery below the bifurcation.
You just go around it. It's much easier in a beating heart because you can make out the planes. Yeah, just hold this. I'll just dissect a little. Yeah. That's the RP there. Okay, little more. Just be careful of not injuring the RPA over there.
So not everybody does this maneuver of encircling the PA.
Yeah. It's not necessary, but I thought I'll just...
Yeah, it's an option.
Just do it now because it will sort of help to define the things a little better. But it's not necessary. And as he said, it shouldn't impact the hemodynamics. I haven't been doing it on a routine basis, but I just thought I'd...
So the thing being to avoid anything, so it's always a question of, and everything we do is a question of the worst case scenario, not things going well. Most times things go well. You're a good surgeon because you can deal with the worst case scenario, right? Not because you can do something straightforward. So try to avoid things that in this context where so many other people are involved and other organs, that you might be doing something that can cause hemorrhage. So trying to do this thing could cause a tear in the back of the pulmonary artery. So,
Yeah.
for example, I don't do it, and I don't teach anyone to do it.
I also don't do it. I just thought if I get it easily, I'd do it, but it's not coming out easy, so I just leave it alone. So now we are ready. We've got the 4 main vessels. We've identified them and dissected them free. We take our cardioplegia stitch. Can I have a stitch? A stitch, Prolene stitch. So we take the cardioplegia stitch a little higher up over here. There's one maneuver that I've done in all the retrievals, and I think it's very important, is that I take a Prolene marking stitch on the anterior aspect of the IVC over here, which is going to remain with the donor heart. I take a Prolene marking stitch on the anterior surface of the SVC, one on the aorta, and one on the PA when the PA is full. So now those are going to be the anterior aspect of the anastomosis, and it's very easy to match it with the recipient. I also take a stitch on near the right superior pulmonary vein, Prolene stitch there, and tie it off and leave the knot, and one on the left side. So these are my marking stitches which come off with the specimen and help in starting your anastomosis and making sure there's no twist or suturing is done in a geometrical way.
We're going to call that the Saldana retrieval.
Yeah.
I've never seen anyone do it.
Yeah. Now, it is mentioned, and I think it's very useful because so far in all our cases, it's come out perfect.
I think he has a point there, especially for people who are starting out their first transplant. It's actually quite funny when you see the heart in your hand. You really take a while to get the
oriented. With this, I can start suturing straight away. So I religiously follow that. And we also take stay sutures on the recipient. And you just have to match them, and then it's very easy to get started.
I guess this is not important once you have reached Dr. Kumud's stage. It doesn't matter really, but for beginners, it might be a useful step.
No need of a snare, just an artery. We'll stick in a needle. Artery forceps? One minute. He wants to snare. Snares. You wanted to snare. So we are getting our cardioplegia ready.
By the left.
Yeah, cut this.
The most difficult anesthesia.
Needle. So we don't have a regular cardioplegia needle, so we just put this Venflon over there. All right.
Richard, can I ask you a question? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So I quite like your idea of putting these Prolene marker stitches in for people who are starting off. Perhaps, unless you do it, another one that would be really crucial, which I think is the most difficult orientation, is the first stitch that you're going to put for the transplant, which is starting at the level of the left atrial appendage. So do you do anything at that point?
Yeah, so I take a stitch over there near the right superior pulmonary vein, which is coming off with the heart, and on the recipient I take a stitch on the left superior pulmonary vein, which is going to stay behind. So that's where I start my suturing. And it's very easy because I just get somebody to hold it, I match them, and then it starts. Even for the IVC and SVC, aorta and PA, if you got that Prolene stitch here, you start bang opposite it on the posterior aspect, and all the while you keep your eyes on it and make sure that those two stitches are in, geometrically opposite. So there's no mismatch, or you start cheating if there's a difference in size, so that you get a perfect anastomosis, and that's worked very well for us. So I would recommend putting marking stitches. In fact, I read about it in retrieval. That's why I'm doing it. And as you said, for beginners, definitely it's going to help. So we are ready to go now. You've got to have your custodial solution all ready. Now, custodial solution, it's always good to take extra bags. So we always take 2 liters with us if we are doing a distant retrieval. And you've got to deliver it at 30 to 40 ml per kg per minute at a pressure of about 50 millimeters. And it has to be given over 6 to 8 minutes. And you have to have plenty of ice to cool the heart, preferably cold water rather than just plain ice. Now, before you are going to clamp the aorta, it's very important to ring up the recipient team and find out if they are ready. So the last case I did was a redo ischemic cardiomyopathy, which had adhesions. And they put the cross clamp on only when I was open, ready, dissected, and waiting for them. So sometimes preparing the recipient might take longer, especially in a redo, so you got to time it accordingly. So before we put the cross clamp, we ask the recipient team if they're ready, and then we put the cross clamp on, because the ischemic time starts from there.
So just before you do that, Richard, you raise a really good point. So your recipient, if it's a redo complicated case, please let the abdominal team know about that, and that you may need to delay cross clamp.
Yes.
For logistical reasons. And that could happen even for you guys. You may have some problem with the recipient suddenly and you need more time.
Yes.
And so please communicate that, because asking at the last minute is not always nice. If it's already been said, it's easier to get adjusted to it and time your dissection so they know what speed to do the dissections at. And Richard, just before you do that, normally it would be the same team doing this, so you'd already have put your pneumoplegia cannula in now, and we have that lined up as well. Before you put the clamp on.
Yeah, so the cardioplegia cannula is in, and the recipient team has been informed that we are ready to clamp. Once we get the okay from them, then we go ahead, clamp the aorta, and give the cardioplegia. Of course, the liver team has to be ready, otherwise we can't proceed. So now, before we do that, I'll just tell you what we've experienced. In the first few retrievals, the liver team had no problem with us putting a clamp on the IVC and doing the retrieval, and then they'd start their perfusion. But the last 3 instances, they wanted to perfuse the liver at the same time that the heart was perfused. Their contention is that if the clamp is on the IVC, the liver will get congested. So you may not get a free hand to put a clamp on the IVC, at least for the whole retrieval. And if you have to take it off, it's not a problem, but you need 4 suckers. You need 2 suckers over here, because you're going to get your cardioplegia and you're going to get your liver fluid. And you need suckers in the pleural cavity if the lung is going to be perfused through the pulmonary artery. So when we go for a retrieval, we take 4 wall suckers with us, really good ones with tubing, and make sure that they are working, that the suctions are on before we start this procedure. Okay?
And check there are enough bottles ready.
Yeah, the bottles overflow, and the fluid very often overflows all over the operative field. So you need to have good suctions going.
Now this is brain dead, so you can actually cut off that innominate.
Yeah.
Cut it off and cut it whenever you like, at any stage, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. So in the retrievals we've done so far, we've gone up to the innominate. We've not done too much of dissection. But Prakash is doing the dissection, that's fine.
It's always wise to take, I divide off the innominate and get at least stumps of the arch vessels.
Yes.
Because you don't know what's happening at the recipient, or if they have a dissection happening, something you may have to replace the arch. So you need to go back with the full arch and stumps of the head and neck vessels in case, for any sort of repair. So and Prakash will show you when we take the lung out, we actually use a finger in the aorta where it's been cut to help us lift, but also that can be used for repair work.
Another silk. We haven't been doing the arch because, we've just been taking the heart, and our TOE guys are pretty good, so they take a good look at the ascending aorta.
I've once had a dissection not a dissection, a ulcerated plaque at the bottom of the cross clamp in a recipient, and so ended up having to extend it. Luckily, there was the arch aorta there to be able to do that.
You dissected after the aorta? After we cut the aorta? No? Okay, he's dissecting the trachea because he's planning.
Once the heart team is ready, means they have been happy with the dissection, then I take over. What I do is first is I try to loop the innominate vein, try to free the innominate vein and loop it, so that later on I can tie it and then divide it so that it doesn't come in their way. And then even I loop all the great vessels, the innominate, as Sir mentioned that we can directly cut. That is what we were doing, but I've been started looping the great vessels if I can do, except the subclavian, left subclavian. And then you see the innominate and SVC there is the fat. You just try to dissect their blunt dissection. Make sure that there is a trachea there. You don't denude the trachea. Try to preserve the peribronchial, the tracheal fat there. Don't try to denude the whole, because that's very important. And then once you feel that the trachea is, you have freed the trachea with surrounding with the dissection, and then you can tape and pass the tape and hook it up.
Now, you may not be able to do this.
Yes, you will get hemodynamic disturbance at this time.
So this is a completely optional thing. Prakash has done enough of these to be able to do this.
Yes.
But I would, if you were starting off, forget about this altogether now.
Yeah.
Once the heart is out, then you can concentrate on
Yeah.
this, because there's no time gained by doing this.
Yeah.
Because
it'll also cause hemodynamic instability. Okay. So, yeah, he's going to take a purse string on the PA because he's going to perfuse the pulmonary artery at the same time.
And the solution which we use is the Perfodex Plus solution. Initially, there were the plain Perfodex used to come, and in that we used to add the THAM and the GTN. And in the first bag of that, we used to put the 500 microgram of the prostaglandin, and the other 500 microgram, before cross clamping, you put directly into the main PA and warn the team that there will be some sort of hypotension and bradycardia. Allow it for 3-4 beats, because it takes, once you put that 500 milligram or microgram of prostaglandin into the PA, it takes generally 4 beats for it to reach. So allow it 4 beats, and once that is done, then you can cross clamp. That has to be a clear communication, has to be done with the abdominal team as well as the heart team.
and pneumoplegia just starts once the heart is still.
And the dose for the Perfodex Plus is 60 to 70 cc per kg. And usually where I was trained, we used to use the first as a warm bag and then the subsequent the cold. But here we are using all the cold bags of the Perfodex solution. So it doesn't make any difference.
Can you tell them the location where you're going to take this purse string? Because if you're taking the heart, yeah.
Correct. So for taking the purse string for the cannula, it has to be midway between the bifurcation and the pulmonary valve. So I can see that this is the right PA, and this is the sort of the pulmonary valve. So I'm just going to take here somewhere.
Yeah, we just take that.
So it's just above the pulmonary valve and just below the bifurcation, so that...
Preferably in the midway, so that the person taking the heart, he's not short of the pulmonary, main pulmonary artery.
Better to think about it below the bifurcation as opposed to above the valve, so you're nowhere near close to the valve possible. It's more difficult to repair that.
Mosquito.
Yeah, we can just put the mosquito.
Okay. So we are ready to go.
The abdominal team is also happy. The 300 international unit of heparin is given, and then
Heparin has to be given. You've got to wait the usual 3 minutes. And when they're ready, the recipient team has been informed. We'll clamp the aorta. You got something?
And we'll just please picture that there being a cannula in the PA now.
Yeah. So the aorta is clamped. It's very important to make sure the clamp is right across and that there's no problem. And then we clamp the IVC. Can you have a clamp? Artery? Artery, anything you got. And scissors. So you clamp the IVC. And you make a small nick anteriorly because that will bend the right side of the heart. At the same time, we have to make a nick in the right superior pulmonary vein. Knife.
Dr. Richard, would you put the clamp first, or would you open the IVC to?
I'll put the clamp and then open the IVC.
Not here, not here.
And this could be dissected earlier, but I don't do it. I just make an incision in the knife with the pulmonary knife. Blade. Where's the knife?
So again, that's Richard's technique. For those starting off, it's easier to chop off the left atrial appendage than to see fiddling about in the.
No. I clamp the IVC, make an opening in the anterior wall of the IVC, make an opening anterior to the right superior pulmonary vein, so you're venting the left and right heart, and then start the cardioplegia. Okay? Now this myocardial protection, as Dr. Kumud has said earlier, is the most important thing. You have to make sure that the needle is in properly, the pressure is good, and that the cardioplegia is going. Now you can start giving, put ice, a lot of cold saline, preferably cold saline, and keep the heart fully submerged.
Cold saline and slush is good?
Slush, not just plain ice, because you don't want a cold injury. And you have to, once in a way, put your hand like this and make sure that the heart is not distending. You also have to make sure it's not becoming rock hard. If it is, you got to vent on the cardioplegia, stop the cardioplegia, let something come out, again get the heart soft, and then restart the cardioplegia. I think this is the most important step in procurement of the heart, the myocardial preservation. If this is not done properly, if it's done casually, if everyone's careless about it, you're going to get primary graft dysfunction. So this is the most important step in procurement of a donor heart. The cardioplegia must run, be delivered completely over 6 to 8 minutes, adequate root pressure, and the heart has to be cooled with cold saline slush and saline, just saline.
And it's completely empty.
And the heart must be empty. For that, you vent the right superior pulmonary vein and the IVC. Now, if the liver guys at that time want the clamp off, don't panic, take it off, but make sure that you have 2 suckers here, because there's a huge amount of perfusion fluid that comes both from the heart and from the liver.
Richard, just one comment on the technique. Now, I know you vent the right superior pulmonary vein. Others, as first time I've actually seen it done. So that's one option. Or the other one is to chop the left atrial appendage.
Atrial appendage.
Now, the other thing important, really crucial part about the pulmonary artery, why we say where you put this, the suture, is because the pulmonary artery cannula is much bigger than your root vent.
Yes.
Because it's like a lighthouse tip, so that it can perfuse high volume under low pressure. And if you are too near the bifurcation or above it, almost on the left side, then you may only preferentially pneumoplegia down one side as opposed to both sides. So you have to be very careful that you are no higher than the bifurcation.
I would just like to add a little bit that once you put the PA cannula, you make sure that it is not going to one of the sides that, as Prof has already mentioned, that I'm not going to repeat that, and make sure that when you connect it with the perfodex, the height of the perfodex, the bag has to be 50 to 60 centimeter at the level of the heart, about the level of the heart. One thing is that, and you give it with the, you don't you don't give it with any pressure bag or anything, just allow it to, with the gravity you give. Most other important thing is that you have to take care of the cannula. Your assistant has to hold, or you have to hold the cannula, because the heart will get, suppose the heart gets distended, the cardiac guy is going to get a little bit fuzzy about it, and then he's going to put his hand and decompress the heart. So you have to be always careful with your cannula, which is in the PA, so that it doesn't pops off. Other thing is that when the Perfodex solution is going, see that the return where you have decompressed either you made a hole in LA or the right superior pulmonary vein, the return is coming through there. So, and it's all whatever the clots are there, or they are coming through that, and it's clear. So it indicates that the perfusion is happening. And other thing is that when you are giving the Perfodex solution, instruct the anesthetist that the lung FiO2 has come down to 30%. The lungs have to be inflated. They don't have to deflate the lungs. That's most important thing, because I want the Perfodex solution to evenly distribute. That's most important thing.
So we tie up the SVC so there's no blood coming back into the heart, and there's, it doesn't warm the heart. So the SVC can be tied at this stage after the central line is removed. So your plegia is over, and now we'll start with excision of the heart. Yeah, you can take it out.
Just one trick for the PA cannula.
Yeah.
So you know how deep it's got to be, and it's just got to be inside the PA. So I take a heavy silk suture and go around the cannula a few times so that it can't migrate any further.
Okay. So now, first structure that we divide is the IVC, just flush with the clamp. Scissors are not cutting. You got another one? Okay.
That's a real life situation for you.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
The blunt instruments, yes.
Yeah. So then we cut the SVC as high as possible. So then it's the aorta, which is just above the aortic valve. So I usually, for the aorta, I also have my cardioplegia stitched there, which is anterior and serves as a marker.
Can you make sure your head is out of the way of the camera? Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. So the aorta you've already taped. You make sure that the RPA is away, and you cut the
head's in the way.
Yeah.
Dr. Kumud, is that how you always do it? Just above the aortic valve, or you take an arch?
No, so I take this way
So
up.
you take the aortic cannula along with your specimen.
Yeah, sorry, it has to be a little higher, but because of that clamp and all that stuff, I have not taken it. But you take it as close to the clamp as possible, so that you have little more length. I've taken a little less length. All right? And then we come to the PA. We divide the PA close to the bifurcation. We've got to make sure that the right PA is okay. Yeah.
So the reason for keeping that STC as long as possible, it's important because increasingly I think people are now doing bicables, which I think has got definitely better outcomes. But remember your recipient may well have IVC, SVC very far apart. And depending, so if you're at the recipient end, you don't want to commit to a bicaval or so you leave it as a biatrial option.
Yeah.
And only commit to a bicaval when you see there's enough SVC there, yeah? Or you've worked with that retrieval surgeon so frequently that you know. So if it was Prakash going out there, I'd just prepare a bicaval unless there was some issue. He tells me, listen, this is a small heart and all this. But otherwise, just leave it as a biatrial until you're happy that you have enough SVC.
Now I'll just go to this SVC as high as possible. Aorta also as high as possible. I've not done that because we have to suture the heart back. And otherwise it would have been divided right here near the clamp, or you can remove the clamp and divide it. And the pulmonary artery is just at the bifurcation of the RPA, this is the LPA. So we've cut it over there. So we divided the IVC, the SVC, the aorta, and the PA. So now it's going to be the left atrium. Jesus. So, yeah. So we have to go cranial and corded. So I prefer to go a little corded first. And you have to go well away from the coronary sinus and the RA and take as much of LA as possible. Okay. That's your PA. Can you all see?
I think your head is
Okay.
Yeah.
Now?
Yeah, better now.
That's better? Yeah. The longer scissors, you got longer scissors.
So caudally, it's not so much of a problem, but cranially, caudally, it's an issue. When you've got
Yeah.
this traction on, the pulmonary vessels are very flexible.
Yes.
So there's a risk that if you retract too much and then you think you're cutting on the atrium, you're actually on the pulmonary vein. Then later on, you've got left with 2 stumps of pulmonary vein and no atrium for the lungs. So be very careful when you're doing this maneuver.
We'll do a little more, yeah. So we are going, this is the left superior pulmonary vein. So I'm going towards that.
So he's dissecting down into the transverse sinus there.
Yeah. And make sure that the left atrial appendage is not injured. Yeah. Now we'll come again, caudal. And you can see that's the left atrium. You take as much as you can so that you have tissue there. Scissors not working.
So up to there it doesn't matter, and now it matters what you do.
And this was
Close to the pulmonary veins.
So this is the inferior pulmonary vein, and that's the superior pulmonary vein. We are leaving some behind because the lung has to be implanted. It's not cutting. Okay, we'll come the other way. So once you got that, here's your appendage. There's your superior pulmonary vein, your inferior pulmonary vein. So now you can just go through the transverse sinus and join that. So this is the last part of the excision. And there you are. Now, once you get the heart, don't keep it in your hand for a long time. I think you should have a nice cold sponge and inspect and make sure that everything is okay. Forceps. If you keep it in your hand for a long time, you're going to warm it up.
Would you just go through what you're looking for, Richard?
Yeah, we are just going to make sure that everything's okay. That's the left atrial appendage. And I'm just looking for the IVC, SVC. This is the aorta and the pulmonary artery. So it's going to be like that, pulmonary artery, aorta, SVC, and IVC, okay? And you really have to look for a PFO because I found one in the cases that we have done. Yeah, everything seems to be okay. So that's the IVC, this is the SVC, this is the aorta, pulmonary artery, and that's how it's going to be.
So it's a very quick examination.
Yeah, it's a quick examination and you get it back. Now, this heart, don't keep holding it. Put it in the first bag, which contains about a liter of custodial and which is at 4 degrees. Tie the bag up, then put it in a bag which contains again cold water and slush ice, and a third bag for protection, and then you put it in the ice box, label it, and you're ready to go.
Okay, if you find an ASD, don't worry about it. Just inform the recipient surgeon because it'll be
Yeah.
checked. And
So just to show you what we've left behind. So this is the inferior pulmonary vein on the right side. This is the superior pulmonary vein on the right side. Can you see that?
Yeah.
That's the base of the LA, and that's the left superior pulmonary vein and the right. So basically you're looking at, now in the recipient, you've got to leave as much tissue as possible so that you have something to suture to. So you cut as far away as possible, and here you cut as close to this as possible. So that's how it's going to look.
Gentlemen, we're really overrunning. So
Yeah.
can we do the rest very rapidly? Prakash,
Yeah.
are you okay with that?
Yeah.
And
So
just-
that was the heart.
So just go through only the main points and just try and do as rapid a...
You want to do the left one, there are no adhesions. I think you come this side. I think you should do the left lung because there are no adhesions and it'll be easier to demonstrate.
So the first thing now Prakash is going to do is to cut that pericardium right down to the diaphragm on that left side.
You want to come this side?
Don't forget there's a
The
clamp.
heart is out and we can see 4 pulmonary veins. I usually give my retrograde Perfodex Plus solution through each pulmonary vein. That is 250 ml through each, through the right superior, right inferior, left superior and left. Once that is done so that there is no any sort of clots or anything. And once I give through each pulmonary vein, look at the pulmonary artery, the return fluid, that it's clear. Once that is done,
Clear, and you'll often see a few clots coming back.
few clots coming back.
And you use a Foley, don't you still?
I usually use the same, the cannula which I put it into the PA and just do it because...
Okay, so if you do that, you have to then hold it with your fingers so that there's no leak. But otherwise, you can use a Foley catheter to do this.
Catheter.
So this goes right down and then...
This goes...
To the...
So you'll then be just above the aorta, descending aorta.
One more.
Okay.
No, you can do...
Here also?
Yeah, there also. You can do this both.
After the heart transplant, before you come off bypass, you need to close the left atrial appendage. Yeah.
You can come this.
You leave that open until you're really happy because the left ventricle is still venting. So until you're ready to come off bypass, don't shut the in the recipient.
So Kumud, what I do is I don't interfere with the left atrial appendage. Because I think it's a delicate structure, at least in Indian patients. I went through the pulmonary vein. Even after closing the atrium, I take a separate stitch and that vein till I'm coming off. And stay well away from the atrial appendage. In Indian patients, it's a friable structure.
Okay, there you go. So you were saying? No. So you start the cardioplegia, the heart stops fairly quickly, and then you
Yes.
can start the pneumoplegia. You don't want to start the pneumoplegia while the heart's still ejecting.
Yeah. We use a fibrillator. We carry a fibrillator with us.
Yeah, never use it. So unless
At
you're
the
doing
same
a
time-
cross-clamp fibrillation technique for, that's different. Yeah.
We have fibrillators, so we use them. And we also, we inject adenosine, so the heart stops immediately.
Okay, Prakash, just go through where you are. So
at this stage, you can ask the anesthetist to deflate the lungs, disconnect it, and once they're disconnected, so pick up the left side of the lung and put it across on the right pleura. And what do you see?
Head's in the way. Yeah. So you've slit down on the pericardium. Now, which you're facing is the aorta, and you've got the inferior pulmonary ligament.
Yeah, so I had already divided the inferior pulmonary ligament on the left side before.
Yeah.
And now
Your head's in the way.
So here you look for the descending thoracic aorta and just try to...
Your head's still in the way.
Can you bring the camera from this side?
Find a surgeon with a small head.
Several without head.
Well, there are some without heads, you're right.
So this is the descending thoracic aorta.
Which we can't see, Prakash, but just,
yes, one.
Yeah, okay. Sounds good. Yeah, that's good. If you can work that way, that'd be fantastic. No, you're creeping over again.
Yeah. Can you adjust this camera?
Just,
Now?
That's
Now?
better, that's better. Okay,
Okay.
great.
Okay.
Just chop the aorta and stick your finger in and we'll be home safe. So normally there'd be a clamp usually here, just distal to where his finger is now.
So what I'm holding is a descending thoracic aorta. I divide it and then put my index finger inside of it
Whatever finger fits.
so that I get a control. And at the same time, I put my left index finger inside and just work my way up in the avascular plane around it and try to free the descending thoracic aorta as high as possible.
Okay.
So
you're safe here, the PA is on your side, everything's above in his hand. The only thing you want to try and avoid is injuring the esophagus and getting
Esophagus,
the
yeah.
coming out and spoiling the cavities. But if you came back with an injured peribronchial tissues, you'd get sacked. I'd rather you came back with half the bloody esophagus. So what I'm trying to say is try not to injure the esophagus, but the point is to be respectful of the entire peribronchial tissues.
Yeah, so you can see the aorta, descending aorta over here.
once you do this, then you come up on the upper aspect and divide the great vessels. What I'm chopping is the innominate vein. This is done. And then the innominate artery. And here is the common carotid.
Okay.
And then at the same time, here is important for your assistant to hold the lung down, and you can see the subclavian if it is, and this is your upper aspect of the descending thoracic aorta.
There's the
That's
subclavian.
the subclavian.
Can you see that the three arch vessels have been divided? No, not cutting. Got a blade? Give a blade. Yeah, give a lemon blade. So we're using a blade since...
Another scissor.
Can you try to get another pair of scissors?
Okay.
So that's the...
This is, I gather, called jugad. It's a word I've learned this year.
Yeah.
I had already taped the trachea. So once I try to free the trachea from the posterior aspect and stop it, and then we can divide this, we can cut this.
Yeah, scissors.
Scissors.
I'll use the diathermy. Scissors may not cut. Give the knife. 1 minute, careful. That's all the fat and the periareolar tissue.
So this is standard Ramaiah OT scissors or something different?
Yeah, you can cut this also, sir.
Yeah. Excuse us, we're using the knife because the scissors are not working. Okay?
So once we have adequately freed the trachea, at this time, the same thing you do it on the right side, but since here the right lung is stuck, but I just want to make one point over here. That same thing you do it and put the right lung, deflated right lung on the left.
Pull the lung across, you do exactly the same on the other side.
Other side.
And then now you're going to be...
Go up to the esophagus vein, you just cut and go to the esophagus vein, taking care of the esophagus.
We'll do it. Inferior pulmonary vein first.
So
can you see that? This is the inferior pulmonary ligament.
On the right side?
Yeah.
You can just leave it at one lung, Prakash, we haven't got time.
All right.
Just do the left lung and just show where you're going to put the tracheal, the bronchial stapler.
So once I'm ready, so I'll ask my anesthetist to pull the ET tube little bit up and then ask them to inflate the lungs around 80%. And once I'm happy, I just fire, I'll just put across the stapler across the...
So TA30 across there, TA30, TA45, whatever you've got.
Whatever we like. And leave it this. Now, since you don't have a stapler, once
Nice.
you have to wait, once you apply the stapler, you have to at least wait for 10 seconds, please. I had faced a problem that where I have just, once I applied and just tried to cut the staples don't fire, and then you're stuck that the whole of your lung is deflated. And that when you take the deflated lung, your boss is going to be really upset with you. So, because they're going to stay in the cold water, in the solution.
How
and
much do you inflate the lung?
80%.
80%.
You can cut that.
Yeah. Can cut it?
And is that based on calculated, or how does the anesthetist?
You don't want to over distend the lungs. That's the main thing. So that's the main reason they say around 80% is okay. They should be fine.
There you go. So now really you've got nothing left behind. You've just got esophagus.
There is a little bit of tissue left,
Nice.
which usually comes.
Careful, huh?
Yeah, you can cut that.
Okay.
Yeah. And what you do is that since both the lungs will be inflated, put your hand behind the lungs and try to, because around the esophagus there will be some sort of still, the tissue will be there which will be holding back the lungs. So you try to ask your assistant to divide that and then you deliver the lung. That is how.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Great. Gentlemen, thank you very much. Okay.
We take them out.
Thanks a lot, Dr.
Yeah, thank you.
Dr. Richard and Dr. Prakash.
Yeah.
I think we are obviously running wildly over time, so what we'll do is probably let the abdominal guys get started. The cardiac guys can probably have lunch and retire to one of the rooms, so that, because your program, your afternoon program will take some time.
Yeah.
No, so we'll just
Thank you.
let you guys get on.
Thank
yeah?
you.
Thanks very much. Okay, Srinivas, over to you.
Scissors are not working. That's the only thing. But that's okay. Wait. Where do we keep this? Thank you.
Srinivas, I hope you brushed your teeth today. I think you're going to need them. Scissors aren't working.
No, this. Can you take this?
Can you hear me now, sir?
Yeah. Cardiac guys, can you please have lunch? After that, you can go to the room on the second floor, where you can start your organ-specific demonstrations. Okay.
Sonal, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Okay. So, so what we are doing now will be done before the cardiac teams did what they have done. So, as I said, we've done a laparotomy. We made sure that there are no tumor. Then we have a good look at the liver. So we take down the falciform ligament. And then have a feel of the liver. So this is the left lobe. Feel the right lobe also. Look at the color. Is it too yellow? It means it's fatty. You can just press it a bit and see if it's blanching very easily. Then again, it might be fatty. You also feel the consistency, if it's fibrotic or even cirrhotic. You look for any tumors in the liver, any lumps that you might need to biopsy. Once you're happy that the liver is okay and you can go ahead, then we do some early mobilization of the liver. So we take down the left lateral segment first. Diatom. So there are several ways you can do this. I mean, a lot of times we are taught to get control of the major vessels first. So we sling the aorta and then you do this in case the patient becomes unstable. But if the patient is stable, then you can probably just do a quick mobilization here. You don't want to handle the liver too much in the warm phase because that might affect its perfusion. Can we open this further? Normally we use a valve for abdominal retractor, so the exposure is slightly better with that, but that's okay. So then we go to to get control of the major vessels. So mobilize the right colon. What's the colon? Oh, okay. Can you just just. This is the right colon, yeah? Decrease the diathem. So we mobilize the colon so that the
Can someone adjust the position of the camera?
the aorta and the cava are exposed.
Srinivas sir, in between, if you could just step back and just point out what you've done, otherwise vision becomes a little difficult.
So Dr. Karthik is retracting the right colon for me. The right colon, the ileocecal junction. So I'm mobilizing the right colon completely. We ideally we mobilize it up to the third part of duodenum. Is it seen now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, but if it can be zoomed further. No. If the video team can zoom further. Yeah, it's better now.
Yeah, that's nice.
So this is basically cattle brush maneuver.
Correct, yeah.
The alternative way of doing this, probably Metu sir, would you like to say, if it's a crash situation where you want to go bang into the aorta first, go for it near the ligament of Treats?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to do it in a crash situation, then you can just go down to the
Bifurcation.
common iliac artery or directly to the aorta. You don't have to do all this. Just get a canal line to the aorta, and then start perfusion.
While we are doing this, initially the kidney, the gerota sphacia, the fat covering the ureter, all of that will come into view.
Yeah.
And then the duodenum will get lifted up, cauterization as well.
Srinivas sir, normally you would do this, loop the aorta and then tell the heart surgeons to get going? Because when they
I mean, at least that's what we were always told to do in the UK. Get control of the aorta, put a sling around the, in fact, even the cava. Only then we let the, only then we'll ask the heart and lung surgeons to start mobilizing, because just in case the patient crashes, then you have the cannulas in place to start rapid perfusion. In fact, when we do non-heart beating retrievals, we don't do much of this. We just directly go into the abdomen, open the cannulate the aorta and start perfusion actually. So this is all for a standard elective DBD retrieval.
I think that's what Dr. Shruti was pointing out.
So DCDs, that's where you get the speed, and that's where you become more confident with retrievals, because most of the dissection will be done in cold phase then, and you'll be more confident with your structures by the time.
So in fact, most of the times we are told not to dissect anything in the warm phase.
Yeah.
Because that only gets your speed up to speed in the DCD retrieval time.
So what would be your endpoint of reflections of the catal pressure?
So yeah, so just need to see the duodenum. So I think we're just there now. This is D3. Okay, and then your aorta and the cava should be somewhere here.
Get this folding.
Srinivas sir, will you go up till the and isolate the IMV at this point for a portal perfusion, or?
Yeah, that's what we were discussing with Dr. Karthik. I mean, we've always done double perfusion. I know the current protocol in the UK has changed.
Yeah.
So they do a single perfusion through the aorta and then do portal on the back table. I believe Dr. Sonal's team also does a single perfusion right these days. Is that right, Sonal?
Yeah, I mean, we've always done single perfusion. We very rarely do double perfusion. And for ease of training, we normally train single perfusion actually.
Okay.
Because it's I think you need a bit of light. So if there's who was organizing that?
In UK, it still varies from institution to institution, sir.
Oh, I thought it's now all single perfusion in the UK.
DPD, I mean, by the rules, ODT, it's supposed to be iota only perfusion, but then a few units we still prefer to give portal perfusion as well in DPDs as well.
The problem with the dual perfusion is when you are retrieving the pancreas also. So in those cases, if you cannulate IMV or the SMV and then flush through those vessels, then you can have congestion of the pancreas. So in those cases, you always do a single perfusion, or what you do is you divide the portal vein in once you're cross clamped, and then flush it through the proximal end of the portal vein.
Or we can loop the portal vein in the HT ligament and we can cannulate there.
So I think this must be the cava here.
Yeah.
So Srinivas sir, in Leeds we used to do the same thing. We used to do dual perfusion even in pancreas retrieval. We used to loop the portal vein and keep it for the end to divide and perfuse the portal vein separately. Start aortic perfusion and maybe run down 2 liters of perfusate and then divide the portal vein and cannulate. So it will be dual perfusion even in pancreas retrievals.
It's a little more deeper.
More deeper, I think. There's a lot of tissue here.
Talking about communication between the cardiac and abdominal teams, my worst retrieval experience was when the patient went into atrial fibrillation when the cardiac guys were handling the heart and they were trying to reverse by giving defibrillation. They were doing it for 6 times, 7 times, and the pressures was not maintaining. And it took a total of 40 minutes for them to decide that, okay, we are going to give up on this and let's give heparin and let the abdominal team carry on with the organ retrieval of abdominal organs. In this case, the liver was turned down because of...
Yeah, the liver, that will struggle. The liver will struggle because it's too much of a hit for the liver.
Yeah.
So this is the abdominal aorta. We've visualized it, and then we go around the aorta. The key here is to
bifurcation.
Okay, I think.
Pick up.
You always tie the 2 iliacs separately. Yeah?
No. We hook it at the level of bifurcation and then tie in at the lower end.
Okay. So I think I'm going to do it the Astor technique now. Dr. Karthi is not allowing me to do anything else.
He's teaching you the right way, Dr. Srinivas.
I think he's been trained well by Sonal.
Okay. No, basically the idea is to see the lower end of the... this is the question here from Dr. Suhas as well. So we will visualize the lower end of the iliacs. There are a couple of reasons for that. One is that you know that when you put them in the cannula, you're as low as possible and you're unlikely because to sort of stop perfusing renal arteries. So the length, you have the full length of the aorta to work with. And secondly, you can sometimes get polars quite low as well. Polar renal arteries can come quite low. So if you visualize the entire bifurcation, you at least made sure that there aren't any polars taking off which you inadvertently miss actually.
Another marker for this.
So I don't know if you can see it. So this is the aorta here dividing into the right and left common iliacs.
So do you divide or loop the inferior mesenteric artery, sir?
Exactly.
Inferior mesenteric artery?
Yes, sir.
No, I mean, we don't really bother about that. So unless it comes in the way. So this is your lower end of the aorta, the bifurcation of the iliacs. Go around the aorta very carefully because sometimes you can get the lumbar arteries, and if they start bleeding, then it's a problem. So we usually have 3 ties here. So one is one lower tie, and then 2 upper ties.
Sir, when would you choose to perfuse through the aorta and when through the iliacs? Do you have any?
I mean, I always perfuse through the aorta only. But if you find there's a large vessel, renal artery is going, polar artery is going low down on the aorta, then you can use the iliacs. I mean, iliacs are good because they're accessible. So in a rapid retrieval, in a DCD situation, you can just directly cannulate on the iliacs and perfuse. The problem with that is the cannula size is limited by the size of the iliac. So you might not be able to get a good size cannula into the liver.
Srinivas sir, one more situation where we prefer iliacs is when there is a aortic aneurysm or a calcified aorta, which is, I mean, we're seeing more often, I mean, these days because of elderly donors. Calcified aorta, iliacs will be supple and we can clamp it easily.
Yeah, that's true. I think that's an important thing actually, because if you have an aortic aneurysm, but it depends on the extent of the aortic aneurysm. I remember that one of the first retrievals that I went for in Newcastle, we opened and there was an aortic aneurysm. So we actually had to clamp the perfuse from the thoracic aorta. But I mean, that's something that you have to decide on table. So yeah, so that's aorta done. Sometimes, I mean, some of us, we actually take a sling around the cava also. And then we put a thumb sucker into the cava when we are perfusing. But that's not always necessary. You can always vent into the chest if your cardiac team is nice and helpful. Again, going around the cava, you need to be very careful with the lumbar veins. Make sure that they are not injured.
Fortunately, our cardiac teams haven't always been nice. They always went in the chest, and we never had a problem where they said we will not vent or they will clamp the IVC.
No, you never.
I guess our hard guys are the good ones.
Then you should go and see in the UK. Sometimes
all of you guys are very quiet when the hard guys are sitting here. Now they're gone and everyone's like really talking about them, right? Yeah. So, but I mean, the important thing here to understand is that even if you're not a transplant surgeon, this is an excellent anatomical demonstration. So when you do an organ retrieval, it's actually a very, very good way of understanding anatomy, hepatobiliary anatomy, vascular anatomy. So for anyone starting out a career as a transplant surgeon, it teaches you a lot about how to deal with vessels, how to handle the liver, how to handle the pancreas, how to go around big vessels, and also cannulation and handling situations which might not be fully in your control, like a cold phase, no?
Yeah. And one important point that Metu sir, when he was going around the aorta and IVC, he was not dissecting behind the vessels. He was keeping his right angle dissector closed when he was going behind the vessel.
It's probably
you open it, that's when you end up injuring the lumbar vessels. That's an important point to note.
Or is just a peritoneum? This is a cava, right?
Yeah, that's the cava.
So this is the cava. We've gone up till the renal veins now.
And also in the presence of abdominal aortic aneurysm, usually infrarenal aneurysms, it's important to cannulate above the aneurysm, not below the aneurysm. In that way, you'll not cause any clot disruption and embolization.
Pick up, please.
I think he was just demonstrating it. Most of the time, we end up venting, in the chest actually. But if that option is not available to you for whatever reason, it's good to know that you can do it down at the bottom. And it's not a big deal. You can put a Foley's there and just vent there also. It's not a problem.
Or you can cut it without looping it also.
So that's the cava with your left renal vein going there. So I think that the dissection stops here for now.
So can you define those for us again properly, Srinivas? So basically, you've freed up the duodenum.
Yeah.
What is the extent of your dissection there?
So this is till the base of the duodenum, the D3 level.
Yeah.
There's a bit of pancreas sticking here, but basically mobilize the whole small bowel and the right colon. You can actually mobilize the hepatic flexure also. So everything goes onto that side. And now you got your aorta. There are 3 slings on the aorta. There's 1 sling on the IVC, and we've just here seen the renal vein, the left renal vein, coming off the aorta, coming off the cava. Sorry.
So the bit where Karthik's finger is there is actually where the SMA takes off as well.
Yeah.
Somewhere here.
Yeah. So that's the.
Do you loop the left renal vein here, sir?
No, not now. I mean, I don't know if you guys do.
No, we don't loop it.
I mean, we don't touch the renal veins until the liver is out. Only then we cut the left renal vein at its junction with the cava. Okay, so that's done. And then So we normally put a cannula into the inferior mesenteric vein.
If you are taking the iliac vessels, the caudally, the extent of dissection should be till what?
Caudally is, I mean, it will be till as far as you can reach. I mean, ideally you would want the bifurcation of the external iliac and the internal iliac arteries and veins, so that you have as long as the length as possible.
Sir, you told that you will be, taking left renal vein at the junction with IVC.
Yeah.
But the thing which we are taught is that the IVC and vein, they should be taken together and then bench surgery can be done to get much as IVC along with the vein.
So what we normally do is, see, the left renal vein is long.
Yeah.
So we cut the left renal vein where it joins the cava. So you have a long left renal vein, and the cava segment goes with the right kidney.
Okay.
So because the right renal vein is short, so if you have a caval segment, then actually you can use it for extension if required. So that's what normally I do.
So I think the question was also about on-block retrieval. That's what you were asking, you know? Yeah, I think...
Taking both the kidneys together, you mean?
Yeah. So I think he'll come to that in the cold phase.
Okay. So, like I said, for the portal perfusion, normally I get the inferior mesenteric vein. That's usually just at the junction of D. So this is your DJ flexure.
Your head is in the way, sir, if you can't.
Some surgeons cannulate the superior mesenteric vein for portal cannulation.
Yeah, that's been IMV.
So this is IMV here. Can you see?
We need to zoom a bit.
Just get in there, Murli.
Yeah.
Murli, just get in there. Yeah.
So that's your IMV there. Tie. And we put a couple of small ties on this also. You have one more or? Okay, so that's the control for the vessels done. So we are actually ready to put the cannulas now. So at each point, like the cardiac team said, we need to keep checking with the anesthetist if the patient is stable, because at any point, if you think that the patient is going to crash, then we'll obviously have to cannulate earlier than this. So now we're going to complete the mobilization of the left rib segment. I think that's pretty much done actually. Yeah.
It's a very small left lobe.
Atrophied.
He's going to do it now. He's going to do that now. I mean, what Dr. Srinivas is doing right now is also a very useful maneuver, because we talked about the length of the cava, right? So often you may not always get an understanding cardiac team. So if you free up what he's doing right now, the top end of the cava, you actually have space. So before they actually cut the cava on top, you can pull down and get about a centimeter of extra space. So most of the time, the superior part, suprahepatic cava, what he's freeing up now, if you free this up, you will get about a centimeter of extra space, which is very useful when you do an implant.
So this is your left lobe mobilized. The right lobe mobilization, we don't really do that much in the warm phase. The only thing that we do is we mobilize the adhesions between the kidney and your segment 6 area, because there will always be adhesions there, and when you're trying to take the kidney out, the liver out in a hurry, there's a tendency for small tears happening. In fact, that's the most common site of grafting of liver injury in retrieval. So this is the area. I don't know if you can see it. So this is the area where you should.
Yeah, we can't see it very well, but it's the inferior inferior leaf of the liver, which is stuck to the kidney really. So yeah.
The cannulation happens first. This part happens first, and that is when this is the phase which happens first.
So keep sucking.
Yeah, this is the warm phase. Cannulation is the time that you sort of, that distinguishes the warm and the cold. No,
I can't see. Okay.
Basically, the idea is safe organ retrieval. bring as much tissue as you need to bring so that the organ is safe, because then you can, in the backbench, you can actually clean it up very well. And that's up to the retrieving team, no? They can do it that way. Yeah. Yeah, correct. So bring more, no? More is never a problem.
Sister, can you please suck?
Yeah, there's no proof that it's better.
Sir, one more trick or tip which I was taught was when the cardiac surgeon is cutting the IVC or clamping the IVC, just pull the liver down. So pull the liver down, that area where we are dissecting the falciparum, which divides into two this thing. Just pull it down so that you'll get that 1 centimeter of liver, IVC with you.
Correct, absolutely. And I hope the cardiac surgeons are busy with their lunch.
Yeah, a couple of them came in to spy on us, but I think, yeah, that's right. No, but it's true, because actually sometimes that freeing it up on top, which he'd done before, no, that gives you an extra 1 or 2 centimeters, which is very, very handy for implant. And if the cardiac surgeons are divided properly, you will have a nice cuff to close the top of the cava if you do a side-to-side cavasomastry.
So can you see, these are the things that can get torn, these additions on the right triangular ligament, that can get torn when you're pulling the liver out in a hurry in the cold phase. So these are things that if you can release them now itself, the chance of an injury to the liver are minimum when you're actually taking the liver out. And about the cavas, I mean, actually it doesn't make a lot of difference to the cardiac team how much of cava they take. But sometimes if it's too low towards the liver, you can actually have the borders of the hepatic veins at the level of the cava which has been cut. So we need to be really sure that we have a decent cuff of cava to anastomose.
The simplest thing is to not let the cardiac surgeons mobilize the diaphragm. That's the simplest trick. I just put my finger over there and say, don't cut the diaphragm. Yeah, claim your territory.
ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ light adjustment.
I mean, one more thing that we've done, as some of you might know, sometimes you end up with a situation where you have a very flush cava. It's cut very close to the top. You can actually take a small segment of the infrahepatic vena cava. Take a segment and then basically anastomose to the top, because you need a little bit more length on the top.
Yeah, that's a very good point actually. It's true. Smoke. Okay, normally I don't do any more than this actually. You can leave it now. Yeah. Most of the stuff is done because, I mean, there is at least some evidence to say that the more you handle the liver in the warm phase, the perfusion becomes a bit patchy in those areas. So next you go to the hilum. The hilum, the main thing is to look at, first of all, you need to look for any arterial variations. So is there a replaced or an accessory left hepatic artery? Is there an accessory or a replaced right hepatic artery? So the way you look at it, I'm sure all of you know, is to go to the gastrohepatic ligament and then feel for any pulsation there. If there is a good pulse, then you have an accessory or a replaced gastrohepatic left hepatic artery that you will need to retrieve along with the left gastric. And similarly, for the right accessory artery, you need to look, put your one of your fingers in the foramen of Winslow, and then feel just below the gallbladder. So if you feel too high, the right artery which crosses the bile duct and goes to the right side will be felt. So you need to feel lower down, just above the duodenum and pancreatic area, to see if there's any pulsation there. If there is any pulsation, then there is a good chance that you might be having a replaced or an accessory right artery, which is coming from the superior mesenteric artery. So you will have to adjust your retrieval technique according to that. So once you are happy with your with your arterial anatomy, the first thing to do is a cholecystectomy.
Yes, sir, for the
Not a
smoke,
cholecystectomy actually. It's we just divide the cystic duct. No, I'm sorry. The bile duct.
It's all clumped. Yeah.
I think some other variations other than replaced right hepatic coming from SMA, there can be early branching of right hepatic. and coming in a similar course, and right hepatic coming off the celiac axis directly or from the aorta, all of these can have, give some challenges because you won't be able to trace that aberrant artery into the SMA during warm phase. Do you always try and trace these replaced arteries into the SMA, Metu sir?
No, I don't trace them. No. Actually, the teaching was that, you need to take it down to the SMA and tie this and divide the SMA along with it. But most of the times, when we do a back table reconstruction, we are taking a short bit of the artery and putting it on the GDA of the recipient, of the graft. So actually, the amount of artery that you need, an axis right artery, is very short. You don't really need to go down all the way there. In fact, it's probably more important to get the axis replace left artery, if it's coming from the left gastric, then to go down, because the left artery which comes off from the left gastric is quite small, and it's easier to reconstruct the left gastric artery onto the GDA rather than the left hepatic artery. So that's your...
Would you not do it with the celiac itself in that case?
Pardon?
If you have accessory left, you would implant with the celiac, or you would reconstruct it on GDA?
I think it depends on the length. If there's a good length, then even GDA is good enough. It will be lax. But if the size match is not good, and your left gastric artery is quite big, then you might want to put it on the splenic stump, or actually use the celiac artery itself for implantation.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the bile duct. So normally what we do is we tie the bile duct.
I'll just reiterate, basically see, obviously Dr. Srinivas has been doing this for a long time. Safe retrieval is retrieval of the aorta, the celiac, and the SMA. Okay, so when you're retrieving outside, far away from home, that's what you do. You bring back the entire sort of package, because if there is something that you missed, it can be picked up in the back end where you have all the expertise to deal with reconstruction.
Sure. Yeah. Sorry, Sanan. Correct. Okay, so now we've divided the bile duct.
Hunting for the GDA now, no?
Divide pannalama?
Divide
Will
pannalama.
leak out, no? Will it leak?
Bile, a little bit will be there.
No, unlikely. Okay. So that's the bile duct divided. And then what we do is, just before we start the cold phase, we open the gallbladder, and then we flush it to get all the bile out of the biliary tract.
So why do you do that? Can you just sort of...
Yeah, so what it's basically, bile in the cold phase is supposed to damage the biliary epithelium. So the aim is to flush the bile out from and replace it by UW, so that the preservation of the biliary epithelium also happens. I think this was research done a long time ago in Birmingham, to show that if you flush the gallbladder with saline and then flush the bile ducts with UW, your biliary epithelial preservation is better.
Yeah, the other reason is obviously that bile is very viscous. When you put ice and cold, it becomes very, very sort of, it becomes like mucus plugs. Sometimes you can get inspissated bile inside the bile duct. So, flushing it all out as far as possible is also handy.
So we found something here. We are basically finding the GDA here. I think this is it. So all a bit distorted here.
Yeah. So the key to arterial anatomy of the liver is the GDA. Okay. Because the GDA is sort of one of the few sort of static things that you can work around. If you're not able to understand the artery, go for the GDA, and then you can work your way up to the common hepatic artery.
Yeah. So we put a sling on GDA also. Normally, I wouldn't tie any of the vessels right now until the cold flush is done, to prevent, so that we can ensure that the liver is perfused fully. And now once we got the GDA, we track up and find the common hepatic artery and then trace it down to the celiac axis. Again, the amount of dissection that you do here will depend on the urgency. So normally, what is this? Normally, most of the dissection I would do in the cold phase. Once I find the GDA, I just leave it as it is, and then I just go down and
So Dr. Suresh is here. Suresh, if you found a slightly enlarged GDA, what would you think about? If you were, what would be
The first thing is you'll have to obviously find out if at all the blood supply to the liver is coming from the GDA, and that usually happens in celiac artery stenosis. So that's one of the reasons why not to tie the GDA. And if you are going to tie the GDA, always put a bulldog clamp on the GDA first and see if there are any changes in pulsations of the hepatic artery. If at all you found that the pulsations became weak, so that means that the majority of the blood to the hepatic artery is coming through the GDA, and it's one of the reasons not to tie the GDA initially. Sure. That's very important.
And the other thing is that if you were looking at doing, say, a pancreas retrieval with this, then how would this step be different? How would you do this differently?
It'll probably be much the same dissection. Only thing I would loop the SMA initially itself, cock-rise, make sure there's no replaced right artery obviously coming off the SMA. I mean, in the US, I'm sure it could be done. I think in an Indian setting still we haven't really gone down to procuring pancreas with aberrant arterial anatomy. But main thing is to make sure there's no replaced right artery. Hook the SMA in the initial phase of the dissection. Do a wide cockrization, hook the SMA, then come on to the GDA. And then make sure you tie the GDA towards the hepatic artery and not towards the pancreas. Because it's very important for you to preserve the arcade when you do the pancreatic, because that's the sole blood supply for the entire head of the pancreas. So you need to be very careful where you ligate the GDA. So when you're doing a liver-only procurement, you obviously pull it down all the way down to the pancreas and tie it near the pancreatic head. But if you're doing a pancreas retrieval, we want to be careful about putting the ligature too close to the pancreas, because you might occlude the arcade.
We'll get the common hepatic somewhere here.
Dr. Jayant, of course, we'll be talking about this later in the afternoon. But suppose you're in a situation where you're retrieving pancreas and small bowel for separate recipients. How would that dissection change? Would that be a warm phase dissection or a cold phase dissection?
As a standard, if you're retrieving the pancreas and the small bowel, we'll retrieve it en bloc and separate the pancreas and the small bowel on the bench. That would save the amount of time that the dissection would proceed in the warm phase, and it's far easier to do that in the cold phase and then use it. And also, I think if you're doing the small bowel and the pancreas retrieval, although it's not done as a norm, I think it will be good to get a cross-sectional imaging in the donor to help, especially with the bench dissection.
Sure.
Yeah, we can do it in the cold phase.
So we've got some idea of the anatomy here. As you can see, this is the GDA that you've slung. This is the hepatic artery going down.
Your head's in the way, Mr.
Okay, sorry. Okay, so this is a hepatic artery. This might be the left gastric, and beyond this will be the celiac. So usually we don't do all this now. I'll stop. Okay, so that's it. So we have an idea of the arterial anatomy of the liver, and we've slung all the vessels. Then the cardiac team comes in. They do their stuff. And what we do is then we get control of the supraceliac aorta. So that's for clamping at the top.
I mean, in this case, just divide the diaphragm so that we can see it very clearly.
Okay.
Because we are not able to see that very well. The cardiac gas are gone, no? So, and you can take off that clamp that's hanging on the cava there on top. So,
You sling the splenic artery here, sir, when you're...
Actually, no. I mean, we used to do a while ago. Now we don't. I mean, you guys do sling the splenic artery in the warm phase?
Yeah, in the warm phase.
So instead of exposing the common hepatic artery along the anterior surface, we can just go to the left of the coronary vein, and that's where we can find the splenic artery. And
actually, I mean, most of the times we don't really do most arterial dissection in the warm phase. The aim is to just flush, and then because any dissection that you do of the arteries in the warm phase, any small injury can cause dissection of the artery, whereas you don't have that worry in the cold phase. So it's much more safer to do, especially as when you're training. It's much more safer to do most of the handling of the major vessels in the cold phase.
No, I think that's a very well-made point, Srinivas, because the objective of organ retrieval of this course is safe organ retrieval. Okay, you need to be able to, cannulate, cool the organ down, and take away as much tissues as necessary, because all the cleaning up can be done in the when you're back home. So essentially, don't loop more than is necessary. Loop what is needed, and certainly as you get more experience, you can actually do a lot more looping and minimize the dissection. But generally speaking, in the warm phase, a lot of things are, unstable donors, whether you're taking some other organs or not. Many things will determine your course of action. But the bare minimum is to do this safely.
I think that's the difference between retrieving in the UK or here, because here most of the trainees, they have exposure to LDLT, so they're very comfortable actually with mobilizing the liver or doing the high lump. Whereas in the UK, it will be your registrar who's doing the retrievals. For them, doing anything more than what is necessary increases the risk of injuries in the.
Yeah. Can the camera come out a bit, please? Yeah.
Suresh sir, your assessment of pancreas at this stage, we will be open the lesser sac and see the pancreas.
Yeah, I thought Suresh is going to talk about it. Suresh is there?
Yeah, I'm here, Mr. Hi.
Suresh, can you tell them?
So yeah, basically if you're going to retrieve the pancreas, rather you would do it much early because you can go home if the pancreas is not good. So you just ask the liver surgeon to open the lesser sac or even the gastrohepatic omentum, you'll get a view of the pancreas. If the donor has been quite stable, if it's a young donor, then if the pancreas looks good, then you have to wait until the liver guys and the heart guys and the thoracic guys finish. And then you start here, this one. But essentially, yes, in the initial bit of the surgery, you'll open the lesser sac, take a look at the pancreas, whether the pancreas is edematous, whether there's any saponification around the pancreas, whether it's fatty. You'll take a look at all of those things and make an assessment of whether the pancreas is good to go at this stage.
So supraceliac aorta, couple of things. That's what Dr. Srinivas is doing right now. So mobilize the left lobe of the liver, go through the gastrohepatic ligament, divide the right crus of the diaphragm. That shows you the supraceliac aorta. Supraceliac aorta, you don't need to go around it each time because there's a lot of tissue around it.
Okay.
If you feel it's friable or in older people, there's a risk of injuring it. So if you free up enough laterally and medially, that's where he's doing right now, medially. If you free it up enough, you can clamp it on top of the spine. You don't have to go around it. Okay? Because you go around it if it's safe, but otherwise it's not necessary.
Yeah, it can, sometimes if it bleeds from the back of the supraceliac aorta, then it'll be very difficult to get control of it actually. So I think what Sonal says is true. We just need enough aorta so that you're clamping the aorta and not the esophagus. Sometimes, in your hurry to clamp, you'll clamp a tubular structure and you'll find out that it's the esophagus later on. So that's something that we need to. So this is aorta for us. So that's nicely exposed. I think now we are ready for cross clamp and perfusion.
I think one of the other ways Dr. Yashwant does it, I'll just let him speak about this.
Sir, basically when the cardiac team is not involved, most of the time cardiac team will not be there, only abdomen surgeons are there who's retrieving abdominal organs. So you do a thoracotomy, you do a midline incision and sternotomy and open the left pleura, and you can actually rotate the lungs and identify the descending aorta and loop the descending aorta there instead of a supraceliac dissection here. When there is a aberrant anatomy like a left hepatic artery coming here, we don't want to risk injuring, putting a clamp there in the left hepatic getting injured. So descending aorta is one more place where you can clamp.
Yeah. And by the way, these are excellent trauma moves. Huh? For people who are dealing with abdominal trauma, major abdominal trauma, supraceliac aorta clamping, descending aorta clamping, these are life-saving moves. So it's important, to know about these, how you can get to these vessels fast.
So you can see this is the aorta, the celiac artery should be somewhere here. This is GDA lung. We have divided the bile duct. So at this point, I think we can start putting the cannulas in and cross clamp.
So what would you do right now? In terms of telling your anesthetist and communicating?
Obviously the cardiac team will now come in and do all the stuff that they were doing before. And once everything is ready, we're ready to cross clamp, then we ask them to give the heparin. So because, again, like we talked in the presentation, heparin is very important because it prevent small clots from forming the microcirculation. So you need to give a good dose. So we give about 25,000 units of heparin, IV, wait for a couple of minutes so that it's nicely gone around. And only then we start putting cannulas and doing the cross clamp. So
at this stage, one more thing is to ask your perfusion person to hang the solutions. That's very important, and get the ice slush ready.
So this is the.
Are there any cardiac trainees here right now?
Do we have another?
Any cardiac trainees, please go to the second floor because the cardiac.
Okay, that's fine. We'll use this one. So this is your IMV. Just making a small neck. Fitting tube. So what we do is, when putting the cannula into the IMV can be a bit tricky initially, because it's a small opening, and so what you ask your assistant to hold the IMV edge, the venotomy with a mosquito. You hold your side, you put your cannula in, and don't try to slide it up like that. I mean, it's going quite easily here, but normally you need to push it slightly posteriorly, and then it slide up on its own. So once it's gone there, you very securely tie it off. So normally, even for the IMV, we have two ties at the top, so that even if one slips, the other stays. And then we have one tie below, which is then tied around the catheter. I'll show that on the aorta, so that it's clear what we're doing. So in the aorta, as I said, we've got three ties all around. So the two of them go up, one goes below. So once heparin has been given, we are happy with everything, the cardiac team is ready, then what we do is we tie off the distal aorta. Mosquito. Hold this.
Is there a reason why you prefer IMV cannulation over SMV, or is it?
I mean that's what I've been trained.
Yeah,
so I think a lot of centers do SMV cannulation. So so dividing and cannulating the aorta, that's the trickiest bit initially. So what we need to do is we need to make sure we have good control of the aorta. So we have dissected a bit of the aorta here, so we can put your fingers. You ask your assistant to pull on the top ties for additional protection. So keep it nicely pinched. Make a cut. The cut has to be close to the lower tie, so that the traction there by the staff nurse can keep it open. Just open it just once to make sure there is free blood coming out and there's no thrombus or there's no clot or atheroma there. And again, so this is a cannula. You ask your staff to prime the circuit so that there is fluid coming out, so there's no air left inside. Again, you put it in, push it slightly against the posterior wall, and then slide it in. And once you're sliding it in, then you release your pinch, so that, and then you ask your assistant to release those ties so that it slides up. Important thing here is to not to push it too high up, because there have been instances when the catheter has been pushed so high up that actually has gone into the thoracic aorta, and then there's no abdominal perfusion at all. So you need to make sure of that. Keep your pinch on the cannula and get your assistant to tie the sutures.
So one way we are doing this safely for beginners especially is, if you're able to find the IMA, just tie off the IMA in the beginning. Okay. So you'll get a couple more centimeters of aorta. Okay. Then go ahead and clamp the aorta. The infrarenal aorta, you can just put a C-clamp just above the IMA. Okay. So then you can easily, once you tie the lower aorta, this entire thing becomes avascular. So you can neatly cut it and slide it in with time, and you won't really...
So all these maneuvers are completely unnecessary.
Yes, they are. Yeah. Only if you have good assistance, you're good, Dr. Matthew. If you don't, absolutely agree. Now, one more trick is, despite how much ever pressure you put and tie, there are instances when the knot becomes loose. Yeah. So have a mosquito with you. So just lift up the cannula and just apply the mosquito below the cannula, and that usually holds the thing. Correct. That's a little bit trick.
Sometimes what can happen is, if your assistant is particularly strong, they can tie it so much that the fluid won't go. So make sure that the staff runs some of the fluid to make sure it's going in freely, or the blood comes out actually. Once you release your pull, the blood should come out freely, which means that there is once you open the circuit. And then what I normally do is I take this. because while you're perfusing, putting the ice, and moving fluid around, there's a chance that the catheter can slip out. So you tie the lower end on the catheter.
Thank you. I was just about to say that, because at this point you got to do these, because a lot of things are happening together.
Absolutely.
No? So do what's called an anti-stupidity check. No, you basically make sure that the cannula is in place, it's not slipped out, things are connected, lines are flushed, and do this again. When you've started flushing, because when it's packed with ice and if the cannula slipped out, you may actually not even know. Because it might just be flowing into the abdomen.
Correct. So now the cannula is in place. So what we've done is 2 ties above, and then we've tied this to this, and then there's a lag stitch. So even if it comes out a bit, this will try and keep it in position. So that's your cannula done for the aorta. And once you're ready with with everything, and the cardiac team is ready, they'll cross clamp, and then we do the cross clamp here.
One more thing, we would also see the column of blood moving in the tubing, just to make sure you not put it in a dissected plane or a false passage.
Yeah. So there should be
versatile
blood
column
coming
DC.
back into the catheter.
Yes.
Once you release the circuit.
Calcified plaque to go into a false plane.
Again, that's a very important point. So if it's a diseased aorta, and if you're trying to put the cannula in and you're just trying to push it up, there is a chance that the wall gets dissected. So that's the reason why it's always safer to actually push it onto the back wall first and then slide it up. That way you're sure that you're sure that it is going into the. Stop
it. Yeah, and make sure this connection is done before cannulating the aorta.
Yes. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's good. Okay, so we are ready. So just to clarify, so there are 2 ways of perfusing. Like we said, this is what we're doing is a dual perfusion, both aorta and portal system. So in that case, what we do is we give HTK or Marshall solution through the aorta. That's just a crystalloid, clear of the blood and small clots quickly through the circulation, through the circulatory system. And then we run University of Wisconsin UW solution through the portal cannula, through the IMV or the SMV, whichever you fancy. So normally it's about 4 liters of HTK or Marshalls through the aorta and about 2 liters of UW through the portal vein. If you're doing a single cannula perfusion, that is just through the aorta, then normally we use just UW, about I think 5 to 6 liters. Is that right, Sonal? I mean, is that what you use? How much do you use?
6 liters.
So you use UW or HTK?
We use both, sir, depending on if you are far away and cold ischemia time is expected to be high, then we use UW. If you are in-house, in the next OT, liver is all good, go with HTK.
So about 5 to 6 liters through the aorta. That will flush the entire system, and then we take the liver out, and then we do a back table flush with the portal vein, maybe a couple of liters on the back table. Normally, if you do dual perfusion inside, then we again we use 2 liters of UW on the back table again to flush the liver.
Any thoughts on flushing 2 liters of cold saline first, so that the blood just comes out and you can minimize use of perfusion solutions?
What's it?
Using cold saline flush initially for the first 2 liters and then using UW.
Yeah, I mean, it can be done. See, ultimately the aim is to flush the system, so it can be done with anything. In fact, when we were doing our research in Newcastle, DCD donors, the first liter always used to be Ringer's lactate with streptokinase added to it, because of the warm ischemia time there will be small clots formed. So we would actually add streptokinase and heparin to Ringer's lactate, 2 liters, run that quickly first, vent the whole system out, and then we start with the UW. So that can be done. If you want to use, it will save you money also for that matter. The reason why we normally use HTK is because it's a crystalloid, so it's less viscous, so it will flush things clear properly.
As time has gone by, I've gotten more conservative actually. I've stopped doing the saline flushes. I use only HTK or UW because most of our organs are compromised in some way. They're coming from compromised donors. You're working in a compromised setting. Some of them are fatty.
Fatty liver.
You don't really want a situation where you're giving a second hit. That is one thing. And the second thing is, remember that HTK and UW, although we use it similarly, they're not similar solutions. HTK is a buffering solution. Ideally, you should be using at least 10 to 15 liters of HTK. That's the recommended. We use UW 1 liter UW equal to 1 liter of HTK, which is not correct at all. So ideally, when you're actually using an HTK flush, HTK is a flushing solution. It's made for flushing. We need to be using a lot of HTK, starting with HTK and carrying on with that. There is some evidence that some situations HTK is better than UW. I mean, I'm sure Suresh will talk about it in pancreas and such, But there are some places where one is preferred over the other. But
our protocol is to use UW for all cadavers, irrespective of whether it's in-house or wherever. We use UW for all cadavers. Only for living donors, we use HTK.
yeah, I think, I mean, we've all become a little bit more conservative because our donors are all over the place, really. So.
I mean, whatever said and done, UW, there's nothing to beat UW right now. I think, sorry, I don't know if any other preservation solution companies are here, but
Please say IGL as well. That's important.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, IGL is another one that we use. SPS is another solution that we use. A lot of them are actually roughly comparable, but UW is what we've all trained with, is the gold standard, no? That way.
Okay, so this is so now we started the perfusion. We would have put a clamp on the aorta. Clamp. So we put a clamp on the aorta so that it becomes a closed circuit. Only the abdominal contents are being perfused. We went in the cava, so you can see the blood coming out through the distal caval orifice, and then you put ice slush all around the abdominal cavity, especially around the liver, but not blocks of ice, because the ice that comes out in the ice box is around -20 because they come from the deep freezer. So if you put blocks of ice around the liver, it can actually cause thermal burns. So you do an ice slush with some saline, and then keep changing the slush and the saline regularly around the liver. And at the same point, if you're going to retrieve the pancreas, then you need to open the lesser sac and pack the lesser sac with ice. And then you also make pockets on both sides of the kidneys, so that and then pack some ice there also, so that the kidneys are also getting uniformly surface cooled. So once you have done that, you wait for the perfusion to completely finish. You at least run 3 liters of the HTK or the UW. You need to make sure that what's coming out of the KY is clear solution and no more blood in it. And then you can ask them to slow down the perfusion rate, and then you can start with your hilar dissection to take the liver out.
So, Srinivas, we'll have to get a move on. Sorry, because we're a little late.
Sure.
Yeah, thanks.
So this cross clamping of the aorta is the time when the cold ischemia starts. So this is very important time to be communicated to the recipient team. Cross clamping of the aorta, from there, then onwards the ischemia starts. Proper ischemia starts.
Correct. Correct. So here what we do is we open the gallbladder, like I said, and then we flush with some saline, so that all the bile is cleared out of. You usually use a bigger syringe to flush the gallbladder, so that you can actually see clear fluid coming out from the lower end of the bile duct that we have cut. Thank you.
Pick up.
Also, we tend to open the infrahepatic IVC as well to vent the kidneys better. Isn't it a usual practice?
I think if you're venting from the top, I think that's good enough actually. We don't really need to vent from below also. But if the cardiac surgeons are not happy with you venting from the top, then you will have to vent from below. Any one is enough.
Yeah, in the rare occasion where it's a kidney only retrieval, where the liver is not good and it's a kidney only retrieval, that's one of the times where you do the infrahepatic caval venting. You cross clamp over there because you don't really open the thorax when it's a kidney only retrieval. So that's one of the times when you do the infrarenal caval venting.
So this is what we now do is we deal with the hepatoduodenal ligament. So now the bile duct is divided. There will be some lymph nodes here. We'll have to divide until we see the portal vein. This is a portal vein there.
Yeah, that's the portal vein.
You can see that's the portal vein there. So we cut the portal vein just above the level of the pancreas. If Suresh is there, we might have to give him a bigger cuff. Yeah. Otherwise, we go down to the SMV and the splenic vein junction, so you get a nice Y, just to show your boss that you've done the good job.
We always never use that. We always cut it short on.
So that's the portal vein divider, and then we come to the artery. So this is the GDA. Oh, there's nothing here.
It's above.
Yeah, I'm just cutting below.
Okay.
What is this? Okay, it's nothing. Fine. So this is the GDA now. So GDA we can tie it off towards the liver side, and maybe another tie above also, below also.
So one more small point here. If we are doing kidney only retrieval, while perfusing, we usually clamp the hepatoduodenal ligament, so like a Pringle, so that perfusion solution is preferably goes into the kidney, not in the liver. When the liver is not being retrieved, so kidney only retrievals.
Actually, we cut everything. Can't
Is
find
that the common hepatic which has been cut?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know what's been cut here.
No, I think it's a hit.
You can probably put a mosquito on the end and show the celiac dissection, sir.
I need to find the artery first. This one.
So this is one of the difficulty of dissecting an artery in the cold phase. If it's a smaller artery, it's especially if you're not trained to look at the hepatic artery, this is one of the difficulties we face. That's why some people say it might be easier to do this dissection in the warm phase, because the artery is nicely pulsating. You just take out the hepatic artery node and you'll get the common hepatic artery right over there. Then you connect the window between the GDA and the hepatic artery wherever you see. Then you tie the GDA, lift it up. It neatly lifts off the portal vein. Just leave it over there, and then the rest of it you can do.
Difficult to
Nothing here actually.
Becomes a little easier in the warm phase.
I think the problem is the whole anatomy is it's completely distorted. You can't really see anything here. Just
So while during my fellowship days, Prashant sir taught me. I mean, you used to do that a full resident-proof resection of the. So can you elaborate on that, sir?
So Dr. Vaidya used to call it a splash and grab job. So the goal was, like Dr. Sonal said, to stay. It's a safe retrieval. So you stay away from all the vital structures. So in the porta, first step would be you would extend the cauterization if not already done. Then you would go between the duodenum and pancreas. You would separate the duodenum away. Then just divide the neck of the pancreas, lift the and at the base of the root of the mesentery, divide the superior mesenteric vessels, put a mosquito on the SMA, pull it up, go to the left side of the SMA, go right down to the origin, then horizontally and then vertically divide the aorta, and then come up, put a finger in the aorta, and then come back up. So that's how you would take the entire aorta, not dissect the hepatoduodenal ligament and all, and any variant anatomy, be it replace celiac, replaced right, would be okay. But of course, the pancreas would be butchered and would not be usable. So not retrieval.
I mean, in the interest of time, Srinivas, just
yeah, I'm just trying to find.
We'll not do a pancreas retrieval right now.
Yeah,
We'll just we'll kind of.
I mean, if I'm just trying to find some artery that I can trace down to.
Okay, sorry. No. I mean, I didn't know whether you were looking.
I think we've just found the celiac axis now. So normally what we do is tie the GDA, trace it up to the celiac trunk, identify splenic artery, and then I tie the splenic artery, and then lift the splenic artery stump up and stay to the left of the splenic artery down to the aorta. So you'll see a lot of celiac ganglion tissue there that you need to keep cutting, so that you can see. Then you see the clean wall of the aorta on the left side. So that's your end of your dissection there. And once you see that, then what you do is you just make a cuff around the celiac artery, and then take a patch of the aorta. Sometimes when that's not possible, then what we can do is we can actually lift the aorta that we have mobilized here, cut it down on this, and then you can put a finger inside, and you can actually feel the orifice of the celiac trunk, and then guide your scissors so I can feel something here. The only problem with it, if you're not mobilized, you need to be careful that you're not injuring the SMA and especially the renal artery, because renal artery is very close to the SMA origin. This is all still diaphragmatic muscle actually. Scissor.
So when we are retrieving, like retrieve far and wide, don't need to go close to the vessels. If you're cutting through muscle, it's fine. If you're cutting through brown, it's your friend, okay? Because please remember that you don't have any sort of anatomical markers. You don't have pulsating vessels in the cold phase. So and it's a lot of slush around. So basically, just cut down to the diaphragm and take as much diaphragm as you need.
They give me the same scissors again and again.
Correct. So essentially, the point that Dr. Srinivas made early, if you're working to the left of the aorta, you don't have any major structures there. You know, so the likelihood of damaging the common hepatic artery is low. So,
Give me the heavy scissors.
Scissors are not cutting.
Still, the same 3 scissors you're giving me again and again. Okay, anyway, so this is your aorta that we opened. I think anyway that artery is rogered, so there's no point in showing. So the celiac trunk is here. So what we now do is we take the.
can you? Will cautery help you, man? I'm sorry.
I think the diaphragm is the best.
Yeah, I just try cautery. Thanks. Karthik, do you have a working suction there?
Yeah.
So once your the hilum is divided, you push everything to the left, so you know that everything is under the liver. We divide the diaphragm now. What we normally do is put a finger in the cava as a guide for you, and lift the liver up, and then divide the diaphragm behind. That way, the chance of you going through the cava is through the cava and injuring the cava and the liver is much lower. So here, once we reach here, you get your assistant to lift the diaphragm here up, and then you can actually give me the diaphragm. Give me the diaphragm.
If you look at this maneuver, the entire porta is actually in his hand. No? He's got the portal vein, the artery, aortic cuff in his hand, and what he's dividing is only the diaphragm at the back. So this can be done with your assistant holding it up, holding the porta out, so that you know that the plumbing is out of the way, and then you can divide it very comfortably.
And again, take as much diaphragm as you want.
Absolutely, yeah.
Don't go close at all. Take as wide a cuff of diaphragm as you can. You can always take it off on the back table.
So this is the area where there's a risk of liver injury if you don't mobilize it beforehand. So it's better to separate that part of the liver from the diaphragm. So once we've finished this bit, you can get your finger into the cava.
So that's the one finger in the cava, all the diaphragm cut, hold all the portal structures up on top.
Yeah. So your portal structures are in your.
Yeah, that's the
will
step.
be in on your hand, and then you should be able to lift your cava now. Can you see the cava?
Yeah.
So once you lift it up, you can actually see that there's a left renal vein going, and there's a right renal vein going. So we just cut.
We try to cut. You can take a knife or cautery. Cautery. Just take cautery.
Yeah. We cut the cava, and then lift the whole thing up and go through the classical teaching is take a part of the adrenal and then give a part of the adrenal to the kidney.
Yeah.
So that way you're sure that you're not injured any of the two organs. Again, at all points of time, you should be sure that the structures are all under your hand,
Yeah.
and doesn't get injured. So that's the liver. Take it out, put it in a bowl, give it to your assistant, and he'll start back table flush right away. So the kidney. So normally I don't do kidney retrieval together. Both I do take them out separately. I don't know what do you guys do?
Do it that way only. We separate it.
We also take it
separately.
out separately.
So like I said before, so this is your cava now. This is your
Left renal.
left renal vein, and your right renal vein. You can actually go and you can actually have a feel and see where it is. So we cut the left renal vein. Diathermy.
Pickup system. Give me a pickup. That pickup.
Just lift it up.
Sorry about this. It's
Lift it up. Yeah. Yeah. So that's your left renal vein divided. It immediately retracts backwards, and now you've got the cava here. You can now divide the cava wherever you want. Usually, you give a long piece of cava to the right kidney anyway. And then you come to the aorta. So when you divide it, usually you'll find the opening of the SMV of the renal vein. Yeah. So of the SMA here, SMA will be somewhere here. So you go down to the aorta. You can actually use this as a guide where you put your cannula in. So all this time there's still ice around the kidneys. So this is aorta, and what we then do is we can cut the aorta here. And then slit it open in the midline so that you can actually assess the renal arteries. Hold this side, please.
And try to be as lower on the aorta as possible. Sometimes a lower polar artery can come really way low.
Correct.
So it's important. And even when we're dividing the aorta, make sure you're on the midline on the anterior, because sometimes some of these arteries can come little bit anterolateral. So if you go veer towards the right or the left, there's a risk that you might injure those arteries.
Correct. So
They have a double artery.
Absolutely. So you just go in exactly in the midline, and you can see here. You can see the right artery and the left artery. If you had gone, like Dr. Suresh said, if you had gone any more close to one side, you would have probably got the cuff, and the kidney surgeons are very particular about the Carroll's patch. So you have a good cuff here, and then we divide the back again in the midline. So each kidney has its own aorta.
So in the back as well, there will be usually a pair of lumbars going at regular intervals. So we can cut between the lumbar arteries. So it's a very good landmark. I mean, we can see the midline to show the midline.
Yeah, you can see the lumbar arteries there. There's one lumbar artery there. So that's aorta done. So now what we have done so far is we have freed the renal artery and the veins for both the kidneys separately. And usually here the key is to stay on the fascia. Try not to go into the retroperitoneum. You need to stay as back as possible so that you don't injure a vessel which is actually being pulled down and then going towards the kidney. Once you've done that, then we can take the kidney. You do the ureter now itself, is it?
No, however.
Okay. So here again, you put your hand, get laterally, open the gerotas, the retroperitoneum.
That's the cave on.
So this is the cava here. The aortic patch
Here, it's here.
is here. So this is your line of demarcation, your dissection. You cut through the muscles. Don't worry about the back muscles.
Sorry, sir, for discussion's sake, replaced right hepatic going through pancreas. So will you, sacrifice the pancreas or accept the pancreas? How will we decide?
I mean, if you had experience of 200 pancreas, I think I would accept it. But I think, like Dr. Mettu said, it really doesn't matter you don't really need to trace it down all the way to the SMA. If you get enough of a length to anastomose it onto the GDA, right now I think that is more than sufficient length. So it really doesn't matter in this day and age. But like I said, in India, still we don't have that much amount of expertise with respect to this one, and we have enough donors who are coming in, who are eligible to be pancreatic donors, and very less number of pancreas recipients. So probably right now, no.
I mean, standard teaching is just divide the GDA and you know,
Absolutely.
so you keep the GDA with the pancreas. Because replace right here. I mean, divided at the level of the duodenum, and then you just anastomose it in the backbench. Because now we are much better at that, you know.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
I think before they used to use the double clamp, the clamp technique of reconstructing. So they'll take the SMA patch and put it onto the celiac access patch to anastomose, and then they'll reperfuse the splenic artery. But now I think everybody does the GDA only, so it's not really that relevant now.
So Dr. Mettu is being very neat with retrieving the kidneys, but most of this normally is just blunt dissection. You just push your palm in and just lift the entire thing up and cut that.
Actually, that's probably safer than using diathermy like this.
Yeah.
Okay, so now that we've done this, so this is the cava. Cut it here. And then the ureter should be in this tissue. Usually there'll be two structures. There'll be the gonadal vein and the ureter tubular structures going down in the direction.
But please be ready for anything. We've found duplicated ureters. You must, just because you don't think about it doesn't mean it's not there. No, you must be ready for this. If you find additional structures, we're prepared for it. So it is not that uncommon to find two ureters actually.
So one of the trick here, sir, without injuring the ureter, what I was taught was identify the iliac arteries and just lift the tissue above the iliac artery. Just put your finger below the iliac arteries and sweep the tissue above that. So that has ureter anyway.
Correct. So, so like what Dr. Suresh was saying, you just use your finger. And you can see the structure here. Normally in life, it will be much more obvious. You can see small blood vessels going on the ureter. Yes. And then once you
So I think another important point that's been made is that periureteral tissue has to be very well preserved and respected, because otherwise, if you strip the ureter, you'll end up with an avascular ureter. That's a very well made point.
Yeah, absolutely, correct. So we go down as much as possible and then we divide. I mean, again, when you're implanting the kidney, you'll need probably about 7 or 8 centimeters of ureter, but you're always told to get as long a ureter as possible. So try and go up till the pelvic brim at least. And then cut the ureter and then you take it out.
So in the interest of time, we'll probably just stop there, Srinivas, because I think we'll
I agree.
later.
I think the only thing is the vessels. So now that you got everything cleared, it's easy to do the vessels. So you pick up the cable tie and then just go dissecting behind. Just a minute, Sonal?
No, of course. Yeah, just.
So
the camera can go down a bit.
So the ties that you tied, so this is the aortic tie and this is the diathermy. This again, stay as much as possible on the retroperitoneum, so you don't actually injure the vessels.
Pick up.
So classical teaching is to get iliac vessels. There are other sources of vessels also which we can get in case the recipient surgeon needs more vessels. We can get superior mesenteric artery in the root of the mesentery and down towards the small bowel. As well as that, we can take carotid arteries by both sides, subclavian, on the veins as well. So those are the veins we can harvest.
I think the superior mesenteric artery, this is what Professor Ella always used to say. In the LDLT setting, because you need small arteries, we're going to do reconstructions, the iliac arteries are pretty much useless actually. So in that, the superior mesenteric artery is good because it's a good-sized artery at the beginning, but it gives many small branches quickly one after the other. So actually, if you get a superior mesenteric artery and do the back table for that, you can reconstruct any number of LDLT arteries onto one artery. So that's actually a very good vessel to take to retrieve and store in your for your LDLT when you want to do something different in the LDLT setting.
And especially for pediatric transplants, I guess, sir.
Okay, so that's it. I mean, we will have to go further down until the pelvic brim. Normally divide the internal iliac vein. That gives you more room to dissect behind the external iliac vein up till the inguinal ligament, and then you divide the vessels there, and you can take it out and store them. I think we're done here, Sonal.
Thank you so much, Dr. Srinivas. I think it deserves a round of applause for
Sorry.
that. Fantastic.
Sorry
Dr.
about
Srinivas
that.
and Dr. Karthik, well done.
Sorry about cutting the hepatic artery. You'll have a difficult reconstruction to do.
It's okay. I think this is we're making it as realistic as possible. So there you go. Okay. But and does anybody have any questions here? Any questions so far?
Oh, we need to close.
I'll close it. I'll close it.
So we'll take a very quick lunch break because I don't know whether there still is lunch there.
No, we'll have to close it.
If we can come back here in 10 minutes, we have 2 talks. Then we can disperse for.
I'll do it, sir. No problem. Don't worry.
Huh?
He'll help me out. Don't worry.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, guys. Thank you. Yeah, come back. I think this is also the end of our YouTube live session. So thank you all of you who have been watching. So far, we've actually had about 260 unique views coming in on the YouTube live session. That's been sort of over and above what the people we have here as well. Thank you so much. We can stop the YouTube live.
Cut ಮಾಡಿ. Cut. Yeah. ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ ಸೂಚರ್. ಮೀನು ಸಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ. ಕರೀರಿ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಮತ್ತೆ ಎಲ್ಲೋದ್ರು ಎಲ್ಲರ. ಅವ್ರು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರಾ?